Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance Make it dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 빨갛게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자
All true love is a feast for the lions. What does it feel like? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fate in disguise. Who starts the fight? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. 'Cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Who starts the fight? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. 'Cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we're still alive. them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush. Try, you're big enough. We'll fight and try, and still alive. We're down forever, give it up. Yeah, 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 down forever, give it up. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future, so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. You can call on me. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I see the future. I see the future. So much brighter. It's so much brighter. If your back's against the wall and the demons come to call, I'm gonna be there. When you're lonely in the night and the demons come to bite, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there. Gonna be there. Gonna be there. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. I'm ready to lift you up when you need it most. that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. I swear I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm nothing so happy. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on too strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so tough? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on too strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on too strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing?
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life. Your comments are mean, but I'll take it easy. You're talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. I'm following my path, I'm keeping this dream alive. Never turning back, never run and hide. I keep on rising, reaching for the sky. You give me reason to survive. Your comments are mean, but I'll take it easy. Your talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor.
Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my,
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como se me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como se me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Search is on, forget the past. kids. We are kids of the evolution. We are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution. 'Cause we are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution. We are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Look, yeah, I've been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit at. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess let's face it.
Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Spritz, rauchen im Laternenlicht. Die M10 fährt die Legenden meiner Straßen durch den Kiez. Need for Speed, Tokyo Drift, CO2 hat uns gefickt. Ich schlaf bei dir, ich schlaf bei dir, ich will nicht heim, da wartet nichts. Bordstein, Kante, 17 Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey. Du bist die perfekte Rettung in einem schwarzen Vintage-Shirt. In der Nacht ist alles besser, ich weiß, wo ich hingehör. Trag die Retro-Jordan-Sneaker für das Feeling, dass ich flieh. Zieh Kapuze ins Gesicht, wir laufen rum wie Shaolin-Shit. Fest auf, Schweiben fliegen tief, der Himmel reißt auf. Ey, yeah. Bordstein, Kante, 17 Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey. Bordstein, Kante, 17 Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey. Durch die Nacht, ey.
You know I'm a lady, but sugar lately I'm getting naughty in my mind. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? You don't have to be so shy. How about tonight we switch it up? I want you to think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Sneak peek. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Boy, I wanna feel you and get to know you. I could be your fantasy. What if I let you do it the way you want it? We're getting lost in ecstasy. How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, Tell me how you feel tonight. I don't wanna waste no time. Been patient for a while now, let me know. You act like your hands are tied, but you don't leave me satisfied. And I'm not gonna chase you anymore. Ooh, if your love ain't true, I'll find someone new. Yeah. Ooh, all we've been through, but I ain't your fool. Let me go. Could talk all night long about what went wrong, but don't hold me. Let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies, and don't hold me where you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me where you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me when you're in my bed. I can't get it out my head. It don't feel the same it did before. Even when I said I quit, you always found a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. So much for letting you close. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control.
Welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you our amazing casters that are here with me today. Of course, Patches Panda, Froden, and Piehat. Piehat, your first time at the championship. How's it been?
I'm so happy to be here, to be casting with people I've respected for a long time. And if I'm going to be honest, I'm excited to be in the front row to see Latam winning the championship.
Oh, okay.
Already starting, okay.
That was my line last set.
But it worked.
It worked, and yeah, I think we're going to see whether or not Latam can actually do it. We're back for another championship, but the stakes have never been higher, and it's only getting more competitive. Set after set, everyone's improving across the board. I think there's a lot more respect across the globe as well. I think a lot of people are saying any region can win in this Runeterra Reforged Championship, and I really believe that.
And we're also on a very cool set, as always, for championships. Right now, a mix of Demacia and Shurima. But for those observant chatters, stay tuned because we might be taking a bit of a journey across the day.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge is what we're doing there, I suppose. But of course, we're not the only casters that are here. We have an amazing roster for this championship, so let's check them out. We have them all here. They're waiting on the sidelines. Counterfeit, Bebe, Casanova, and of course, Mortdog himself is here with us, so he can't press any buttons.
What doesn't this guy do, man? Is he supposed to be working on the next set, set 10? And he's here also casting championship. He's also popping off with YouTube and Twitch streaming and also organizes tournaments.
Yeah.
At this point, he's just going to replace all of us.
I mean, I'm glad there's only one more dog in the world, else we'd all be worried for our jobs. But, of course, you mentioned it, set 10. I heard there's some announcements on day 3 of the championship.
Yep, that's right. At the end of championship, we're going to be revealing some more information. They've been teasing it all over social media, specifically on Twitter. So looking forward to see what we got.
Yeah, me too. But I'm also looking forward to being able to present to everyone every lobby that is being played on day 1, day 2, because we have our alternative lobbies. Once again, we're trying to get as many regions represented as possible. So cool.
I'm just happy for my boy Guagos being there. He's actually casting. I'm just so happy. And there's a lot of Brazilian people from France and England and even OC. It's great to see that much variety.
A lot of regional diversity, I think that's great to see in TFT. And also the chance to watch every player at all times. So important for the narratives that will form in this day 1 and day 2 especially. So I think it's a great feature. I think it adds so much to the broadcast.
It does, and if you're wondering how it works, just a quick explanation one more time. The alternative lobbies will start as soon as we go into game number 1. You'll find a small little button at the bottom of the screen. It says Command Center. Click that, and you'll be able to watch any or all of the lobbies happening at the very same time, and it's so, so cool. I love it so much. Now, coming to the tournament, set 9. There's been some ups and some downs, but overall it has been a fun set with a lot of new stuff.
I think the best success that the set 9 had was the portals. It actually lets you, every game feels different than before, and if you're a competitive player, you can actually pre-plan and have some new strategies from some very specific portals.
Yeah, I think that overall, Runeterra Reforged has introduced like a breath of fresh air. I think Portals is one of the most genius designs from not just the novelty experience, but also from player behavior. I don't want to hear it from anyone that they don't like prismatic lobbies, because you guys vote prismatic lobbies every single time I'm in your game. So at this point, the jig is up. I think we get to see how all the players act and choose what they love.
Speaking of choosing, that's a good keyword, because there is one more thing for you guys at home, and that is, David, the pick'ems are back.
That's right, pick'ems by AWS. If you're hyper competitive, if you've been studying the field throughout this week, looking at the in-house scrims, you can actually have a huge advantage in these pick'ems, picking your top 3, your top 8, but also some very cool challenges to pick what you think will be the most picked augments in silver, gold, and prismatic, and a few other awesome challenges. So go to riot.com/TFT Worlds and do it, but close your pick'ems in the next 10 minutes, because that's when it's going to end before that game 1 starts.
Yeah, you don't have much time. That
So done
requires
already.
some high, think fast APM.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys got it. But bringing us back to the current patch, we've seen the regionals except for LATAM. I'm sure you can speak more about that later, Payat. But except for LATAM, all of the regions have been playing on the previous patch, but we're now on 13.21. How's that been, Payat?
The big changes are the multicasters are down. They're not the most dominant comp in the entire game. There are a couple changes that are gonna broad up the entire all the choices you can actually play. The challengers are actually a comp now, and even Misfortune. I think Misfortune is a comp. A champion's gonna be really overlooked during the entire set. Maybe now she's gonna pop up.
Yeah, the big changes that I'm looking forward to, on top of the champions and things that Payat's already mentioned, is also the items. I think items actually have gone through a slight transformation, particularly those that like playing around to AP. Blue buff is now being a lot weaker because you don't get that initial mana bonus, so you can't really cast nearly as fast. And that also affects Protector's Vow. That affects the utility of Tear of the Goddess. Also, Shojin got a buff. Shojin's kind of been under the radar. Most throughout the set, people are saying Adaptive Helm, Blue buff. There's just so many better mana alternatives. Now Shojin's actually a slammable item, in particular with things like Shojin being really good on Silco because of that 5 mana change. So I look forward to see what the players are going to do this weekend, specifically on those mana items.
Me too. I also heard legendaries are currently units again, so that's super good and very nice to see. But we're going to check out our format explainer so you guys are up to date on what's to come.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a race setting off. Each realm has sent their mightiest heroes to travel through the high mountains of Freljord, the deserts of Shurima, and even the shores of Bilgewater. And here they are, almost at the end of the road. Welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Yes, I'm getting there. At this 3-day event, our favorite 32 heroes will compete for the victory. But it is not all about the honor or the glory. Everyone will have a share of the prize. No, you cannot participate. The competition will forge the finest tacticians from every region. 2 from Oceania and Japan, 3 from LATAM, SEA, and Brazil, 4 from Korea and EMEA. NA has 5 slots since they earned an additional slot after claiming the Golden Spatula at the Monsters Attack Championship. CN now has 6 slots, and for the first time will qualify players through the Chinese exclusive licensed mobile version Fight for the Golden Spatula. Once everyone is at the starting line, let's cross the portal, cause this is about to get tactic cool. Yeah, you're right, I'll see myself out. But first, the point system will once again be distributed in order of highest to lowest position in the game. being 8 points for the first and 1 for the 8th. The first 2 days, our contenders will be divided in 4 lobbies. They will be playing 6 games each day, and this time, the lobbies will be shuffled every 2 games instead of 3. Ample time to bond, share adventures, and exchange victory dance moves. After a tough race, the top 8 will be crowned finalists, while the rest of them will be dragged off the race. And on day 3, our finalists enter the final stage, sprinting for victory and the steamed 20-point benchmark. Once a player has reached 20 points, they put the rest of the lobby in check and must win 1 more game to cross the finish line and be proclaimed our hero, the Runeterra Reforged Champion.
Replay claims the championship!
Tune in November 3rd to find out what dangers our heroes will face at the end of the road.
And one very last thing to mention, on day 3 for the Checkmate format, new edition, there will be a hard cap on 8 games. It's going to be a fail-safe. We want this to be a marathon, but not exactly an ultra marathon, so it will end at 8 games no matter what.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that for one. I'm sure most people are, and especially the players. But we are going to be talking about just those now. We have an amazing player field, 32 players coming through from all of the regions all around the world. And there's a couple of new and a couple of returning players. All in all, 13 players that have been to the championship before.
And there's only one player that's actually been on the championship 3 times in a row, which is Tech Summer. So there's a lot of new blood coming into the TFT.
Yeah, I think the big thing to pay attention to are who are the favorites that are returning. I think we have to look at a few players in particular. One from Korea, it has to be Bobe. This guy is really dominant in the stats across the board and has the respect around the world in terms of being an elite of the elite. Title is back. He was so close to winning the Dragonlance Championship back in set 7. Can he find revenge? And then we also have Wasianiverson returning from North America, back-to-back worlds in his second full set competing. How high is the ceiling for a player of this caliber?
And I could go on with these names. There are so many players on this list that I would love to go into detail, but we're going to do just that, starting us off with a region that has already won my heart yesterday night. They published a song, and I think it's so cool.
So
Brazil, Payad.
Brazil's community is amazing, and I think this set is a set that they can actually prove themselves. They've been struggling to get back into the success that they had in set 3, but with someone like Ego, I think Ego has a really good chance. It's considered one of the favorites from Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Latam being so close to Brazil. You already mentioned Tech Summers, but he's not the only player we should watch out, right?
I mean, we have a track record of sending people to finals. We have already talked about Tech Summer, but also Altenau was in the finals at set 6. And well, Michael, he's a young talent. He can make it as well.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see them come back. 3 players from LATAM, all of them have been to the championship before. The only other region that has that same level of prestigious O's, we're going to talk about them in just a little bit. But first, let's hear about the heavy hitters coming from Japan and Korea, Panna.
Yeah, I mean, Fernando already mentioned it, Title. I think he's a player that won the respect of all of his peers internationally after his second place performance in the Set 7 Dragonlance Championship. He's back now in Set 9, was a winner for the Japan qualifiers. And Kess, kind of the opposite story in some ways. He's the only player, I believe, bringing Poro to the tournament this weekend, which has very high highs, yes, but also very low lows.
Why didn't anyone tell him?
When it comes to variance at 2-1. So we'll see how that'll fare. And for
gosh.
Korea, you mentioned Bobe, one of the favorites, I think, Fardan.
Yeah, Bobe rank 1 global for a couple of sets. Also was able to hold simultaneously not 1 but 2 accounts with 2,000 LP at the same time, which is really hard just to do it one time, right? North America, it's never been done. And speaking of NA, Bobe has also finished rank 1 in North America. So he's pretty much the player. If you're respecting, Hwanmei of China, Setsuko of North America, Bobe of Korea really has that prestige. Then you look at other underdogs like Cosmo, Pana, Kam Sen-jong. These are also players that have been around the competitive scene for a long time. I kind of wish Bebe was up here on the couch to kind of brag
We'll hear
about
from
Korea.
him later.
Because
Don't worry about
the past 2 championships, Bebe's like, no, Korea's not going to win. This championship, Bebe is singing the praises from atop the rooftop saying Korea is #1. on, they are going to win maybe not just the League of Legends World Championship, but also the TFT Championship as well.
Yeah, you're so right. I think I've heard Bobe's name so many times. I'm dreaming of it as well. Bebe has been all about it. But we need to mention all of the other regions as well. Speaking about maybe a little bit of the mystery players like Cosmo Panda and Kansung Yong, we also have new players from the Chinese region, Froden. Talk to me about the mystery challengers.
If Korea is the favorite, then what is of China? China is a big mystery box because half their players qualified through JOC, which is their mobile circuit. That's right, they had half their players for the championship qualifier be from mobile and half from PC, which has actually led to a big divide in terms of whether or not, one, it's like fair for the PC players, but two, is China actually sending their best players? Now, if you look at some of the others that have actually competed for a while, like Hangxing, Qingro, these players have actually been competing for quite some time. In fact, some of the most accomplished mobile players did make it to the championship. So it's really about whether or not you think mobile TFT can hang with PC, which I'm starting to believe that these mobile players are legit. You watch their regionals, they clearly know what they're doing. And also, if you ask any person whether or not it's easy to play at high-level challenger on mobile TFT, the answer is no. It's so hard. The execution is really difficult. So in some ways, maybe these guys actually are just as good, if not mechanically better, because of all the crazy execution you have to do on mobile.
But we do have to point out one of the players from China that actually has competed in the past, Hong Lian. He's back from set 8, if I remember correctly. He
Running
was
it
top
back.
10. He actually has a really good shot of making it an ace. Well, ace is a Chinese world champion. You can't overlook that.
Yeah, we have a lot of amazing players coming through, but of course, there is one region that is kind of new to the championship circuit. They made a showing for the first time in set 8, and they're here once again. They've been showing up amazingly strong, and I'm so impressed with SEA Panda.
Yeah, SEA, I think the one big name to mention is going to be Piva. He's someone that's been rank 1 global last set, this set as well. He's been dominating the Vietnamese ladder. He dominated the SEA qualifiers until the very end, where Foman was actually the one to win in that checkmate format for Thailand. 3 players overall. Last set, we had YBY finish 3rd in the World Champs in their first ever debut on the world stage. So I think this could be a region that we definitely have to watch out for this weekend.
Speaking of regions, you have to watch out for this region. It's coming through Oath, mate. Like Australia, Oath, they're back. They're sending 2 players that have been here for set 7 at the World Championship. Once again, Tamura and Huey coming through. I've been on the sidelines, if not on the playing field, cheering them on, and they're so amazing. I have really, really high hopes for Tamura specifically, and Oath as a region has an amazing track record.
Yeah, I think people love the humor of the region because they don't take themselves that seriously either. They know TFT is a fun, ridiculous game, but even the jokes and the humor within the scene makes them very endearing. It's almost like a very tight-knit community that as soon as you join in supporting them, they welcome you and very inclusive, which I really love. And also, the thing is about OC is that at these championships, pound for pound, they really punch above their weight class. They usually only get like a couple representatives every single championship, and yet they've almost made it to every single final lobby. And so, OC, can they make another deep run? Tamura is back. He was basically 1 or 2 points off of making another final lobby. Can he get revenge from the Dragonlance Championship where he felt like it was just 1 or 2 small decisions and he would have been in that top 8 contention?
I mean, TFT is O's best internationally performing game, so they're back to claim it once more. I'm just saying.
Wow, yes, that is true.
With that, though,
even OC can win TFT. Wow.
Hold up. What do you mean even?
I'm just translating what you're saying.
Coming to Berlin, though, because that's where the EMEA players are, and they're not alone. There is an audience, but we have a video here of our guys, and I was watching this.
They're so tough.
Unironically, I was watching this like 10 seconds before we went live, and I was just squealing. Fangirling.
I was already hyped.
He's trying not to laugh. Dark Eye just trying not to laugh.
You can't show me this video. I'm going to get too hyped now. I think we're sending an elite roster of players, but look at this. They mean business, Frodan. I don't know if you know this, but
This is
EMEA.
Volta. Don't crack your knuckles, man. They're going to turn to dust.
Look at the face. He's trying to be the villain.
Oh, he's not trying. He's going to be the villain.
Look at him. He's challenging
Come at me.
you.
Come at me, bro.
I love it.
See what I got.
Well, EMEA, I will just be the first to say it. This is one of their strongest rosters they've sent in quite some time. That being said, I don't want to steal all of Panda's thunder. Tell us, who exactly do you think is the favorite amongst EMEA? It feels like there's actually a lot of good players to pick from.
It's a very interesting mix because we have Volta, legendary name. I don't have to even introduce him because he's been around for so long and he's been performing for so long. He's made it to Worlds 2 times before. This is his third time. So can have a great and deep run. But looking at Dark Hydra, set 1, he was the scariest player on EU West for 3 sets. Took a big break, came back in set 8. I don't think he's even surpassed his old form and is now playing at a really high level. Wet Jungler, similar story. Very, very young player, 19 right now.
Yeah.
Last 2 sets, I think he's been the most consistent player when it comes to ladder performances and tournament performance. So I think he'll be the #1 dark horse in this tournament.
Yeah, and then there's also Zyko, who I think a lot of people remember from the Fates Championship back in set 4. Infamously in North America, he's known as the guy that should have won the Fates Championship over 8-lane jaywalking and potentially gone back-to-back for EMEA. Can he actually make up for that now that he's finally got that breakthrough? Because he only started competing again in set 6 for the Gizmos and Gadgets. Now has finally made it back to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. I want to see him get redemption because there's some analysts in North America that particularly have a bone to pick with this guy.
In fairness, he played a lot of multicasters in our regionals, and many people were, giving him some slack for it, saying like, oh, it's the only thing why he's here. He has been proven on the EOS wet letter that he can do much better, much consistently. He has a way to find edges that I am very impressed with, and I think he is going to be able to showcase just that. But also, I want to share a little bit of insight because there is a German competitive Discord that I infiltrated, and every single time before there's a tournament where German players are, they send like a copy pasta of like good luck to all of the Germans competing. And I sent that in there this morning while I was getting ready, and the first person to reply with the copy pasta was actually Dark Hydra himself.
What a meme. He's awake and ready to go. If he has to cheer himself on, he'll do it. Whatever it takes to win, Mix.
I'm down with that, but there is one more region, and we cannot overlook them. They're the reigning world champions, Ronan. Talk to me about America.
Oh, North America. I mean, we are defending champions. I think a lot of people are saying this is the weakest lineup we've sent on paper because the headliner is kind of a sophomore, essentially, right now in his rookie set. But at the same time, I want to say one thing. This group of players have really come together, and they've worked harder than any other group that I've seen go to the World Championship for North America before. In the past, it felt like individuals who were really great, but they either split off or they only came together at the last second. We've only had 3 days to prepare since the North American regionals finished. And since then, night and day and night, they're VOD reviewing, they're sending messages, they're getting on calls, talking through plays, helping each other through scrims. I've never seen such a group of players actually bond in such a short period of time. So I would say that while this is no actual complete star-studded field of North American players that people expected, I do feel like this is the hardest they've ever worked, and maybe that can come through in the results.
Honestly, I think out of the American players, there is one we kind of need to mention. Wasianiverson has a track record for set 9 competitive that is equal with Bobe, and that is something you cannot overlook. So I'm really excited to see those players out there. But let's see if you guys actually believe in your regions, because we do have a prediction video ready. Let's watch that. My winner prediction is going to be Title from Japan. He came second just in a previous championship.
Bobe is definitely going to be the champion for this set 9. He is a player that knows how to play everything.
Wasianiverson from North America. I think in Monsters Attack Championship, he learned a lot of valuable lessons that he's going to put together for a deep run this event.
All right, I think Title might be my favorite to win. It's really anyone's game, but Title's been in a few championships, and I think he's got a real shot this time with the meta.
I think the 3 Latin American players could win it, but if I have to choose one, I'll go for Michael. He's the champion of LATAM and the most consistent player of them all.
I'm going to go with Liquid Current X. He's had his best set ever in set 9. He's already won 2 tournaments in North America. Let's make it a 3rd internationally. He's an absolute beast.
My pick for winner is Title. He did amazingly in Dragonlance. People were disappointed he wasn't at Monsters Attack. Now he's back in it again at Runeterra Reforged. I think he's going to take it all.
Ace, I think he's a Chinese player. He's been popping off in the qualifiers. I think it's China. You can't kind of discard them. I think he might be the victor this time around. But for my dark horse, I'm going to pick Wet Jungler from EMEA. He's been a dark horse even in the EMEA scene. I think he applies for that same title
the dark horse has to be Ego Illusions. I think Brazil has a very strong roster and he has the power to actually make it.
Tamura from O's from Australia. I love that region so much. They're the coolest people, and I'm sure Tamura is going to ace it with O's on top.
Toronto, Tokyo, I think he's the definition of a dark horse. He had no expectations coming into regionals, but a bunch of players were still rating him highly. He's an absolute beast. His prep is insane, and his mental is iron. He's going to pop off.
T-Lights from North America. He's a player that not many people know of, but he's actually one of the main practice partners of reigning world champion Replay.
Dark Hydra, of course. You know, Amir definitely got some new faces coming in, but I think Germany have got a lot to prove on the world stage, and he's the one to do it.
I'm going to go with Connor is me. You know, I think he's going to try to get NA their second title, and he played a lot of multicasters in regionals, which has fallen out of favor in 13-21.
Kurum X has been practicing a lot of strong tempo strategies, and I think that his passion is definitely going to take a good spot in the top 8s.
Nice form.
Makes said something about cheering for our own players. You didn't pick any EMEA players in your prediction?
Listen, I am avoiding the caster curses. I've been called out by the German community one time. One time I picked them, they went dead last. I'm not doing it anymore. I will stay away from EMEA and Germany, and I will not use my powers for evil.
We have the same game plan, so I'm glad we're on the same page, mates.
Oh no, I'm giving my full power to Latam.
Blessing.
They know that I usually caster curse everyone, but I think
All right.
we're past that.
You trained them is what you're
course.
saying. But let's speak about our meta, because that's something the players need to train. Well, I hope they did by this time. It's kind of late. Let's hear about the legends, Froden.
Sure. So I think the most thing that you're going to be seeing this weekend will be Earth, primarily because of the power of emblems. I think the vertical traits, which means stacking higher, you go 2, 4, 6 Shurima all the way to 9, you go all the way up to 9 Noxus, you go 9 Demacia. That's going to be what a lot of players are looking for and the portals that they're going to be choosing. And so pay attention closely to stage 1 in particular. What are the units that are going to be putting onto their board? Because remember, Ancient Archives and Tome of Chase specifically chooses the round before you open it, not the round that you choose to open it. And so on 1-4, pay attention to the traits on the left-hand side. They're going to have to mix and match based off their items, based off the portal, and based off their spots. And the most important thing is, well, then people can avoid being contested. Sometimes you have 3 people take a Demacian emblems and you just feel like you're in the Mordekaiser lottery or the Fiora lottery. Can players avoid that? And then who's going to be going off the script with some of these other legends?
I think there are a couple legends that you can actually use. Last time I especially used a lot of Ornn and Ezreal. You were mentioning a lot of stage 1 and how you have to focus on that. Ornn and Ezreal just focus on stage 2, trying to just win out, have a lot of items, and build out on that tempo that we just like to mention it. And actually, since a lot of the Earth players aren't really having a lot of strong early games due to just tailoring, having a lot of one-stars, they can take advantage of that.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to say is that 4 costs are back. I think a lot of people talking about re-rolling was like too strong because multicaster's tempo was just too high, and then you also do Cho'Gath re-roll and Rogues re-roll. There's a lot of different things that you could do that still might make a splash, but for the most part, it's a lot about Mordekaiser and Azir this weekend, plus any other 4 cost that can shine in the right spot.
Yeah, mention it already.
Oro was mentioned.
Yeah.
Oro, for example, I think there's going to be maybe only one player cast a Japanese player. Maybe also Tex might be forging his own path as well. We'll have to see with Lee Sin. But I'm very interested in the kind of very out there options.
Yeah, that's the
no, man. Oh, what are you going to do? Trace
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, my.
Secret sauce is that?
That's a big question I have. The entire meta is about 4 costs, but what about those 3-star free costs? And maybe they can actually show up. Misfortune, for example, maybe Vel'Koz can be useful. We've seen a couple of maybe a Darius out there.
The dark text, the real dark text.
Maybe it's a little too dark for the championship, but hey, we'll see.
I mean, listen, for today and tomorrow, they have 12 games to get through. There is no point reset. If they try something that they maybe held back in the scrims, they will learn fast whether or not it's working, and then there's still time to adapt. Of course, cutoff is going to be pretty strong with only the top 8 players making it to day 3, but I think we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting stuff.
I think the other thing to really pay attention to is lobby tempo, and what that means for people who have never heard that term in TFT is how fast and aggressive are people spending their resources to get their board stronger. Because when you look at some of these other regions like China and Korea and even parts of Southeast Asia, they're traditionally known to be a lot more aggressive and try to spend their gold to make their board stronger early at the expense of late game power. But compare that to EMEA, for example, one of the greediest regions out there. They just don't like spending their gold because they want to play for max cap potential. And so how do these players reconcile? It might shift depending on who's in their lobby. Maybe it's going to be something that's dependent on the legend complexion. Like, hey, if there's everyone playing Earth, maybe I can afford to take it a little bit slow and just try to roll in stage 4. That's going to be what's really interesting. And then the final piece, how does this all transfer to something like checkmate? Because checkmate means you have to play for first, but you also have to get the points on. So does that mean that some people are going to be playing 2 legend strategies, saying like, hey, if I need to play for first, I'm going to shift to Earth, but otherwise I'm going to try Lee Sin. We'll see what ends up happening.
I don't like that tone, Dan.
That's the best part about legends. Whether you love them or hate them, they do provide some interesting preparation and strategies before an event.
I love that. But what I also love is hearing that our casters are ready, and we are going to send you over there for game number 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Just tuning in, of course. We are in the aftermath of the Monsters Attack Championship. And of course, China's hold on the top of TFT was broken. The floodgates were open. All of our regions finishing in the top 12. And of course, we do have NA and Replay to thank for that.
Yeah, I mean, NA, potentially still on top. As Dan said, people are a little bit concerned for the region, but they've been working really hard, and I'm excited for them. And we've even got, my 2 picks, my favorite and dark horse in our upcoming lobby. Very excited to watch Kurama and Toronto Tokyo. But also, this lobby features Bobe, and Bebe, I mean, Dan was alluding to it. We definitely need to hear what you have to say about it.
2,000 LP player, rank 1, NA, rank 1, Korea, our little boy genius and the pride of Korea, Bobe, and it's not just one. We have the rank 1 gold player right now, Piva from Vietnam, battling it out in the same lobby. This lobby is going to be very exciting.
As I said, we've got an incredible array of talent coming in for our first lobby. And of course, we're reading across multiple lobbies across the day as well. Do you want to mention Piva? Do you want to bring up, of course, Southeast Asia, as was mentioned on the desk before, joining the championship as of the last one and doing incredibly well for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You can never count them out, right? We've got Kess in this lobby. Poro mentioned. We may see that. Also, potential strange legend picks coming through. You heard Tech Summer's Lee Sin alluded to trying to punish the potential low tempo of Earth players, trying to tailor where he just goes for 2 stars. We'll see if it ends up working out for Tex, if he even commits to that strategy. But I'm very interested because he's at 3 finals in a row. He got 6th at Monsters Attack, the only top 8 player returning from the previous set. So I don't know. I'm really interested to see what Tex has cooked up.
I mean, I'm also very excited for Tech Summers, who has been Worlds 3 times in a row. And honestly, Kurumix is at top form right now. I've never seen Kurumix as a player that's played since set 1, but I've never seen him this strong in this championship.
All right, let's get the Runeterra Reforged Championship started with our game 1. We'll find out in just a second where our portal will be headed. But I want to throw in, of course, from Amir's side of things, Wet Jungler coming into the championship. Like so many players looking to prove themselves for the first time on the world stage.
So we have to look at exactly what legends did each player bring. And I think the current portal is that Ixalcon?
It looked like it says Ishtal coming up. I saw Cardinal.
Yes, that will be confirmed in a second. We'll
Cardinal Arcology. So
there
this
we
is,
go.
Silver Gold and then Prismatic. We got
so Cardinal is actually a portal that destroys Earth players because you're forced to gamble for that one random spat for that legend. So let's see if there's any other legend in the lobby that can abuse that to their advantage.
Yeah, of course, we'll be keeping our eyes out. We've had it mentioned multiple times there are different ways to approach the game, even if Earth is the most popular. I mean, Cass, if you're in this position, as Barry said, you've got a chance at a random emblem. Do you want to take that kind of chance?
So I actually think some of the more flexible Earth players are going to be a lot more open to this. They've got the Reforger, so they still at least have one reroll if they do hit something they really don't want. I mean, I'm thinking, Bastion, something people don't like playing around right now. Invoker, people don't really like playing around either. So we might see those get rerolled. Toronto Tokyo has put a lot of work into playing Earth in contested lobbies. That was his main line of focus after a pretty rough final day at the regionals where he felt like the high volume Earth lobbies became very tough for him. So I know he focused on a lot of the more niche lines during his prep, and maybe that comes into a play and we see him take that branching out.
I mean, one thing that the viewers need to notice right now, that since it's a silver start lobby, the lobby is going to be very low cost unit focused. So let's see how the players bring up the early game. And is he picking that? Branching out.
You know he wants to take the gamble. This is such, of course, we're looking ultimately to cut to our top quarter of players. There can be no mistakes made. We have got a lot of branching outs, but we've got a few other interesting options creeping in as well.
Yeah, and Vanquisher was picked up by Bobe, it looks like there on the top left corner from that branching out. So we are seeing quite a few branching outs be grabbed. I believe Toronto Tokyo also did take that. So we're just going to have to look through and see what we ended up getting. And it looks like Tech Summers is on that Lee Sin and took the bronze ticket. So going to be looking for those early rerolls, get some extra tempo going with the upgrades.
There are some really scary boards right now. I think I see a man with the Boppy 2 and a Jinx 2. We're looking at Bobe's board though, however. Okay, so Bobe's playstyle is this. He loves losing until stage 2-4. He does not care about winning then. He gets the first Carousel priority, and then he checks the items that creeps at 2-7. Then he decides what comp to go for, usually. Let's see if he wants to stick with Vanquish or not.
This is a really nice start though for Bobe. Actually having the Shojin slam. We've seen kind of Shojin Karma with the Vanquisher be a quite powerful pairing for this composition, especially when playing for those early top fours, but also it's one of the kind of versions of the Vanquisher comp that's been able to cap out and win lobbies when you can have the Karma go into those other two.
Yeah, and it's working pretty well so far just to make sure that Bobe doesn't take too harsh losses. Certainly the single target damage is to be respected, but we've got plenty more to pay attention to. So it looks like the Slayer emblem will be the reroll choice for Wet Jungler.
This is an LOL moment for the Earth player right now. Slayers are really strong during the late game, but for the early mid game, it does look like an awkward setup. So he put a Morelos and Slayer spat onto Ashe because it is the most optimal, but we shall see if this is going to be good or not.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels tough. We'll see if he can win streak. It did look like he found some upgrades. We see the Poppy 2. We've also got the Samira 2 in the backline. So it's only 2 Slayer on the synergies, but at least having upgraded units, he shouldn't take too heavy of losses, especially since he was able to slam items. Some other players may not feel like they're in a spot to slam yet.
I do want to take note here that what was teased has come to pass. Tech Summers has in fact brought Lee Sin into this game from the very beginning, so that's a whole conversation we need to get into.
Okay, I want to break down the Lee Sin stress. So what you want to do right now with Lee Sin is that you want to use Lee Sin to get early 3-cost carries, and the best one to go for right now is going to be Bilgewater Misfortune. Pi has been talking about this strategy for so long during the preparation of the tournament. I am excited to see what deck Tech Summers is going to end up with.
Yeah, and we've actually seen quite a bit of Misfortune in the scrims. It's been doing relatively well, kind of middling results. What you'd expect from a 3-cost carry. It doesn't seem too overpowered, but it's definitely a strong way to go when trying to play for top 4. Actually, the Brazilian players have heavily been prioritizing it, so it's interesting to see it here as Tech Summers has been preparing with a lot of international players, right? He doesn't just prepare in LATAM, so you may find a mix of strategies from the different regions kind of in Tech Summers play.
There's not Tech Summers is not the only player who's bringing out something a little bit unusual here. Kez, of course, the other Japanese player alongside the legendary title coming to this one, known as an adaptive player, has brought out Poro, which we know is not a popular choice amongst our players for the most part.
Okay, now Piva's board right now is terrifying. He's got 2 1-cost 2-star range sword carries in the back, and a Taric and Sway in the front with 4 swords already. That is a really hefty start.
So while we jump on Carousel, I actually want to bring up Kurum because he was someone we were questioning which legend he would end up playing. Kurum's really known for this top 4 style, very safe play, playing around a lot of high tempo. So Ezreal and Ornn were the expectations, but we saw him practicing a lot of Earth and trying to play a little bit outside of his comfort zone, but we saw him experimenting a lot, finding some good success on lines that were less popular, and so we see him on the Earth and taking branching out, and so it's kind of a test to see, is Kurum going to succeed heavily on a style that isn't exactly what we attribute to Kurum?
Now, keeping an eye out, we've got a little display on the right-hand side showing us a few extra pieces of information as well. We noted, of course, Bobe going for the Vanquisher early on. We have got ourselves a Strategist emblem in the mix as well, so we know that Azir is very likely on the table as well for this game.
This is really cool from like Kermix here. He got the Freljord stat, which isn't really ideal, but he does notice that going for 3 Freljords into maybe a Nyla carry is a top-tier deck, so he might be considering that out, and he does prepare his itemization for it, but will he have the HP and resources sorts to get there.
Yeah, it's kind of unique, actually. He's got the RFC and an extra bow, which is pretty rare unless you're on the Twisted Fate to be able to have 3 bows this early on. And that's a composition that generally you need to get 5 bows, but the fact that he has 3 of them on 2-5, it's actually quite reasonable that Kurum can get the full composition online without needing that Twisted Fate Legend to do so.
Yeah, fascinating start for Kurum. And instead, we'll be able to soften loss much like we saw from before with the use of the Cassiopeia Itemize. The Slayers, though, are looking a little bit scary. Do know, though, coming close to the end of the second round, Piva and Beta both on win streaks.
Yep, Piva and Beta on the win streaks. We're going to have to see if they fight each other going into Krugs, but also it looks like Kurum and Bobe are on pretty big loss streaks. It does seem like those will be full, and if they run into each other as well, that's another big inflection point here for the economy of these players.
So we got 2 players fighting for the win streak, 2 players fighting for the loss streak, and now we got Tech Summers, who's right in between with, what is this deck? Does anyone know?
They look like multicasters.
Looks like squids.
This is something we've seen a little bit.
Okay, so the legendary squid comp from Tech Summers. Let's go.
Well, I mean, multicasters, we're certainly familiar enough with them from the previous patch. Guys, talk to me. You know, if we do see multicasters coming out here for Tech Summers, is this going to be viable post-nerf?
Well, the problem in this lobby is that there's 2 win streakers with win streak gold and 2 loss streakers with loss streak gold, right? So Tech Summers, who's a player right in between, won't really have much of an edge, which is that thing. But oh, the fight.
Yeah.
Beta versus Piva.
Gonna be pretty close.
Oh, the Orianna does ult. Oh no, that's a Silk kill.
The Jhin got there. Takes that win, so Piva not going to be able to hold on to that win streak. Beta does, so going to have a big inflection of economy, and both of our loss streakers continued their streaks as well.
I mean, it's kind of funny how we're looking at Beta versus Piva for the win streak, but it's actually Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah, he's got one.
That suddenly is a 4 win streak when no one is noticing. I think that's actually quite interesting to see.
All right, so as I said, we're going to be expecting, of course, our gold augment coming in next. But based on what we've seen so far, how do you guys feel like, you know, they're talking on the desk about the tempo of the lobby. Where are we right now? Are we going super fast or nice and chill?
Well, I think this is a very normal start. We got 2 people on the win streak like around. Everybody did a good job managing their HP except for Bobe and Kurum, but Bobe and Kurum want to lower their HP at least until stage 3-4 so they can get the priority to first Kurizel. So looking like a very normal tempo pace like a lobby so far.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Kurum usually likes to play win streak, so this is, you know, not exactly what we see Kurum on often. However, with the way he's trying to play towards that Neela, as you mentioned, he needs more bows, he needs the carousel priority, and by actually lose streaking successfully, he should be able to do fine with all this economy because his items are going to be very online, and getting that 3 Freljord will be sweet.
All right, we're checking with Toronto, Tokyo with the Strategist emblem. As noted before, we can already see we've seen some good itemization coming across other players. But Toronto, Tokyo has already got pretty well set up for that Azir later on.
This is an amazing build-up from Toronto, Tokyo. We have a good front line with Strategists, and we actually have the Fire Ixtal to do bonus damage. A lot of people underestimate the Fire Ixtal, but it actually doubles the damage output of your team. He's going to go up against Piva. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, he's going up against Piva, trying to continue this win streak. Piva did just recently lose, though his board was still quite strong as he was win streaking most of stage 2. Looks like he can't stand up to Toronto, Tokyo. I also want to call out, you talked about the Misfortune line being open as potentially something one of our players was going for. Toronto, Tokyo's itemization, alongside having the Strategist emblem, actually looks like it is leaning towards playing that Misfortune as well, potentially maybe going even more vertical instead of re-rolling it and using the Nashor's Tooth for a Azir, but still itemizing Misfortune with the blue buff.
I mean, his options are very open, and now we're going to go into second gold augment of the lobby. This gold augment here is going to decide a lot of direction. This is the point when players are deciding what composition they're going for. Is there anything you guys see in Spectacular that's good?
So dedication from Bobe as a potential.
Oh,
we've seen
that's
this from
good.
Earth players quite a bit. The thing is, though, is Bobe was on the Vanquishers and Ionia, so maybe he could get 5 Ionia in, get an Ionia, and we see the +1 Ionia, +1 Vanquisher. I think that's been pretty big for a lot of players.
We have some interesting ones coming through there. I believe we've got shoplifting creeping in there for Toronto, Tokyo. We'll keep an eye out for who the next one will be because, of course, we are looking forward to Prismatic to end out our augments for this lobby so the players' boards will continue to build in strength.
Okay, not bad. He has his main base. He has his itemization components. He has direction. He's found an early 4-cost 1-star, so he's going to minimize his losses until stage 3-5, get the priority on the Kurizel, then he's going to roll down level 7, looking for his Zaya and his Karma 2-star. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Bobe can actually get there, right? Because he's going to be taking taking some big losses right now as we've seen him not actually be able to find any upgrades just naturally throughout the progression of the game. So it's going to be looking for finding 5 Ionia, getting it in for the, or 4 Ionia, getting it in for the dedication, and then trying to go from there. I wanted to call it quickly as we saw all of the augments, Wet Jungler also going for dedication. So we'll be looking for the vertical traits out of Wet Jungler and Bobe this game.
Now, never forget, as you play into this game, your third augment is guaranteed to be a prismatic, so you do need to use that to your advantage while you play out the mid game.
All right, so checking in on our status overall. Beta still up at the top, undefeated. One of our Chinese players, of course, taking a little bit of a backseat to Ace in terms of people's expectations, but certainly showing up pretty huge in this first lobby.
Absolutely. Taking a look, Tech Summers, Capricious Forge on this Nautilus in the front line. Is playing into this. It does feel like this is that MF line you were talking about.
So this is the legendary tempo strat where you all in at 3 or 3-2 for 3 cost carry, so you can save as much HP as possible at stage 3. You never know what's going to happen after stage 4. If you save HP now, then maybe the players that are weak will die off fast, and that guarantees you a good placement.
So I want to open up the question to you both specifically. In terms of overall approach to the competition, are you more in favor of players playing mostly top 4 or mostly 1st or 8th?
I think I prefer the top 4 strategy. I think playing for tempo early on is going to be very good. If you can top 4 every single game, you're probably going to make it into that top 8, and then you can, from there, if you need to adjust your strategy, you can. When you're playing the more 1st or 8th, it's looking for those high rolls. It's a much tougher spot to be in overall.
This is an amazing lobby. We have Mordekaiser with the Rod. We have Nyla. There were so many Vanquisher players, so that Nyla's also a very important pick. And we also have Nasus as a frontline, so we have some quality forecasts ready.
So Wet Jungler actually has a Demacia emblem, so that Slayer early game, but then being able to transition it into like 7 Demacia for Slayer. And as you mentioned, prismatic lobby on the 3rd one because it's Cardinal Arcology. We might be able to see Wet Jungler even pick up a 2nd Demacia emblem and can play for that 9 Demacia, that heavy, heavy spike.
Okay, this is the most important stage of the game. This is when players level, they start rolling down. Bobe's fate is decided on this one roll down here. Karma 2-star, any forecast, any Shens? Shen, we got a Shen, nice. Can we add anything else here? Darius to Zaya. Korea's winning worlds.
That's all it takes. You just need the right luck at the right time. Bobe going to be pretty pleased. Going to turn around this very long loss streak. Is on 39 HP along with Kermax. Both of them still in a dangerous situation.
Okay, Bobe is not out of the rest spot yet. If you look at his items very carefully, there is no tank items. Sword, crit bow, only 1 bell. So his front line is in trouble at the moment. He does need to figure out how to overcome this, maybe with the 3rd prismatic.
Yeah, I mean, and even with his gold augment, which isn't even an augment yet because he hasn't procced the dedication, but he will get it here. He will be able to get the Ionia and actually start playing 6 Ionia, start leaning towards those Vanquishers. The fact that Bobe finds the win with all those upgrades is quite nice because this is still playing down an augment until the next round.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, of course, that will be against Beta, who is no longer win streaking, no longer undefeated. Toronto Tokyo moving up into 1st place. It does look like now is the time for our players on low HP to try and resurge into the game.
And we were just worried that Bobe did not have front lane, but a Scion. Booyah! All right. Wet Jungler's board.
And this, of course, was the one that you were talking about, Kat. The stars really aligning here for Wet Jungler to put out something truly special.
Yeah, he actually finds the Mordekaiser, and he also has this champion duplicator on the bench. So there's a lot of what you can do with that. I'm interested, though, Bebe. Would you just use this for tempo as soon as you find a 2nd Mord, or do you look for a higher cap with something like a Belveth 2, a 5 cost that's upgraded?
So right now, I think going for the Econ choice is a bit more better. So you want to use it to save your rerolls. If you get a Mord 2-star instantly, you can save your rerolls and use that to out-level. So I think the Nico choice will be used, especially because of how much damage he's taking. Toronto Tokyo is so strong right now. Is that shoplifting?
Yeah, it is. So he's going for Econ, and he's still strong. It's an Econ trade that he's still powerful with, and he's still carrying this Melio all the way into the late stages of Stage 3, and it's working out. Toronto Tokyo at the top of the line. This is the Toronto Tokyo we saw on day 1 and day 2 of the regional.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Toronto Tokyo, because, of course, you know, we know as a player who's been able to find themselves success in many other games, but TFT is still relatively new territory. You know, how high are your expectations for Toronto?
So Toronto Tokyo, I mean, I picked him as my dark horse, and the reason being is that he's been on this massive upward trajectory. All of the tournaments throughout the set were relatively poor performances, but they were ramping up until the LCQ, where he finished 2nd. And generally, we don't have high expectations of our LCQ players going into regionals, but a lot of players were ranking him in their top 5 very highly, thought he was so good, and then he came in and topped the AVP on day 1 and day 2, and it got him in even though he bombed out on day 3.
So we're looking at Toronto Tokyo's board right now, but I'm worried about one thing, and it's that his board that he wants to end with, probably this Bilgewater Misfortune Tech, is not on his board. So he's going to tailor the augments. So the augments that he gets, the 4-2, a Prismatic Augment, might be irrelevant to his board, so I'm a bit worried about that. Let's see.
We do have Tech Summers locking down the 3-star Vel'Koz, so we get a little bit closer to confirming our suspicions from before. For Toronto, though, a lot of money in the bank and a big old win streak. You have to wonder how long that can last.
Right, he's going up against Kurum. The items for the Neela are quite good. It doesn't look like he ended up getting enough bows to go double rapid fire, but Quicksilver is still quite a strong item. And finally, Toronto Tokyo's win streak will be stopped, but it was still a close fight. You know, good loss. It's basically a win.
Okay, so far the games have been very equal. Now this Prismatic is going to be the finishing touch. What Prismatic we have to watch is shown for each player. All right. Anything spectacular in mind, guys? There's
yeah, I'm
tacticians tools.
looking around. I mean, Tex has what the Forge offered, which is interesting when playing Vel'Koz.
Gotta love it.
Because of how good Ornn artifacts can be on that carry, but I'm curious if we'd see that direction happen.
I also think we need to explain to the viewers why there's so many Ursa grab bags, because Ursa grab is a component that gives you a spatula and an ecos, which is amazing.
Yeah, Spatula going to help out quite a bit. I missed Wet Jungler's pick. He had Tactician's tools, so he is potentially going to be able to put an extra unit on the board, or he can look to find additional emblems. It looks like he slammed the Tac Crown immediately, so looking to go vertical. If he finds a random Demacia emblem later, he wins the game. So that actually is a win condition for Wet Jungler.
Oh, baby, that is a big Mordekaiser right there. Oh, and
it was what the Forge. He took it. Wow. Yeah. Look, and he's got a DFG and Sniper's Focus on his 3-star Vel'Koz. That's insane. Man, that's crazy good.
All right, throwback composition coming here for Tech Summers. He is on a good amount of HP. The backline, of course, well equipped with all of those Ornn items, but the question still remains up against some very powerful balls in this lobby if the multicasters have still got what it takes post-nerf.
Now, I know this may seem like a pro play, but multicasters scale insanely well for an Ornn itemization, especially Deathfire Grabs and Sniper's Focus, so it is actually a viable play.
And the craziest thing is if he hits a Mana Zane, that's the, like, Gigabyss items for a Vel'Koz 3 is to have Sniper's Focus, DFG, and a Mana Zane. And I think that would put Tex in a position to actually win the game, because I think a 3-star Vel'Koz with 4 multis with that itemization is a reasonable comp to find a win.
I'm looking at Kuramex's board, but I think he actually low-rolled this game. I don't see any... I mean, he has a Freljord spec, but he has no Freljords, for one. And he couldn't manage to find his, like, a 4-cost 2-star carry upgrades, like that Nyla as well, too. This is looking really dark.
Yeah, Kuramex out of cash. Hasn't got a win streak rather than a loss streak, so he's going to have to try and make sure these rounds go the way that he wants. You see another side from Beta. We've got the Vanquishers doing a pretty decent job themselves. The only emblem we mentioned from before coming into play on his side of things, as Kuramex will lose the win streak and be left with very little cash to play with.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the Neela's, he's having trouble finding it and putting together the composition, is it's heavily contested, right? Bobe is in this line. We just saw it as well, Beta being in the line. Overall, we do think that, you know, Vanquisher's Ione will be a relatively contested line throughout the tournament because it feels safe to go into. However, when we've got 3-4 players playing it, it's no longer that safe.
All right, we do go into the next curse. There is a decent amount of 5-costs offered in Aatrox and maybe like an Ahri, nothing too special. But I feel like the 4-2 like Prismatic did kind of decide the placements for most of the players here.
One thing I do want to point out for Toronto Tokyo, of course, we saw a little bit before and we stepped away from. We noticed that he was in a very strong position. He's managed to pick up level up as well to turn that big pile of gold he had in pocket into an even more insane late game board.
So Toronto Tokyo was really good at closing out games. He actually managed to find quite a bit of first places. In the first 2 days of regionals, he had a 50% first rate, which is quite incredible. He's very good at capping these boards. So I like to see him going for that, but the fact that he was in Misfortune makes this very interesting. Going for level up, now he's going to push levels and potentially...
Hey, is this guy going level 10?
Yeah,
it feels like he needs to find 5-cost carries to replace this instead now.
I mean, he's got the shoplifting, so he's going to be getting some pretty spicy, expensive units from the shop. Plus 5 gold per turn ain't nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of HP still to chew through, right? 63, it's on stage 4. He's probably losing most of these fights because he's 1-star Misfortune carry on 4-5.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's fine.
I guess the Nico's still popping off, though.
Seems to be sufficient for requirements in this particular instance. Going to be a little bit tight as the Misfortune again. It's horribly vulnerable to any form of damage, but it's not the big loss we would have expected.
It's a very
loss
amazing loss. Like, wow, he only took 1 unit's worth of damage. That means he can lose 10 more fights.
Well, you know, Cass, you're talking about win conditions here. if we're not going to see that much damage being pushed into Toronto Tokyo, who's still up at the top of the table in terms of HP, and with that level up, surely he's on par for first place.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got a good shout for it, right? But the board's not there yet, right? He's got HP, he's got a lot of gold in as far as in levels. It's a matter of can this board strength come together? I mean, what would you be looking for, Bebe, at that point? Because he's on this misfortune, but he's got to move away from that.
Well, Toronto Tokyo is probably just going to go for 5-cost spam with the Ishtal like a bonus, but right now I'm looking at Wet Jungler's board, and I'm slightly worried. He found his Fiora way too late because everybody else did find their upgrades at this point on. Will this be good enough to survive or not? We shall have to see.
Yeah, Casper, we were so excited to see this board coming together. Right now, it seems like it's just maybe barely good enough. The Morkars are surviving for a long time. Quinn coming out with the last shot, but I think it's maybe not quite good enough. No, it will be!
Just gets there.
He's on 16 HP. I am still very afeared of Wet Jungler's chances.
This is massive for Wet Jungler, though. If he can live to the carousel and high roll a Demacia emblem, he can still win this game, right? He just has to be able to get to level 8. That would be, the ability to put in 9 Demacia immediately. So maybe there's a chance for that to happen because he's got this Tactician's crown, but Wet Jungler still, he's got to get there. There's a couple more rounds to go.
I mean, it's an awkward spot. He wants that Fiora too because this huge power spike with the Slayer spec, because Slayer Fiora does a lot of damage. I'm more concerned about Wet Jungler's position because if you put Fiora in the middle, it does tend to get focused out really fast. So you do want Fiora, the melee here, to be at a side location. Let's see if he readapts to his opponents.
Well, guys, talk to me about this here then. We know that for Wet Jungler, there's only going to be 2 lives left in lobby. In terms of what you've been seeing in this lobby so far, are there any boards that Wet Jungler absolutely has to avoid?
There are a lot of boards that he needs to avoid. It's not just 1 or 2. Let's just hope he finds the Fiora really fast, and maybe he can survive long enough, Skrzzle, as Casanova said, to find 9 Demashas.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can eat up some of these Vanquisher boards that haven't been able to fully hit because they're contested. I feel like, Kurum, that was one board that he was able to beat. Potentially, Bobe is weak enough. We haven't seen him in a while, but just I'm thinking of any of the players who were within that line. I think those are the ones that maybe this Demacia can get through.
All right, we're looking at Bobe's board, and as I said, he doesn't have any tank items, right? No armor and a lot of physical damage lobby as well, too. The Karma set up, he's forced to go for a Jewel Gauntlet. Let's see how the fight goes.
Yeah, going to be up against Kez, who is doing pretty well. Note that across the whole lobby, the HP totals are relatively close up into each other. As Bobe's board goes off, one more big ult will clean up the rest, and Bobe stays up as everybody else starts to drop down into the 30s and 20s.
As you can see, this is what we call a glass cannon comp. Everybody just offered a bunch of 80 damage itemization but no tank value, so it's actually really awkward to make it happen.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did exactly what you were saying, right? Those 5 costs. He ends up rolling down actually a massive amount of gold on level 9. I think he econned, a couple more rounds so that he could have a huge roll down. He still had 20 gold, he's still finishing the roll down, but the board is so upgraded.
This guy is gonna get a 5-cost restore at the first game in Worlds. Oh my god, he can later sell his entire board to look for RE3. Whoa!
I really like this here. Toronto's been playing this game out so incredibly well. To spend the money here to make sure that he has got a long-term future in this game, I think it's a good, conservative choice. I mean, his board is just absolutely ridiculous. And Karam X, we said, Wet Jungler and Karam, they're both looking to avoid these big, strong boards. That hasn't happened for Karam.
Yeah, Karam running into Toronto just as he hits on this massive roll down. Fight maybe a little closer than we would have expected. In fact, Toronto Tokyo, after rolling all that gold on 9, hitting all of these 5 costs, still loses to Kuram's Neela Azir board.
Oh, so you're telling me that 140 gold can lose to a 60 gold board? That doesn't make sense.
No, that's not allowed.
It's perfectly balanced.
I've always worked on the assumption if it's worth more in every circumstance. But while that was a good round for Karmax, for Wet Jungler, things are looking a lot more dicey. On 8 HP, did hit that Fiora 2 you were calling for from before, but it may still not be enough.
Gangplank's tilted from the previous fight.
He's just standing.
What are you guys
frozen?
doing?
All right, well, Wet Jungler, right? This could be his final fight. We were talking about making it to the carousel, having an opportunity. I like that he went to level 8. He's preparing himself for the high roll out. If he can hit the 9 Demacia, is good. But he runs into Tex, and Tex now has Trickster's Glass on this Vel'Koz. It is so scary. Look at these multicasters raining down fire, but they're not busting through all of the tanky stats on top of the Demacia, and Wet Jungler will live to the carousel.
Tex Summers actually is opening up a squish shop with all those copies of those a multicast, but they do get one shot in the end. That's why multicasts are off mid at the moment.
Let's have a look and see.
There
We
are
have
emblems.
got emblems. There
No
is not a
Demacia.
Demacia.
Oh.
There are 4 emblems, just not quite the right one. We are moving into the end stage of this game, though. In second place, Beta on 29 HP. Everybody else dropping down dramatically. We should be seeing some eliminations very soon.
Yeah, and it feels like Wet Jungler may be on that list of eliminations very soon. I do love that he played to his out, though, right? He went for that Tactician's tools, knowing that he could get to level 8 and still have 9 available. And if he high rolls the right emblem, he gets there. He was at the bottom. If there's a Demacia emblem on this carousel, he has a chance to win the game.
It's also kind of funny how Piva, who had a full win streak, no, he had like a 4 win streak at stage 2, is now at 8, and he's building to. Oh, Sorks are bad. Oh, don't build Sorks, guys. Like, wow. Full win streak into losing every fight.
It's not looking good. Wet Jungler, Piva, Keds, all on a single life potentially out of this round. They haven't got a chance, or at least Piva is not facing either of them, so it does have a chance to punch up the table and maybe start clawing away some of those 20 HP players.
Yeah, I mean, let's see who he rolls in this fight, right? It could be Tex, it could be Kurum. It's going to be Tex. I don't know if he can stand up to all this damage. It feels like the Sorks are going to be a little too slow to deal with the multis, but as we see, I mean, the Vel'Koz firing away onto the front line. This Taric is living for quite a long time, but finally the front line cracks on both sides. Still that Cassidy remaining, tanking up a little bit. But will the Silco's damage punch through? It's a little too slow, and here comes the Vel'Koz. Piva will be our first to fall alongside Kess. We'll see where the HP ends up. Is it an 8th or a 7th here for Piva?
Oh, 7th at least. At least that early gate tempo gets you a 7 with 4 Sorks.
I mean, that's something, but certainly Piva, one of the most anticipated players coming into this tournament. It's got to be disappointing to start off in the 7th. It's a long road to climb from here, but at least there are plenty more games to make it happen.
Yeah, and Poro not giving us the initial start we might have wanted to see from a unique legend choice. A lot of players moving away from this legend, but Kess used it to success to qualify for the championship and has held strong. Does net an 8th here, and Wet Jungler has held on for a 6th. He's put together 7 Demacia, 6 Slayer. It's a reasonably strong comp.
This is a very reasonably strong comp against another reasonably strong comp. Ionians versus Demacians. Which region is ahead? Let us see. The front line melts so quick.
Oh,
what is that? Queen all one-shot.
It's a big loss. Bobby's going to go down. Bobe's out in 6th.
Wow. If we're talking about players which we would not have expected to bottom for the first game, Bobe will be absolutely at the very top of the list. The HP totals are incredibly close, though, with only Toronto sitting high on 34.
And Wet Jungler has done a really great job clawing back into this game, right? This was looking like a very easy 8th could have come through for Wet Jungler, but he's held on. He's at least got a 5th here, and potentially Beta goes out before him because I think finding that 6th Slayer has made it so that Wet Jungler is actually in a position to top 4.
We can actually see the power output from a 6 Slayer Fiora. The front line just melts down like cotton candy instantly. The only counter in this lobby might be Toronto Tokyo because he's got units that can die, like the Heimerdinger turret or Scion. Let's see how far Wet Jungler can get.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo, you look at the gold. Is he going to 10? Yeah, he is.
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go. Level 10 Toronto Tokyo. He wants to close out this lobby. We got Toronto and Kurum 1-2 right now. I'm excited about my predictions.
Oh no, it's happening all over again. Eddie looking very good. As you know, Toronto Tokyo, a player, which I think is going to receive a lot of praise for this game. Absolutely iron mental, has so healthy, so much gold, set up for success.
Now, Toronto Tokyo is level 10, but I do worry about the value of each unit because he does not have much itemizations, and he doesn't really have a strong setup. So let's see both fights right now.
Yeah, we're watching now, looking at Wet Jungler and Beta on the 2 sides here. Wet Jungler trying to hold on, going up against Kurum, as we see the Mordekaiser falling very quickly to the Azir, and now the Nila gets to the backline, the Azir to finish it off. Wet Jungler will fall, but on the other side, we've got another loss.
Beta looks like to be out there as well. Again, it's going to be a matter of just a few HP. No, Beta's still alive. Let's see where we stand. Tex Summers is out in 5th. Wet Jungler by 2 HP, just as it was before. And Kurumex out in 3rd on exactly 0.
Triple elimination on that game, and now it's heads up, Toronto versus Beta.
Okay, so Beta needs to make the most important decision of his life here. to FF or not to FF?
Oh, come on!
Or not to FF? That is the question.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at this board from beta, and I feel like you're stoked about a second here. It doesn't look bad by any means, but we see these boards go out in 5th. We see these boards go out all the time.
2 more 5-cost 2-stars on the board.
And now he's going up against level 10 Toronto Tokyo. Like, no shot at all.
There's an absolutely huge amount of gold on the other side of the board here in our first game of the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
It's just gone.
Toronto Tokyo sweeps away the field. What a game and what a way to start a championship.
Oh, it's beautiful. That's my boy right there. Toronto Tokyo continuing this upward trend, taking down big lobbies at the NA Regional and now taking down big lobbies at the championship.
Oh my lord, what an incredible game. And hey, we got to see so much of the stuff we're expecting. I'm honestly a little disappointed to see the power not work out quite as well as expected, but apparently the late game is where it's at.
I mean, we got this strat in Korea where we purposely like lose the first few fights and then make a dramatic victory. That's how it's fun, so I'm not worried at all.
Well, yeah, I mean, we
not sweating. I'm not quiet for that reason. No, I'm perfectly normal at the moment.
I believe you, baby.
Hey,
Always
look, Bobe is very good at loss streak, so he's just starting
he's
out.
lost streaking
He's lost streaking for the late game. He's just econing up. It's okay.
Of course.
He'll do great later on.
The copium supply has been hooked up to this Desco Leon, I see.
Yeah, I got one underneath here for Bebe. I'll hook him up later.
Okay. All right, so of course we'll be going to break in just a minute, but before we do, of course we'll be hearing from our analysts in detail. But from you guys, what are your takeaways from game one?
So my immediate takeaway, I'm actually pretty impressed with the Lee Sin. I'm surprised to say that. I know the placement didn't end up being maybe where we wanted it to be, but the fact that he was able to hit his composition so early on, he used that tempo to get an HP lead, even though he didn't start with a win streak, and then he ends up just kind of bleeding out into a 5th. And I think that normally that board might have snuck into that 4th or 3rd area, but he just didn't quite get it in this first game, and I want to see how this progresses through the tournament.
And we also did manage to see a lot of compositions, but what I'm worried about the most is that the dominant Fiora Demacia Mordekaiser setup and the dominant, just get a 5-cost 2-serve, everything setup did seem very prevalent. So I wonder if that's going to affect the meta of future games. We shall see.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think coming into this one, we were expecting to see a lot of Earth. We were expecting to see a lot of people going to level 9, playing, as you said, the Demacia setup to just end all of absolutely everything. Baron, we are going to be bringing you one of our other lobbies in a second, I believe Lobby B, if we can get some footage from there, because that is still ongoing. Of course, we're going to bring you as much as possible. Based on what we saw in that previous game, is it still all about Earth?
I mean, I think it still is, right? We saw the power that came through the Slayers and the Demacia emblem that Wet Jungler were able to get, and also just, I mean, these Ionia boards, it's contested, and they're still being able to put together very strong placements. I think Earth is still on top, but I would like to see some more experimentation in how tempo works out.
Okay, I did talk to Earth about a Bobe, and I do really want him to switch out of Earth because it's very random. He got a Vanquisher spec, so he forced Vanquishers, but he didn't have a good Vanquish Singer, so I'm worried about that, and I do hope he changes the future.
All right, guys, we have got the break, and of course, when that break is concluded, we'll bring the analyst desk to break down a game number one. What a game it was. So stick with us, and we'll be back momentarily as the Runeterra Reforged Championship continues.
Which is that thing? Oh, the fight?
Yeah.
Beta versus Biba?
Getting pretty close.
Oh, the Orianna dissolve. Oh no, that's a Silk.
The Jin got there.
Down. Bobe's fate is decided on this one roll down here. Karma 2-star. Any 4-cost, any Shens? Shen, we got a Shen. Nice. Can we add anything else here? Darius to Zaya.
We found Korea's winning world. Phil, what a game and what a way to start a championship.
Oh,
we're gonna take it to the
back to our analyst desk, and that game ended so quickly. We were all like rushing all over the place. Of course, with Cardinal Ecology, you always know that towards the end of a game, there is going to be like a tempo uptick, but I'm still never ready for it, to be honest with you. Something else I wasn't ready for was Toronto's board. The way that he assembled this, win streaking in the early game, then having that MF1 as an item carrier, doing pretty well throughout the early mid-game, and in the end finishing it off with that beautiful strategist board and the level up more. Talk to me about how that all came together.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to take advantage of the fact it was fire. Bebe kind of mentioned it there. He does like double damage. It can really pump out the damage. And we saw the Milio pumping out the damage and preserving that health so that he could stay as healthy as possible. And, you know, being in that first place spot, knowing it's a prismatic augment coming in, you have that ability to hold all that gold. And we saw with shoplifting, that gave him the ability to go level 9 on 4-5. Like you said, he played the MF for a little bit to get some gold back up, roll down, and then hit all those 5 costs and end up with such a powerful board that really no one stood a chance once he hit level 10.
Speaking of having chances and hitting and not hitting, Pana, you and I, we were watching back there. It was a little bit of a roller coaster. Wet Jungler's ending was kind of okay. You're always happy to be in the top 4, but it wasn't so solid that we would have been like really relieved.
I think it really highlights the standard game of Earth. You start off very low tempo, you're playing with some emblems, you're trying to go for a very high cap. You lose a lot of HP in the mid game. You're playing contested units like Jarvan, like Fiora. You have them 1-star most of stage 4. You're losing lots of fights as well. He had the high roll potential with Tacticians tools to get a Demacia emblem on the stage 5 carousel. Potentially went out, didn't hit it, but he knew how to stabilize enough to actually eke out that top 4. So I think in that spot, the top 4 is perfectly fine. He had the option for the first place, couldn't get it this game, might be getting it the rest of this day 1.
And speaking of unusual legend choices, you called it out at the beginning, Panda. We saw the Poro, we saw the Lee Sin. And Payat, what's this? What's Latam cooking? Why is there a multicaster board on patch 1321? What's Tex up to?
I mean, he's really trying to cook. He just doesn't want to play Earth like the rest. I think the way that he played is a good way to show how probably has his game plan for the entire 2 days, which is probably going towards higher strength board in the early game and go towards any free starve, any free cost that can probably work. I was a little surprised to see how so many Velcos so early and a Velcos free at like 4-1. And I think the prismatic augment was the thing, the nail in the coffin, the thing that was actually pushed him down, because everyone, as you can probably tell, everyone's gonna get a lot of the Earth grab bag, a lot of Tactician's crown. He only got the Forge and
living up to the name.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate because he got 2 really good items for that Vel'Koz 3 and he hit it really early. But unfortunately that third item, that Trickster's Glass, I think really held him back.
But we are going to take a look at our standings. Of course, this is game 1 of 12, but I am happy to report to you that out of our 34 players, 6 picked a different legend that wasn't Earth. So shout out to those players in specific. We're going to check in with everyone throughout the day, of course, but at the very top, we see Kun Sung-young, Altanahwe, Toronto, Tokyo, and my boy Tamura on top. I couldn't have had a better start to the day.
Volta also with a strong start, and as you mentioned, only 6 not on Earth, but I'm very curious to see as the day moves on, especially for day 2, if players try and pivot off the Earth strategy and try and play maybe some Lee Sin, maybe some more Ezreal or I'm really excited to see that shake up in the meta when it comes to Legends throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited to see what the next lobby is going to be as well. I think the very first lobby we saw, heavy hitters all across. I think that was a little bit the lobby of death. We're going to check in with another lobby that I'm really excited to see as soon as our casters are ready. And anything you guys want to wish for? Don't say Lee Sin!
No Lee Sin. Maybe Tam Kench? No. A little less Earth because maybe I'm cooking too much. But the thing that happened towards this game is one of the things I was afraid going into the championship, which is 6-7 people going north, which is ends up being a carousel, a roulette, seeing who can actually hit before the others and who's gonna have to survive with whatever they have. So, are they gonna change? Are they still gonna play the roulette? That's the big question I have.
Yeah, I mean, I mostly agree with Panda that it's really going to come down to what happens later, right? I think right now people are going to stick with Earth for the first 3, 4, 5 games. But when you start losing those rounds, do you have to do something crazy? Are we going to see something wild like a Tom Kench trying to get like a desperate, first place? Those are the kind of things you're going to have to do if you want to get to that top 8. Because the thing is, our format is 32 down to 8, which means you need big finishes. And so like someone, for example, like Wasianiverson, who already had, that 7th place, if you have one more of those, you might have to do something wild like that. And if you're not open to that, you're just going to coast into like 24th place, and that's not going to be good enough.
Well, I am very curious to see how it all shakes out and what our players decide to do. For now, we are deciding to send you over to our fabulous in-game casters. So we're going to hear from them now. Enjoy game number 2.
Thank you so much. So as we were saying on the desk, there's the big question here about how our players are going to be changing things out after game number 1, if indeed they do that at all. We did see, of course, the big money win in our first game. We're switching across to some different players for game number 2. Are you all keeping the faith so far? Is it just Earth all the way for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect any big changes, right? Like this is just game 2 of the championship. There's a lot of TFT to play. I think if you're changing right now, it shows kind of lack of confidence in your preparation. I think that's probably not the best way to go.
That's right. You always have to be confident in the strategy that you bring to the tournament. There will be variances. You can actually get an 8th place even though you expected a 3rd, or maybe you can get a 1st place when you expect a 6th. So this is something you do need to consider. There are plenty of games coming soon, and they're definitely going to be very high in quality.
Yeah, no, we didn't necessarily see it work out tremendously well, to bring out the different things in the previous game we would have otherwise been expecting. We still have our rogue actors who make their way through the lobby, who of course have experience with these legends that others don't. But of course, we're shortly getting into our next lobby. We are staying in we haven't had a reseed as yet, so these players did play in the previous round. You can see how they did by their points.
Yeah, I mean, Kan Sung-jung being able to pick up that 1st place, and then we've got Zyko actually grabbing a 2nd as well. And Ace, who is one of our potential tournament favorites, ended up grabbing an 8th in the first game.
So we got some like a superstars to look at. We got Tidal, we have Michael, and we also have like a Zyko in the Psycho in the same like a lobby as well too. So we'll see exactly how this goes. Stillwater not picked, and we got Valor's Hollow as a start.
All right, not too shabby. As you mentioned, we've got a lot more people to introduce for anyone who may be coming to the stream for the first. So you mentioned Zyko, of course. We have got several players here who come from historical championships. Zyko in 2nd place, almost managed to claim it at Fate, but didn't quite get there.
Yeah, and Tidal, another runner-up, this time from Dragonlands, ends up grabbing that 3rd in the first game, and Tidal is someone we're very excited to be watching. Tidal is potentially a lot of people's favorite coming into this tournament.
So we're currently looking at the Valor's Hollow, and Valor's Hollow is actually really good for the Earth players. The previous Portal Cardinal was not good, so let's see how the players utilize this to their advantage.
All right, so yeah, we'll keep an eye out closely on who can make the best use of those drops coming in. Of course, we made a big point in the previous game about our players who were able to find themselves the earlier Cassiopeia, but let's check in on our legends before we go too much further.
Yeah, I'm looking immediately. Ace on Twisted Fate. This is something we thought pretty much everyone would be off of by the time the championship came around, but Ace staying with that gambler there, and Isatoma going to be the only other person not on Earth in this lobby with the Ezreal.
So this means that Ace and Isatoma are willing to go for the win streak with their item augment advantage, while all the other Earth players are going to try to greed for their synergies for a strong late game board. That's how the lobby's going to look like.
All right, and we have got a pretty interesting start here for Ace. Does have a very early access to that Jace. Potentially could be picking up Piltover. Are you guys liking Piltover at all at the moment?
Piltover isn't really that strong, contrary to popular belief, because it can get denied in tournaments. But oh,
wait! Why? I mean, he's got the
okay. The odds of finding Orianna is 94% at 4 rerolls and 99% at 5 rerolls. Let's see if he does that.
I mean, we'll see if he decides to commit for it. Right?
Rich get richer and roll for Orianna. Let's go.
We've seen, a good amount of Piltover historically, but this patch it's been a little bit weaker. I've still seen it a bit in the NA regionals, and it was more of a top 4 comp than it actually was a first place comp. But it felt relatively consistent rerolling for the Jace and the Jinx.
So just a quick reminder about our Portal of Valor's Hollow. So at 2-3 getting a component item anvil, on 3-3 a support item anvil. How impactful is this going to be?
The dirty Demacia players right here. Right here, that guy that gets the Demacia spat, 2-1. He's going to get another one later at 3-5, yo.
Yeah, we actually do need to have our eyes on them in this game for that reason. But as far as Valar's, getting the early component, it's not going to be the hugest deal overall, right? Everyone's going to get it, should be relatively equal. But when it comes to the support items, there can be a massive gap in the quality of support item.
I mean, look at the dirty Demasia's putting the Demacia spat onto Soraka so she can go infinite like a strategy. Yeah, I don't like it. It's terrifying.
baby, it's all right. We've just started the game. We've got plenty more games to go before the championship
I'm
is
sorry, I had a
done.
trauma.
Yeah, Demacia can't hurt you, baby. You're on the desk. Demacia can't hurt you.
Okay.
I don't know if I would argue that's completely true. We'll be able to hand out some heart of his own. The Noxus, another big vertical we could see go all the way to 9.
All right, so we got a Noxus spat so far. We got the Demacia spat so far. What are the other players in the lobby looking towards to? So we have 5 Ancient Tomes, 1 Bruiser spat, and 2 item augments. Let's see how the lobby looks like.
Yeah, so with that, we actually have 2 players on Bruiser. That's going to be Zyko and Michael. And then we've got Tidal going towards the Slayer, which we saw Wet Jungler play. And as you had called out with Wet Jungler, it did struggle in the early game, but it did have that really good scaling. So we'll see if Tidal can repeat that. But also, King Sung Jung also has the Demacia, which we've got 2 players potentially looking for that out.
Yeah, 2 players contesting Bruiser, 2 players contesting Demacia, and then the Slayers, of course, as I said, would likely be contesting the Demacia as well.
I think this is a really cool start from Psycho. This is a start that a lot of people fail to see because a lot of people like Noxus or Demacia's, but going for a Bruiser spat onto Cassiopeia carry is actually not that bad either too.
Yeah, it's really good to go into the Azir late game, and we see the Archangels, which is a pretty solid Azir item to play, especially in the Bruiser version, because you have all that time with that HP to ramp up the AP.
Yep, did a pretty decent job here, though not enough to keep Psycho on any kind of streak of his own. We'll keep our eye out closely. Just looking through some of the other options here. Of course, remember, we will be getting that component anvil coming in here to push the power of the boards ever so slightly.
So the question is, does Psycho want to go for a reroll strat, or does he want to just level up and look for value? That is the decision that we do need to watch. I would recommend going for value more than rerolls.
Yeah, personally, I've really not liked the reroll bruisers on this patch. I know that Cho'Gath can still work out if you are hitting very early, but this is not nearly enough Cho'Gaths in Stage 2 for me to feel confident in that line at all. So I'd love to see play for that Azir. We've even seen Neela as a secondary carry or Mordekaiser as a secondary carry, and you have, very contested units, of course.
Okay, I'm seeing Ace and Thomas like Israel strat to keep all those items on the inventory for late game.
That's the secret. Don't give away your strategy as long as you can. Cass, I'm with you on the whole Bruiser idea, though. Certainly, we know it's a contested Bruiser lobby, so hitting the 3 stars is not so good. Kind of, where are you guys in terms of, you need a front line for your competition. Are Bruisers the way to go?
Bruisers are really flexible. I think they're quite good. I mean, one of the big things that Bruiser became popular with picking the emblem is that your 4-cost carry can be very flexible with it. You just play Bruiser frontline, and then whatever 4-cost you hit, you play for that. And then a lot of times you'll pivot to Azir later if you get the chance, but if your items tell you to go for something else, you can play for it, as we do have a spatula on the carousel.
We have a spatula on this carousel in this Earth lobby. There is a Noxus spat. Of course, the Demacian players won't be able to use that. Oh, actually, the Noxus player might dominate it because T-Lies is actually the only one going for spat.
They're just giving it to him, and he even has this belt right now.
No one's denying it.
Wow,
but
no one denied it. Noxus has got the potential to go 9 and take up the board.
Whoa.
So line this up for me, guys. We've got, we know we've got Demacia in the play. How is Noxus going to line up with a contested Demacia lobby?
This is terrifying because T-Lies is looking ridiculously strong right now, so he's going to win streak, and he has 2 Noxus spats. That means he can go into level 9, get a Velvet 2, get an Aatrox 2, Noxus spat those, and guarantee first place.
Yeah,
He's actually looking like a strong first.
That's the big thing, because a lot of times when you're stuck on playing around 4 costs with the Noxus, it would be Mordekaiser who's your ideal, which is going to be so contested in this lobby. But the thing for T-Lies is if he can just find a good item carrier, save HP, go 9, he's not contesting the 4 costs, he's going for the 5 costs.
So since he has a win streak, he can just pick Econ Augments. Round 3-2, Econ Augment, 4-2, Econ Augment, and just rush 9.
All right, 2 win streaking players, Typhon TDs up against each other, Slayers versus the Noxians, who've already managed to get a few stacks underway. You can see the front line is going to be pretty tough to bust through on either side. But Naviri being pulled back a little bit from the front line means that it's going to be a walkthrough for Title. And the Noxians are going to be a little bit disappointed not to get those stacks in.
Yeah, the lobby should be thanking Tidal right now. As Bebe was mentioning, if T-Lights can actually win streak this whole stage, his economy's in a good shape, and then he's able to pick up Econ Augments on 3-2, potentially 4-2, go to 9. He's insane, but Tidal has at least slowed it down.
So for those who don't know, if you go for a Noxus Rush 9 strat, but if you don't have a full win streak, you just naturally hit level 9 at stage 5-5. So you gotta survive until then, but you can actually make it faster if you get Econ Augments. So that's what T-Lai wants. He wants Econ Augments to be able to rush 9 and hit his 5 costs.
We'll have to see if he can get there. I mean, T-Lides would be continuing the success of North America on the day so far, right? We saw Toronto Tokyo pushing levels, playing a 5-cost board. You know, we've got T-Lides set up to potentially do the same thing.
All right, since just a confirmation on the points, we've got the lobbies, since I think we will have to have those updates a little bit later on. These players played against each other in the previous game, and it was Kang Sung-jong who took the first place with Zyko in second. So if they can do well again here in this lobby, they are set up very well for the rest of the competition.
I think Ace's Toma's board is really interesting. So he created item to get BIS with Israel, and he's actually taking the Econ approach as contrast to the win streak approach. I am very curious to see what placement Toma's going to get.
Yeah, especially because we've talked a lot about these item traits, or item legends, as in Ezreal and Ornn, as being for tempo, not actually playing the loose streak and just going for that BIS. So this is kind of very different than how we've analyzed the legend, and if Isotoma can make it work, that's going to be massive for him.
I love what you said, because the placement that gets from Twisted Fate and Israel decides, is Earth dominant or is Earth not dominant? It's going to be a very important data that we can use.
And Tidal, able to win streak all the way through to Krugs. We see Kang Sung-jung also lost streaking. So we've got 2 players who are able to hold on to their streaks. Everyone else kind of, middling, right? We've got some 3 streaks as well.
Yes, of course, we're looking towards the very, very late game for some of these players. You mentioned the chance to go up to 9 and really push the power of their board. It's, of course, only T-Lides who's able to get hold of the 2 guaranteed spatulas, or 2 guaranteed emblems so far, to make sure that's for definite. But Kang Sung-jung still the potential to come out big economically.
Okay, so there's 2 routes for T-Lides to itemize. Number 1, he can pick a tempo itemization like Statics and Crown Guard and save as much HP as possible. Or number 2, he can build Velvet and Aatrox items like Time Resolves and try to build into his endgame. So he needs to make a choice, preferably after the second augment choice.
All right, for now, at least up to Noxus 5. So again, got a little bit stopped on the momentum train by Title, who is, of course, still win streaking. We'll see if perhaps we can see some other ones coming out across other players.
So Tidal still streaking with the Slayer emblem early, and as you talked about last game with Wet Jungler, Slayer scales very well. As we see Tidal having this good start, it actually does set up for a very good top 4 potential. But what is kind of the condition for the Slayer board to actually win out the lobby?
So that's a really good question, and the reason why that's a good question is because the items are very different than Wet Junglers in the previous game. We have Giant Slayers and Jewel Golem, which is AP ratio, and in this case, you might actually consider using Kai'Sa as your main Slayer than Fiora, and that could be very successful. Let's see what Tidal brings to show us.
Of course, if you've not come across Tidal before, you perhaps would be most familiar with him from the Dragonlance Championship, where he was able to take his 2nd place against a hugely dominant board. As Tidal might be about to lose
he finally lost the streak.
So close.
That's okay. 3-1.
It was a pretty good run.
Silver. That could be Tiny Titans for, who was it, T-Lides earlier?
Yeah, T-Lides if he finds Tiny Titans that help him get to that level 9.
Late game specialist is also an augment that does help players. Let's see if he's offered any of those routes. No, he is not. T-Lides is not offered.
Yeah, red buff's
any
pretty good
econ.
tempo though.
All right.
We'll take a moment to talk about Ace on the top corner. Going to be bringing up a few of those missed connections there to try and bring that board online as soon as possible. Something that's interesting, looks like multicaster setup coming through for him there. Do bear in mind, Ace came in dead last in game 1, so needs to make up a lot of ground here in game 2.
Yeah, it looks like mostly just using that missed connections for econ. I mean, it is just a lot of gold from a silver augment, and so really solid positioning for that to try and push levels. We saw him use it to get to level 6.
Wait, I think T-Lides actually has a Fiora with a Noxus Bat. Yeah, that's
He does,
5 Noxus
Fiora.
with a Fiora and a Noxus Bat. That's amazing.
Yeah, things are really coming together here. Michael, who finished out in, I believe, 5th in the previous lobby, one of our 2 Bruiser players going up against T-Lides, who, of course, is hungry for more stacks, hungry for more wins.
Okay, this is slightly worrisome for Michael because his itemizations don't really match his current upgrade boards. He's pretty strong once he gets to Edge 1 to maybe a Zir 2, but until that point, it is going to hurt.
Yeah, I want to call out quickly, Nem actually picked branching out, so looking for the high roll with the early Ancient Archives, trying to find something good to go alongside it, and actually find Slayer, which is going to pair perfectly with that Demacia emblem he had from the start of the game.
So we know we've got contested Demacias, we know we've got contested Demacia Slayers as well, and Bruisers. We're seeing our players really converge on similar lines of play.
Wait, I'm looking at the Demacia Spat on Shen, and that still gives Gargoyles? I thought they changed it to Protector's Vow.
Well, the truth will out as the Banshee's coming. Bearman, of course, we are in the Valor's Hall. You mentioned, Cass, that the quality and the usability of the support item could vary immensely from board to board.
Yeah, going to be just kind of watching to see what everybody picks up. I mean, right, we see this already picked up on the side of Nem, getting that Banshees, but just trying to take a look through what gets picked up, and especially looking for things like Zephyr or Shroud.
I also like the flexible builder from them, using the Aphelios. That's actually very, very like using your own shop to minimize damage intake type of like decision making, so I do want to compliment him on that.
Well, you know, going further to the item quality parts, you see the Black Cleaver over there for 8. You know, ideally, I suppose, you know, when we're building our board so much around the Mordekaiser later on, you'd love to be able to put on as many items in here as possible. We've now got a Quicksilver, effectively, that can be added on to that RFC to make Nem's late game Mordekaiser very scary.
So if I were to comment on this like support item choice, is that when you're in Valor's Hollow where everyone gets a support item, you do want to stay away from Jarvan a bit, because Jarvan can get shrouded, Zephyred, or ignored with Banshee, so that is a very core aspect when building your composition.
Yeah, it's interesting too, though, because there are those support items that want you to group up, which can be like beneficial for the Jarvan. However, as you said, so many of them counter him, and so many of the popular ones counter him, and I think that's the big difference. But there's so many Demacia players, they can't stay away from Jarvan. They have to pick up this unit.
Of course, of course.
All right, so as we go through our carousel here, just a quick note about where our players are economically in this lobby. A lot of them have kept their coffers relatively full, as we've not got a huge amount of streaks running. Psycho, T-Lights, and Michael down there towards the bottom on a big old lost streak.
So Michael right now wants a Sejuani and an Azir. He's going to use Silco with those Cassiopeia items till that point. He does want to find a bruiser. Sejuani found. All right, let's see how far he gets with this.
Yeah, picking that up, I mean, it's big for Michael to try and turn this loss streak around. He's on a 6th loss. He's dropped down to 52 HP. The board's still carrying the Cassiopeia, but we have seen Cassiopeia carry throughout Stage 3 generally do quite well. In Stage 4, it starts to get rocky.
So right now, Michael's at 5 bruisers. So who's the 6th one? People might think Sion, but it's actually Renekton, our fine, lovable alligator that's not in the party at the moment.
Well, it's a little tricky to find when you're at level 7, but hey, Michael at least does have a lot of lost streak and a decent amount of HP to play off to eventually turn that one up and get this ball fully online. The Virtue of the Martyr taking a little while to pop through there. Kang Sang-jung, of course, our winner from the first version of this lobby, is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he was lost streaking quite a bit. He's all the way down at 43 HP, but now we see that the Mordekaiser is fully online, right? He's got the Quicksilver alongside the Demacia emblem to give it that Radiant Nashers.
Okay, so now the question is, does Michael want to roll more to get a bit more strong and find at least an Azir 1-star, or does he want to chill? I guess he wants to lost streak until creeps at least and just use his board to minimize damage intake.
All right, taking a quick look at the HP totals in the lobby. I see Toma, Michael, and Kang Sang-jung all around the 40s. 50 leaping up, and then we've got 3 players on 90 plus HP in the lobby. Title, Psycho, and T-Lights, they're all looking real good.
Yeah, I mean, the lobby split is absolutely insane, but it's a question of, has the economy worked out for these players who have been losing quite a bit? Have they been able to build up enough econ? Have they been able to salvage enough to turn these into big boards? And in Michael's case, I mean, he's still a ways away from putting a really strong board together.
So this is a point where the players now need to decide, hey, do I all in at 7 just to save as much placements, or do I want to greed econ so I can get a first place board? This is the time for to make decisions, and the players need to be very decisive.
And of course, after this lobby is done, we will be having our first reseeded competition. We are in snake seeding, which means if you are up the top of the table, you'll be playing against players considerably lower than you on the standings for the most part. So getting a strong start to the tournament is very important.
You know, I actually want to talk about something real quick that we kind of missed at the start of the game with Michael as we see him kind of towards the bottom of the tables, is a lot of his practice was actually on Ornn and playing tempo, and he did swap to Earth for this tournament. So I'm curious if the fact that he was prepping so much on Ornn has put him in a less comfortable position with the swap pretty late in the game towards Earth.
Okay, we're now looking at Toma's board. He actually did find a considerable amount of upgrades, but no single synergy direction, just a bunch of random value units. So maybe Bilgewater's might be the route he wants to go for. Okay, he's rolling down. He did skip the Twisted Fate, though, so maybe he doesn't want Bilgewater. What does he want?
We've certainly got the chance for a little bit of reroll, but yeah, money is running out as HP is also looking a little shaky. We have got lots of items to slam in here to make this board stronger, but I see Tomo not with a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, he wants to find a Zir really bad, right? To pair it up with this Nasus and then add an extra strategist to the board, but he doesn't hit, and so this board overall has kind of hit this middling part where it might be good in early stage 4, but it's going to start to fall off quickly.
So this is the Strategist Misfortune 3-star composition as contrary to 7 Bilgewaters. 7 Bilgewaters might be a bit risky because he does not have game plank, so he's going for this hybrid comp. Let's see how well it does against the other players in the lobby.
So Cass, as we've now got a little bit of more of a clear idea of what Icy Tama is going for, how do you like the Misfortune approach to the game compared to some of the other boards we've seen so far?
Well, I mean, I like Misfortune from a tempo angle, but Isotoma played for the, early greed of trying to hit the perfect items instead of just slamming items that are solid, overall good, and then pushing towards the composition. So it's coming online way too late, and he doesn't have enough HP to support it. I know Brazil's been really specializing in the line and having a lot of success, but this game doesn't feel like a good representation.
So it's going to be a double gold, 1 silver lobby. It means that the lobby is going to be relatively poor compared to a prismatic lobby. So let's see exactly how the boards are going to end up with. I don't think anything's going to go too insane.
Ooh.
Let's see.
You say that, Title picking up the Petrocyte shackles at the tail end of this one. Bear in mind, we are in a very Demacia-heavy lobby, and Title's just picked up one of the big guns.
So it's actually funny because it's also going to be going up against T-Lide's Noxus, and it's going to add that extra damage there, which is a very funny thing to mention on that.
Wow, nice nice level 7 Velvet pair there, by the way.
Yeah. Shabby. I would want to point out as well, we have to see a lot of martyrs coming in across the board. Our players look like they're going for healing across the board as we get into these big late game brawls.
I mean, once this man hits the Velvet 2 for maybe the Kurizul, and once he also manages to find 6 layers, that Velvet is just going to one-shot everything. That's terrifying.
Yeah, Nem's certainly going to be looking for a win out with that being the case. I mean, really going to be contesting up against T-Lides, who's held on to so much HP. He finally actually lost his streak. T-Lides is the one we're expecting to try and push level 9, and he was streaking all the way here until 4-2 and just finally took a loss.
I feel Nem chose a good route that we can take if we don't hit 4 costs. Just get 5 costs.
Yeah, there you go. Just hit.
That's just math.
On level 7.
Right, I suppose it's easy when players of this caliber are making it look exactly as so, but yeah, for Nem, things are still looking a little bit dicey. You do want to take note, of course, of Icy Tama and Ace dropping into the 20s as well.
Wow, things are looking really, really better for Michael. He's got an Azir too, and he's got Econ left, and he's got a Bruiser Velvet too. Yep. What's up with these players getting Velvet? Like, wow.
It's still a Belveth 1, but I really like Bruiser Belveth in general, right? Like, he's got this this Bloodthirster and Night Harvester on it, and because of the fact that, Night Harvester gives that bonus damage when you get low, but you have so much HP overall, if this Belveth falls low, she gets the shield, she heals back up, which is incredibly strong to add to the fact that he does have the upgraded Azir, and I think that is the biggest part of this.
Man, look at the HP bars on that 5-cost 1-star. That is a really tanky damage carry as well, too. My God.
He's buying a lot of time and a lot of space for
Look
Azir
at that
to get the
healing!
job done. He's ending out the round with barely any damage left on the 2 main carries. Michael's going to be feeling pretty good. A big win streak, but just above him on the table, Kang Sung-jung is doing just the same thing.
Yep, win streaking all the way through. We saw him at 43 HP early. We pointed it out. Is like, oh, he's lost streaking a lot. Hasn't lost since. And coming off of a first in the initial lobby of this group. It's an incredible play so far from Kang Sung-jung, and very excited to see him.
Now, this Kurizul is really important because if there was a Velvet in the Kurizul, then we would see a 5-cost 2-star with a synergy spat coming out soon. So thank God for the rest of the 6 players that are not building the Velvet for that.
Oh, boy. All right, take a quick, again, glance across everybody else. Psycho up the top with T-Lights. Untitled as well. We noted the top 3, they had a big gap on the rest of the lobby. That gap has now closed considerably thanks to Kang Sung-jung and Michael's damage.
Okay, T-Light did make a Jarvan too, but he might want to consider selling that. Right? The reason why is because he just wants to rush 9 and get 5 cost ASAP. So that 12 gold investment on the Jarvan might not be as important because right now he's not really going to get much kills anyways.
I think that's going to be the big question, right? Because he's carrying Emilio still all the way in 4-5, which, if you don't have the damage, the extra front line is not actually going to make much of a difference. Let's see this fight against Kang Sung-jung, because this is one of the stronger players in the lobby. He's been streaking for quite some time.
So usually if T-Lights did not level here, he would be able to hit level 9 by 5-1 or 5-2, but this is going to delay his levels a bit. But I feel like the longer it goes, the less favorite it is. But oh, the Milio's fighting still pretty well.
Yeah, it's going to soften the loss a little bit here.
2-unit loss. Good, not bad. Okay, that investment was worth it.
Yeah, so T-Lights has still got a good amount of HP if he is fishing towards that level 9, as you would have expected from very, very early on in the game.
Gangplank.
Hey, not too shabby. We can upgrade here if we want.
Yeah, it's a good pickup. Again, it's expensive, but if he sells out of one of these units to play it, then it actually, ends up working out. And T-Lights, of course, is going to be looking for that level 9, that 9 Noxus he's trying to cap out. T-Lights actually very good at playing for first place. We've been watching the scrims a bit to see, how these players are doing. And T-Lights actually had a 35% win rate in scrims overall across 14 games, so not a huge sample size. But he's been having a lot of success on this patch playing against this field of competitors. And once again, he's trying to look for another first place here.
So right now, Nem is just hoping that he survives Stage 4, gets to Stage 5, hits level 8, rolls for that Velvet, then hit, and hope that can make a comeback in 6 layers. Let's see if he can save as much HP as possible so he does not die accidentally.
That Velvet is looking nightmarishly strong. Fighting from the back line, but the front line is evaporating. All the damage dealers in all the world may not be able to save you from the raw power on display here from Psycho. Currently in second place, tied, 59 HP. This board is huge, and it's ripping Nem apart.
Yeah, Zyko hits Nem very hard there. Nem down to single-digit HP, 1 life, 64 gold here, though. Gonna be able to find this level up to 8.
Okay, this is actually up for debate. So right now, Nem does have a Demasha spat, and he could have given that to Mordic too until he found Velvet to save HP. So I do wonder if that was a bit of a punishment. I guess everything's forgiven if he just hits Velvet too, right?
Well, I suppose the bigger question now for Nem is how do you claw out of this corner? You've got a win streak on Ace just above you. You've got all the pressure in the world bearing down on you.
It really is this Velvet too. He's saving gold on this round, even though, he will overlevel a little bit. And then he's just going to send it down and try and hit it. He has the pair, so he just has to find one.
Actually, the scary thing is that he also needs Kiana for 6 layers. He doesn't have Kiana, so the 6 layers will be delayed. So he also wants a 2-cost unit with a 5-cost unit. Is that going to show up? Kiana, Velvet, Kiana, Velvet, Kiana.
Winter, not a big upgrade.
Yeah,
Where we go?
My roll downs, dude.
Oh boy. It looks like we may not find anything. Gonna have to sell off because Nem has no more room to maneuver. What a disappointing roll.
Kiana, so fast. Nice, all right.
Got the 6th Slayer in, which is massive for Nem. Gonna be able to slam these items. Gotta get something down, right? You've got a lot of items on the bench.
Let's
are going up against Ace, who is also quite low on the Nila carry.
Oh, look at that damage. Everything melts down instantly with the 6 layers, right? It's such a huge difference. It's a 40% damage difference right there. Okay.
It might not be enough. Very close. Mordekaiser doesn't get the auto.
Don't die yet.
Oh, he goes down. I mean, he found the Kiana. He made the pivot in the last seconds, but he still can't hold on against Ace and goes out in 8th place in this game.
That's so disappointing. You can see the player just above Nem on 25 HP and win streaking as well. It was always going to be fighting out of the corner, but that does at least remove 1 player from the field and guarantees 1 more point to everyone as the top of the table is starting to pick up upgrades as well.
It's going to be a big uphill battle for Nem now because that was a 7th in Game 1 and now an 8th in Game 2. Really rough start to the tournament for Nem, but we'll see if they can claw their way back in the next few series.
It's not the position you want to be in, as we said, with the Snake seeding. You'll be playing against the best players for the rest of the competition pretty much. But I see Tama. We noted before the strategist board coming together, we've currently got ourselves 6 misfortunes. We're looking for 9.
Tama really wanted to get that Azir, but he couldn't, so he's just selling for Zaya to make his Nyla a bit more stronger. I do find this board to be very interesting. Great Jarvanals coming in. Nyla is supporting the damage, and look at all the healing that Toma has with healing orbs and Martyr as well, too. His composition is actually holding out pretty well.
Yeah, it's actually making this Nyla just an absolute Giga Chad in the front line. It's just absorbing all that healing, getting all those healing orbs as the backline fires away, and she survives the entire time while tanking all that damage. It's working out a lot better than I would expect this comp if you just look at it head on.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of high-quality units here, even if Icy Tomo doesn't have a lot of gold to play with. We go across with Michael as well. We have got the chance for the 2-star Sojourner coming in, but we would have to sell something.
So right now, he is probably just going to chill because that rise at the left bottom corner is actually a Freljord rise, which does an insane amount of damage in CC, so you never want to replace that. I think this board from Michael is top tier at the moment. It's probably the best he can cap out. He just needs to find his upgrades.
And he's facing Tidal, who has this like corner position that you would expect from Demacia. And this gets hit very hard by the Freljord rise as we see it hitting all the important carries. The question is, though, are these Slayers just too much? Are they going to pump out too much damage? And watching that Fiora as it tries to take down the Belveth, that's going to try and answer the question. Ooh. Here comes the next ult. Does it do enough? It takes out the Belveth, but the Azir stays alive, and it looks like he'll hold on.
Oh boy, that was a little too close for Kampa, but Title goes down into 12 HP. T-Lights and Icy Tama, they're all in the danger zone. We're up for another very close lobby.
And the lobby is
T-Lights
the lobby is super close because all of the players actually have very decent compositions at the ready. They are very stable, they're very well built, and we can actually see how that snowballs in a top tier game.
Yeah, I'm still curious though, because T-Lights just grabbed a Belveth off of this carousel. If he can go to 9 right now and then swap in the Noxus, roll down, try and hit the Belveth too, this is massive for T-Lights, but I don't know how much gold he has. It feels like he has not been spending if he's been dive bombing HP this hard.
No, he's only got 9 gold in the bank. He's got a bigger loss. Wow. He's got no more HP to really make it happen. We did think T-Lights was set up for success if level 9 could be found, but it seemed like that could be very far away.
We're back to Title's board. He does have 6 Slayers, as we saw earlier, but his Mordekaiser's 1-star board looking pretty random so far. Let's see if he does find a bit more upgrades, because that's what he wants to find.
And the Petricite Shackles, as we noted before, is in place, which does seem to mean we're going to be putting a lot of weight on this Fiora to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, our two kind of HP leaders have flip-flopped with the bottom of the lobby, right? Tidal and T-Lides were heavily in the lead, and now everyone else who was econing early was able to make just much more powerful boards as Isotoma's going to run into Tidal right now, and this is a very close fight for the bottom.
Yeah, we've got potential for 1, maybe 2 eliminations in this round.
You're a Nyla! You're a Nyla!
Yep, the Nyla is going to be...
Fiora got it!
The Fiora goes down as well. The Mordekaiser standing amidst the rain of bullets, getting the heal off the Slayer, getting the resets in, and Title stays alive. Icy Tummy is out of there. T-Light stays alive as well.
Oh, it is such a close fight. The Mordekaiser just grasping on for life with that Hodge healing. Every single auto attack just going from no health to just a sliver.
And that's a 1-star Mordekaiser, a 1-star.
Oh man, Toma should be so sad about that because he did such a good job doing the best with the resources offered. But it seems that Title's positioning on Fiora onto that Nyla was just way too good.
Yeah, and Tidal potentially going to fight up against T-Lides. He is in the pool, and that can be another elimination fight coming up. We saw T-Lides picking up that Belveth off the carousel, and I'm curious what the board has come up to, but we are going to see Kingston John instead here. Both of them, we're seeing these fights. Can it be eliminations? Looks like there's a Noxus Gangplank 2 for T-Lides. That's a massive pickup overall, and the Kaisa as the other Noxus. These boats are coming through doing a lot of damage, but it looks like he might still lose to Ace. The Neela's doing quite a bit, but there's one more cast from the Kaisa. Is it enough? The Aatrox trying to push through. One more cast, and it's not enough, but T-Lides lives. He hangs on.
Wait, why is T-Lides level 8?
He couldn't get there. He had to roll down so much.
Oh, gosh. All right, so I think we don't see any eliminations this round somehow, some way. Ace on a win streak further up the table as well. Oh, gosh. We can see so much money has been spent with one exception. Kang Sung-jung, who won the previous lobby in first place with the money in the bank.
So there's a lot of strong composition right now. We got 6 bruisers. This board from Michael is really well built. We got the Freljord Rise, we got the Azir, we got the Velvet. So we actually have 3 high-cost carries, while the high-cost bruisers buy time in the front. And we also have a Demacia setup. We also have all these cool compositions. I am excited to see who is going to get first.
Yeah, and Michael still has not been able to find that Belveth too, but now he's at least on level 8 odds, so the chance that he might actually get there is, you know, a lot better. And if he actually hits this Belveth 2, suddenly this board becomes absolutely monstrous because the itemization and Bruiser Belveth in general is so incredibly strong.
He probably wants some tank itemization for Sejuani here so he can buy more time, but it seems he goes...
Death Cap for Rise!
Death Cap for Rise!
Maybe for Azir.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the backline optimization is looking very good indeed, but for T-Lights, you mentioned before, such promise. 2 Noxus emblems in play from almost the beginning of the game, but stalled out without enough money. We've got so many potential executioners coming up.
This is so unfortunate because I feel like T-Light was in a really good spot to get first place, but since he rolled down an 8, he is actually going to just settle for maybe 6th or 5th, which I don't really know was the best choice because I think Toma and Nem would have gone down anyway.
Look at the healing on this Gangplank. Every time the boat comes through, rubber banding back up, but finally he goes down. It's up to the Kai'Sa to finish it off, but she is going to get there. And so Michael is going to fall very low as T-Lides hangs on for another fight, trying to claw back a placement. As he does, his title falls.
Wow. I guess Gangplank 2 is good.
Gangplank 2 is pretty good. I mean, he's got the Bel'Veth potential too still, and she can use those Kai'Sa items theoretically.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
But it's got to be bitter for T-Lides. T-Lides as much as he's managed to push up much further than it seemed like he was going to be able to. He's spending every piece of gold he has just to try and improve his position rather than trying to win the lobby.
And I actually love this frontline Gangplank because he's got the regen coming through from the Hodge. It's taking a ton of damage and then healing back up immediately from that boat, and it just provides so much extra HP for the board.
Okay, so he's up against another Boozer player. We got Mikkel as the first one, and then it's Zyko. Let's see how this fight goes. Zyko has a Dinger 2 for the turret damage. Is that going to be good enough to take down Gangplank? Gangplank ults! He heals back with the Hand of Justice, but
no! The Kai'Sa's still up! The Kai'Sa's still up!
Yeah, there's so many sources of damage here. T-Lides holds on again. Michael goes out.
Wow,
T-Lides has clawed, bit, and managed to somehow get into the top 4.
So since Michael's down, Velvets are more open. They actually might be uncontested to the point where he might eat it.
Yeah, I mean, if he can live one more too, he's also got first pick on the carousel, and that can give him that Bel'Veth as well.
Noxus Spat for the Aatrox spot.
Third Noxus Spat.
Yes. Why not?
Why not?
Sure, why not?
Let's go.
We live in the land of opportunities still, though. Ace is up at the top. Kang Sung Jung has dropped down a little bit. Ace is currently on a big old win streak with the maximum HP of anybody remaining alive.
And Ace needed it, right? The 8th in the first game, wanting to bounce back with a big statement, and he is currently on a win streak at the highest HP as we see him fighting Zyko. And on the other side, we've got T-Lides.
Keep an eye on Zyko down and T-Lides on that left-hand side. Kang Sung Jung up in the left-hand corner. On the level 9 is going to be so incredibly obnoxious. Noxus doing the work there will tear through and get the job done. As Zyko goes down, we're waiting to see how that lines up HP-wise. T-Lides is gone. He made a heroic one.
By 1, -9 to -10. Zyko going to hold on for third. T-Lides goes out in 4.
Wait, that's a Bilgewater spat. Can Ace use that? Is Ace a Bilgewater comp?
He's looking at Ace, what he's got. I mean, he's playing around
he's
Neela,
not a
but he's playing Neela and Azir. He's playing more around the strategist.
All right.
Oh, boy. All right, we got 2 remaining. Kang Sung Jung, as you mentioned before, we can see up there the 8 points. Ace with the 1 point. This could still be, of course, this finish for Kang Sung Jung is already hugely significant, but for Ace, 1 more point could push him into a much better lobby.
So it's level 9 versus level 8, so Kang Sung Jung does have the advantage in numbers, but there is a lot of AoE damage from Bilgewater, Misfortune, and Nyla, so we'll have to see how the fight angle go. The Jarvan CC, the Nautilus CC, let's see exactly how it interacts.
Yeah, we're watching this Jarvan. It's a big, impactful unit in the fight, and we see that there is an overall clump on the right side. So first jump, going to stun multiple units here, but there is that CC reduction coming through. Watching this Mordekaiser trying to push back onto the Neela. 1 more jump from the Jarvan.
He's a monster!
And it looks like Ace has a very big lead, or Kang Sung Jung actually has a very big lead in this fight with that Mordekaiser. The Demacia just too strong.
So both comps are really strong, but it is Kang Sung Jung that has that level advantage in the 5-cost 2-star, and that is just enough HP for him to push over the lead. Is there any way possible for Ace to make a comeback here?
It would have to be the 3 stars, but he's not quite getting there. He doesn't quite have enough gold. He's one off Nautilus. In fact, he finds out of Misfortune to try and find the Nautilus and did get there. Can this front line make the difference?
All right, you got 1 more chance here. Ace has got only the single life left. Kang Sung Jung still maybe just about has enough HP in the tank to possibly survive the round. We're looking, of course, to see how much damage this Mordekaiser to do. The front line is stronger. Can Korea take 2 first places in a row?
Yeah, we're watching that front line. Can the Nautilus hold? There's the stun from the Jarvan. It gets pulled back around. We're waiting for the second cast as the Mordekaiser chews through. Takes down that Nautilus. Jarvan not going to find the back line this time. And overall, it looks like that front line might have been enough. The Aatrox 2 not going to be able to punch through. And King Sung Jong down to 1 life as well. They're 1 life apiece.
Look how close this lobby is. That 1-3 cost 3-star is actually worth just good enough to make up for that level difference, to take enough damage, and it did magically get 1 last ult off in this situation. Let's see how players position in order to get the advantage now.
I mean, let's talk about this, because we know we're going to be seeing broadly the same boards going up against each other again. What kind of positioning could swing this one?
Well, I think it doesn't matter how Ace positions. Ace wants to keep Nautilus in the middle so the enemies swarm around it, whereas Gang Song-jung probably wants to make a super play with that Mordekaiser and Queen so it can snipe Nyla faster so it doesn't do damage. So I think Gang Song-jung moving the Mordekaiser to leftmost side and Queen to leftmost side to dodge the AoE damage is probably the best way to approach it.
Well, I will eat my words. Kang Jung has got something new to bring to the fight. We've got the Heimerdinger being brought in with the regen turret, so there will be an extra layer of distraction. But you're right, it's all about the Mordekaiser.
Sunjung needs to dodge the Misfortune. The Misfortune has a Black Cleaver. That's a lot of resistance removers. But if he does stay still, he is going to take all that. He's going to go for a fair fight. Let's see if it's good enough.
Yeah, we'll see if he can avoid the shred. It looks like this MF might be able to get a cast on multiple frontliners, but again, we're watching the Jarvan, and there's a good spread this time from Ace. The Jarvan not being able to get CC on the primary targets, and so far the Nautilus is holding strong, but look at this Moore just ripping through, and Jarvan finds the Neela in the backline. That might be the difference overall. But Neela's down, now shredding through. It looks like it might be a win for the Neela. Ace, no, but the shot from Quinn, and it's just an Aatrox. It looks like Gang Sung-jung might grab the second first place in a row, and he starts the day going 1-1 for Korea.
What a day, what a start, and the end was fantastic. The compositions were even, every small decision mattered, and what a way to start a day.
That was absolutely glorious. I mean, we expected big things from Korea coming into this one. Kang Sung-jung, though, to play against the same players in 2 lobbies to get first places both times, that speaks of some greatness brewing.
How are you feeling about your guy, Kang Sung-jung?
I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy at all.
We get a little dance from Bei. You know, Bobe didn't make you dance, but Kang Sung-jung, he's got your back.
Oh, boy. So, as it did come down to the end, I think for T-Lights in that lobby, of course, I still want to respect just how far he fought tooth and nail to get into the top 4 at all, even if the ultimate result wasn't maybe what he was hoping for.
Yeah, I guess we didn't really get to see why he was not fully able to push for level 9. It felt like maybe he felt too pressured, had to roll at level 8, try and put something together, because we saw he was carrying that Melio all the way into stage 4, and that feels pretty rough for trying to push this level.
And it's probably definitely the world pressure going on. Players want to get a safe placement because they know that consistency is key to getting the top 8. So I think that does affect the decision-making very much, these players.
All right, gentle friends, that will bring us to the end of our first 2 games of play, which means we will have our reseed for the lobbies going forward, and the results of these first 2 rounds will determine where our players will be seeded. Of course, we've got Analyst Desk coming up in just a few moments' time, breaking down Game 2 and looking forward to the rest of the tournament. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Ace Tatoma is like Israel strat to keep all those items on the inventory for the game.
That's the secret. Don't give away your strategy. As long as familiar with him from the Dragonlance Championship, where he was able to take his 2nd place against a hugely dominant board. That title might be about to lose
he finally lost the streak.
So close.
That's okay. 3-1.
Disappointing.
Kiana, so fast. Nice, all right.
Got there, got the 6th Slayer in. First place in a row, and he starts the day going 1-1 for Korea.
What?
Yeah, perfect. Back to the analyst desk here after game number 2, and I was alluding to it at the end of the previous analyst desk. We finally did see that Pandora's, the Twisted Fate as a legend, come in, Ferdinand, and I was really excited by that, to see kind of, well, a little bit of cooking, even though it's boring cooking with that Twisted Fate, but it worked out.
I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so
Fair.
whether or not you think Twisted Fate is really easy to play, a lot of top-level players actually believe that Twisted Fate is actually one of the hardest legends to play because of the ceiling of what you could do in terms of flexible play. But I think what's really interesting about it is that we haven't actually seen a lot of Bilge Water as a primary strategy lean for a lot of players. They feel like Bilge Water is just lower cap, but you know, to what Moore has been saying for a few patches now, Bilge Water is something you can play for a top 4 strategy, which we saw not 1 but 2 players go for that lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, we also saw that crazy Noxus board there that T-Lights put together. I think, Fern, was you who was saying, like, oh, somehow every time we look at T-Lights board, like, there is Noxus 9 or something like that. More, how does the Noxus fare at the current patch?
Yeah, it's interesting because this lobby felt like, I think, the lobby we were all expecting to see, right? It's a gold augment start, there's 5 Earth players, everyone's got that tome looking for that +1, and in that meta, like, Noxus is kind of on the lower end. A lot of people have been leaning more towards the Demacia, the Shurima, not the Noxus, but to get that Noxus start and then you can snowball it, that's when it's at its strongest, that's when it can do well. And then the fact he got the spatula off the carousel, that was also really big. Baby kind of mentioned it a bit. I think the play there was to try to go to 9, but seems like the mid game just didn't quite work out. And so at least it was a top 4, which is pretty good. But again, if you can hit that 9 Noxus, it can cap out really well. But it is one of the less popular lines.
I do want to say that I think it was a really good top 4 for T-Lights because that lobby, everybody wanted Mordekaiser. Even the Bruiser player was winning Mordekaiser too. So how can you get to 9 when you can't play around your primary 4 cost to anchor you? As you saw, he started losing a lot of HP because he was playing around Kai'Sa 2 and then Fiora. Thankfully, he hit a Gangplank 2 stat, though that is the lucky thing. Ultimately, he didn't get what he was aiming for, and I think that's what good TFT is. It's about what happens when the optimal scenarios doesn't come your way. If you can put together more runs like that, that's what's going to earn that final lobby. It's not just about spiking the 9 Demacia, the 9 Noxus all the time. It's about what happens when you don't hit it.
As you mentioned with the Bruiser line we saw, I think it's one of the most staple options in stage 2 and 3. Cassiopeia, Renekton, damage, and frontline. We saw it from Zyko, we saw it from Michael. Michael was, I think, the low-roll Bruiser player in this lobby. He still had Cassio as an item carrier at the start of stage 4. Finally hit a Zir and very little gold, but in the end, finished 5th. Martyr, though, both for Ace and for Zyko, so huge in the late game. You mentioned the Mordekaiser 2 for Zyko out of nowhere, all of stage 4. Found the early Heimerdinger as well and had a 3rd place finish I think was pretty good compared to that 1st and 2nd from Ace and Kansunjong.
Yeah, also the support items came into play there with the Bruiser line, the Virtue, giving a ton of extra health regen for those Bruisers as well. So yeah, definitely a lot of healing, which really kind of elevated that comp there.
We generally had a lot of healing all throughout the game. I think with Earth being like the main line that players go for, it makes sense that we don't see a whole lot of like hero or directional augments and much rather general buffing augments coming through. And of course, Kansunjong able to take this lobby home.
His items are really good, basically perfect across the board. The one item I want to shout in particular is Adaptive Helm on Jarvan. A lot of people are still not paying attention to this very small, but it's actually a big change, where the more units are targeting, you get extra extra mana, kind of like Stoneplate Gargoyle. So this item allows Jarvan to cast multiple times, but that Radiant Warmogs has a really good amount of synergy with Protector's Vow as well. So you get the initial cast and you get the follow-up cast, leading to high-impact Jarvan abilities.
And we're going to take a look at our stats after game number 2. Unfortunately, Ego with 2 8th places there at the start. That was a player that a lot of hope from Brazil was relying on, but not all is hope just yet. There's so many more games. You could always claw back from this, but O's on top. I'm not saying that's my dark horse, but I'm saying that's my dark horse.
Not just Tamura. Look at Human.
Yeah.
Also 6. Could we see 2 OC players come out the gates hot and cement themselves in the final lobby? That would be a sight to behold.
Also, Connor, a player from NA that a lot of viewers were saying, oh, he's not going to be as strong as some of the big names from NA. Right here, we're seeing it. Dark Horse.
Yep, my dark
horse.
Mortdog always knows the right answers in pretty much every competition.
Wait, isn't that weird how Mortdog just knows? Where's the lever?
Where's the
Back
script?
The buttons are in the back. They're in the back
jacket
there.
that he never wears. Which pocket is it?
It's true. It's true.
See, we got you here so you couldn't press buttons. You're telling me you just brought the buttons with you?
Yeah, absolutely. I bring the dashboard with me.
Oh, man. All right. We're going to go to a quick break before we head on over to game number 3, but hopefully we'll keep you off of those buttons. We'll see you on the other side.
We're gonna take it to the
I promised you were going to see us on the other side, and here we are coming together at the casting desk for game number 3. My name is Mix still, and this is still Impatchespana and Piehat. You guys are excited for the first game of the World Championship that we're casting?
Very, very excited. It's been so crazy until now. The parity in HP totals between every lobby we've seen, it's been from 8th to 2nd place, maybe 10, 15 HP total. So much on the line for all these players. We're 2 games in, so much still to play for, but some players need to already start mounting a comeback.
And so many Earth players as well. We've seen a lot of...
That's not going to change.
I know, we've seen a lot of gambling over there, a lot of very contested units. Last game, everyone was fighting for the Mordekaiser, and there weren't that many ways to go out from that weird spot. So maybe we'll see different lines here. Maybe the Sun, the Earth player will find something like Sun, maybe like...
That'd be nice.
Another thing that they want.
All right. You're already doing too much cooking for my liking, but I think we have our lobby ready, so we're going to check out who's actually in there to see what kind of legends we can expect. As I was alluding to earlier, there's not a lot of players in this field that are playing other legends than the Earth, but I, for one, am in their corner rooting for them, saying, let's go, you got this, whether it is the discussed Poro or the sussed out Lee Sin.
Well, Lee Sin is a legend we might be seeing here in this lobby. I think Tech Summers will be in this Game 3 lobby on main broadcast. He's a player you're talking about, lines that have not been explored. He's really trying to diverge from the typical 4 costs and instead trying to work into those 3 costs. We saw multicasters online in Game 1. We've seen MF having a lot of protagonism with players like Isotoma, with players like Ace in that last game as well.
We'll probably want to see something similar like that, since there aren't really that many people contesting. But also I want to point out Kes, the Poro player is also in our lobby. He needs to bounce back after two games that went not so well.
Title as well.
Yeah, I'm actually so surprised about Title's performance. It was a little bit up and down, and it's also how the scrims have looked for him. So I'm hoping that Title can actually live up to the hype around his name. Maybe it's too much pressure. Everyone's calling him out like, this guy was 2nd at a World Championship before. That's some time ago. Can you do it again?
For many of our viewers, pick'ems already in danger. Ego, the favorite for Brazil, 2 8s in a row, unfortunately. Title, similar case. 2nd place, runner-up in a World Championship. You've seen him playing at the highest of calibers on the international stage. Doesn't care about pressure, doesn't care about anything outside of his own game. But in this case, it'll really be a test to see if he can come back in the next 10 games. I know it sounds like a lot, but with a stage like this, with how close it is already, you have to start adding up these points.
My pick'ems. But we're also find someone from OC who actually bounced back after a normal game 1, ended up winning on game 2. I'm also noticing that we have 3 Chinese people here.
Not only that, but we have 3 people, well actually 4, who have been playing not Earth Legends. So bringing it back to that, Huey has been caught running the Ornn. Hong Lian has been on Twisted Fate. Tech Summers on the Lee Sin, and Kes on the Poro. Do they stick with it, or is 2 games of performance enough to say, okay, game change?
They heard about us complaining about Earth, and now I said, yeah, let's try and pretend there's actually half Earth, half not Earth in this tournament. But also a very interesting lobby because 5 of these players have been to Worlds before. They know what it's like to play in these kind of lobbies where the tempo's so much faster, the players are so much better, so few mistakes are being made. It's not like ladder where you can make a few mistakes, still be fine, chill, and go into the top 4. In this case, every single small mistake will be punished.
And we're gonna go into the game. Portal choices right at the start. Of course, a little bit of a spread out here. Unstable Rift, Thrash's Sanctum, and the Bandle Cafeteria.
You can tell that this isn't an Earth-centric lobby because
you
only have 4 players on Bandle Cafeteria.
So for anyone that is not following along with this very simple analysis, if you are an Earth player, you like spatulas, you like emblems. And Bandle Cafeteria, well, it gives you that. Whoever's not an Earth player, you sometimes don't need spatulas at all. So it's really a very polarizing portal. Not going to be the pickup here. It will be Thresh's Sanctum instead.
And I really like Trash's Sanctum, to be honest. I think it's more low impact. It's not as game-changing. Not everyone gets a random spatula, which I, for one, am here for. But we're going to be seeing as we move through this. Weijin was a player I called out top of the day as one of the players that I'm really excited to watch here in this tournament. Now, the first 2 games have been kind of here and there. But stat-wise, this guy is a beast.
I'm very interested to see how he actually starts the early game. There are a lot of very interesting options that he can he can take. He has the MF and the Bell cost. If he so wishes to go that way, maybe he can anchor towards a free cost during the early game.
I think he's anchoring towards these 1 costs instead. Pair of Renekton's, pair of Poppy, the 2 maybe premier tanks right now in Stage 2. Not just because of their own strength as units, but because of what they lead into Demacia. Going to be the most popular comp among Earth players throughout this weekend. And Renekton with Bruisers, but also just general tempo in the early game. There is not a better cost-efficient option than Renekton and Cassiopeia.
And we were already talking about it being the sidekicks that we are, knowing the future and predicting it. Everyone sticking to the legends that we expected of them. And I'm really curious to see how that shakes out in the augment choices, knowing that there's so many variety here.
I also want to see how the Ishtal is actually going to affect it. It's a wooden Ishtal. It's probably the most famous one we've seen ever since the game set 9.5 started. So a lot of really interesting variations, but we're going to see with the augments.
With Tex on Lee Sin, we mentioned that he was playing into multicasters in Game 1. He's not only playing into multicasters, of course, there are other reroll options. Maybe Nico, maybe Ishtal is one of those options if he gets the right augments options in this Stage 2. If you really have to snowball that Nico, with Wood especially, you have to have that combat strength early on to have, one of these crazy augment cards like early education, for example.
Looking at Huey being the last one to pick here, rolls away the Ornn item and instead goes for the salvage bin. A nice way to play tempo.
Escort quest for Kess. Very interesting if you can actually get a lead with that augment choice. But Tech Summers playing traditional Lee Sin on the trade sector, trying to get some early upgrades and stay powerful and strong to the Stage 2.
Tech Summer really needs to start compiling the points because he ended up going 5th by like 1 HP, and then I think he ended up on a 6. So the high pressure, high tempo early hasn't been paying off.
Yeah, not yet, but it might just be that this is the game where it all changes. He has a decent front line with the Bruisers here already assembled. On the other side, though, there is a Samira. Shojin just has been buffed, and she is wrecking through the field.
So key players to watch out for in this Stage 2, because of their augment choices, is, as I mentioned, Kess with Escort Quest. If he cannot snowball this lead and get that gold every single round in Stage 2, ideally going for the 5-win streak, he's essentially an augment down, and he will be in big trouble trying to come back into the game and the tournament, considering his results in the first 2 games already.
Yeah, and now we just need to see. He started winning at least, so that's a good starting point for him. I think the game, maybe the players will start actually trying to play a little more aggro. We've seen in the past how everyone was, 2 or 3 players were starting to push levels quite early.
We're going to also be seeing what emblems they picked up. Beta on the Ionia, Altenahwe on the Demacia, and the known challenger spot coming through for Han Xing. But we will be seeing that board as we are here on the other side. For him, has a BT, has that challenger emblem, and is moving through boards thus far with 100 HP, but so are other people.
And Tex could be leaning maybe into some kind of Nico line. We're seeing his bench there, maybe even Void reroll. For Han Xing, maybe going into Challenger. Aatrox much later into the game. Challenger has been kind of deleted from the meta for a few patches. I'm so happy to see it back to some extent. And we've heard, especially the Asian regions, have a very interesting way to play this Challenger comp that seems to get much more results than we've seen in the West.
And we really, Challengers are one of those comps that really are great for this specific format. They actually just want to go like top 2, top 3, maybe actually hanging out and steamrolling in our entire lobby. But that's a really amazing start. And a Fury 2 just to start us, gonna be great for Hongliang, which he doesn't have the Challenger pad, but still in a Fury 2.
Doesn't have a challenger's pat, that's another player, but he also has the Twisted Fate. Him and Ace both. Those were the 2 players coming into this World Championship from China that we were looking for, that we were saying those are the players that are heavy hitters, and both of them going for the Twisted.
And the best part is Frodan saying top of show that China was ahead of the meta by not playing Twisted Fate, and now we've gone full circle. Somehow they're back on Twisted Fate. So very curious to see how that pans out the rest of this day 1. Altenahwe, game 1, I've seen rumors across social media. He hit 9 Demacia and was able to win that game 1, get those 8 points. He's on Demacia emblem once again. We'll see how the Stage 3 and 4 pans out. His augment choices especially. If he can find a second Demacia emblem, he might be the boogeyman at the end of this game.
There's a saying that we have in LATAM, which is Altenahwe played it really well. Whenever he high rolls, he says, I put myself in a position to high roll. So,
yeah. Of course, just hit. We have that too.
Very humble.
just gotta play the game right and challenge or summon your wins.
Nico on the carousel could have gone to Tex if he is trying to play that line. It is instead Wasian picking up the Nico and the cloak in this case. Stage 2 always going to be so relevant for some of those 3-cost units, but maybe also for those components to try and finish off these items, especially if you're trying to win streak the rest of this stage.
I do
And
like.
here's Kess.
Oh, I do like that Wasian was hyped up about stealing the Nico, so he knew what he was about to. And I like what Kess is really doing. He's on a good win streak, protecting the Samira, and look at the bench. 2 Nikos already. He also can go
Keeping the door
towards that
open.
position. Bastions is also an overlooked comp to look out, but it can be a good front line for a bit.
I love watching Escort Quest in Stage 2, the Get Down Mr. President comp, trying to do anything you can. The Jin bullets, you have to get in front of them, take the hit on your front line ideally, and you get the 3 gold every time you do win. So it is really a comp that even the stats are inflated because very good players do not pick this augment unless you already have a very strong start with lots of upgrades, and that's maybe the case here for Kess as well.
But it is looking like it might get close here. The Orianna has been buffed a couple patches ago. She does do significant amount of damage, and that will be it. It was
Dummy,
not
come
enough.
on, wake up, Dummy, she's coming. Oh no.
We couldn't save the president, not this time.
The automatons are not quite there yet. We have to get to the next level of dummy, the robotic AI dummies that can actually fend off for themselves.
And he made the pivot. As soon as we pivoted out of him, he actually he took out the comp. He ended up playing the Nico and the
I wonder.
Emilio.
I
And I
wonder
see
what
Hong
playing here.
Liang. I see the Pandora side. I see the RFC and the Giant Slayer already slammed. I mean, this is sad.
Detective Pie Hat, please help our viewers out who might not have played the last few metas in TFT.
This is one of the comps that you have seen a lot in the past, which is basically you grab a Nyla or Nila.
Nila?
I start corrected. A Nila
No
with
worries.
a lot of bows. You want one, maybe 2 rapid fire cannons, 1 Giant Slayer, and as a Sejuani, you just top things up, and you have a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that is basically the alternative to the all-hated multicasters that people were running with the Twisted Fate back then, the Nila, the Bruisers. Now Bilgewater has gotten a little bit better, so that makes Nila even stronger and is definitely a good choice to run if you are in that Twisted Fate line. Granted, nobody else is going for it.
Oh no, the dummy again. It was so close. 2 fights in a row. So unfortunate for Kess. Very strange Stage 2, not a single player able to get that 5-win streak going into Krugs.
I do want to point out the first loot of Fresh Sanctum. A small duplicator. There's a couple players that are actually rerolling for 2-star, 3-star, 2 codes and 3
Just
codes.
say Tex. It's
okay.
okay.
Maybe okay. Tex as well. I'm not biased at all. No.
But Kess, unfortunately, that's 6 gold loss among those last 2 fights. That, of course, snowballs with the compounding interest into much more gold loss. So really, it's the slimmest of margins we're laughing here, but Kess definitely is not laughing. It can definitely impact most of his Stage 3 and how much he can snowball his lead.
Some nice 3 costs coming through here for Altanahwe. Is on that Demacia line, gets a Sona airdropped. It's definitely something you are going to be happy about as Krugs are finished. Thankfully, no one is weak enough to lose to them. I'm happy we're not in that kind of patch.
I mean, at some point, maybe later down the line, I do want to point out 2 things. First, how Altanahwe, he's actually only 80 HP with this board. It's a very strong board, early game. A Cassiopeia with a lot of a really good item. Trying to just preserve the HP. And also Beta. Beta is the only player who actually 5-streak, even either win streak or lose streak. And I do want to see how he actually recovers from that.
He is going to be on the Ionia emblem. He's also one of the Ancient Archives players from Stage 2. So I assume he will be rolling at 3-5, trying to roll on 7 and to try and stabilize his board and preserve some HP. He has a Tome on his bench, so the chance to, at 3-5, roll down, hit a few upgrades, hit a few of the correct emblems here, he can become a win-streaking player in Stage 4.
And that's always so interesting to me on like how long are players willing to breed a tome, because that could be an instant upgrade, and sometimes you have the tome on your bench and you wait and you tailor and you wait and you tailor and you pop that tome rounds and rounds later and it's not what you wanted.
Gonna have 8 options, or 8 traits tailored rather, but we're gonna get Silver Augment for this Stage 3-2. Anything that jumps to mind here, comes to your eyesight here, Pie Hat, from the options?
I'm still trying to find out, but I do see Hong Liang, the guy one of the players who had the Pandora's bench, the one who was playing Nila, how branching out. So he's gonna keep the emblem, on his bench, probably just ramping it up, is trying to reforge it as much as possible until they find either Freljord or Bilgewater.
He found a Bruiser emblem. He popped it instantly, and that's so good with the Neela. Hong Lian just speed running it.
And one key thing to know with emblems and TF is that craftable emblems only reroll into other craftable emblems and uncraftable into other uncraftable emblems. So there is much more control than you think. It's not that wide fan of options that you might be expecting from Pandora's items.
And as Meg said, it's a very good starting point. It looks like he doesn't want to play it. He's just reforging the Bruiser spam.
And like Panda was saying, he knows exactly what's in the pool. He will have to wait for maybe a longer time than necessary now, but with that Pandora's, you have that option. You can do it. You know you got an emblem that is going to reforge into uncraftables. Is going to be a good and easy time. I do think, though, we need to check in with Wasian because stationary support, red buff, very generic up there, but I do want to know what's going on. 96 HP and a win streak is always something we need to check. And looking at the board, ooh, I miss CZ Rot so much, you guys. It was one of my favorites.
Well, you have both CZ Rot and a dummy, the perfect combination. Not so much for Kessens to those earlier rounds, but here, adding some extra frontline, it does do something actually in terms of preserving some of that time for the backline to start ramping up, especially that MF with 3 items stacked on her already.
I mean, this dummy has a friend, and they're actually
many friends.
Yeah, a couple of really tanky friends given just enough time for Miss Fortune. As we were saying at the start of the show, Miss Fortune is a unit that was underrated for a long time, but now she's starting to pop up more as a mid-game carry.
Well, she's in the mid lane now, Paya.
Well,
yeah, in a way.
Take credit, take the
we'll
credit
take
there.
it. Yeah, she's a really interesting carry too because due to the Bilgewater, she has this kind of wide area damage that often allows you to get that backline access as well. So I loved when Bilgewater was a thing, sue me. I loved playing MF, and I'm so happy she's back.
Tex takes a hit. Huey also takes a hit, but is still among that middle of the pack. And Beta actually wins this last fight, doesn't lose even more HP now. He has 2 Ionia emblems off of that tome. He has the chance to go 7 now. We know how many 4 costs are a key part of this Ionia comp. Has to find that Shen, has to find that Xayah especially, and has to try and stabilize. He's at 40 HP already.
I mean, at least he hit the hit. Yeah, at least he's gonna have 6 Ionia for a long time. At least he's very stable. We need to see the roll down in the part of beta. And Tex, what do you have to say about Tex?
He's on Void Reroll. I think these are one of the options he has with his Lee Sin playstyle. His game plan is revolving around rolling for 2 and 3 costs for the most part. This Void comp especially really thrives with unit upgrades because it makes the Rift Herald that much stronger.
Checking in with Beta here, we were kind of hoping that this would be a level 7 roll down. We are on level 6 instead, and we are looking for those units. You can see the copies of the Zed already. This is what we have locked ourselves into, and that's good news for players like Tex, who you were mentioning, because that's taking units out of the pool of the 2 and 3 costs, which is going to be good.
But it's a little bit of the low rolls. I think he just hit the Ash too. This is a comp that has been on the surface every now and then. It's a very stable comp towards the mid game, but you need to hit quite early-ish, and you're on level 6, 10 gold only with that Ash too. So
this is really not where you want to be. If you're level 7, if you're on Xayah pair, okay, but Ash 2, it might do enough right now. With the power of 6 Ionia as a trait, can really carry you through these fights in stage 3, but once everyone else says, hey, it's time for me to roll down, it's time for me to spike my board, I do not think this Ashe will be able to fight.
Uh-oh, is what then gonna happen? Hopping over, though, to Tex. We were talking about him, and the potential Void reroll does have 4 Voids on board, and if we're looking at the board, yes, this is probably where we're headed, with a little bit of flexibility in the backline there. It does have that Statics and that Rabadon, which I assume is going to go towards a Kaisa later?
yeah, most likely. I think this is a comp that he's just gonna play towards a 6 Void version. Try to get the Risk Herald to just do a lot of really big headbutts. How do you call it back when you was...
Zinedine Seralt.
Zinedine. Oh, I was more of a Heraldine Zidane.
There's a lot of wordplay.
It depends on the side of the ocean, because on our side, I like it. But the one thing I will say is that this is a combat during scrims, that throwing out the scrim fact, actually was doing quite well. Ended up top 2 in top 3 in a lot of the lobbies. Wasn't really enough to win, but when you just need to farm points, it's a good comp.
Maybe another loss here for Tech and Forge. He wins the last fight, loses this one. He's still going to have a lot of gold to roll with at 7 to try and continue, again, finding that 6-point spike, which really needs. But Wasian continues to streak. Red buff is an augment you will be seeing picked very often throughout the entire tournament. Gives you so much combat strength for a silver augment.
And Honglian is going to join him up there now, also on fire as we enter the Wolves. And you can see the gold of our players, some of them deciding to rack up coins. Han Sing, notably, is on 62.
Ace, last game, also a TF player from China, was playing into this strategist MF line. Suddenly we see Hong Lian deciding not to play Bruiser. He didn't have a Bruiser start, which I get as well. Playing into, I think, once again, the same exact comp that Ace was going for. Is this the Chinese meta read for this tournament? Could it be the absolute priority to try to play for this Nyla MF duo carry?
It does feel like it. This is not the variation you usually look when you're seeing double RFC, but now we're seeing the rollout of Alt, and now he also has a Slayer spat on top of the massive spat. He needs to actually...
There's a Mordekaiser.
It's a Mordekaiser. That's what I was going to say. He needs to find the Mordekaiser. He got it. He's stable-ish. We're going to see if the Mordekaiser is already quite contested, so maybe it's not enough to stabilize, we'll see.
Yeah, the big thing is going to be that Jarvan now being itemized there last second is only a J4-1, but is maybe enough to do some damage to that backline there, knock them down, pin him, and it will hit the Misfortune, it will hit the Kai'Sa, if only for a brief second. I think with the way that Wasian has put together this board, there is not much you can do to take it down right now. The Misfortune 2 was hit right before this round, and she's doing a lot, but not enough for the Mordekaiser and the Quinn.
And that might be a hand of justice if he was maybe considering trying to hold out on slamming this item, trying to greed for the QSS on the Mordekaiser instead. He's currently 8th place in the HP standings. He felt the pressure from the rest of the lobby, slams the Hodge on the Quinn. Gonna have the Radiant DB on the Quinn, I assume, for the rest of these fights.
Golden augments coming through for our players. You can see some of them insta-picking their legend choices. Of course, something like a final grab bag is always nice to have, but some of them taking a little bit longer. Notably, Tech Summer, of course, doesn't want the Lee Sin one.
I do want to point out Kess's choice. He was then the one who ended up playing towards Nico reroll. We were wondering who was going to be the guy who picked the comp, and he ended up getting a Targon hard, which is something you don't see as much usually, because Targon isn't really a very chaseable trade, but in this very specific combo, Nikon Soraka, back in the day used to do a lot of damage, and now it's doing the same thing.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Beta is still on 5 ashes. He's sitting at 10 gold. He's level 7. I think he's pivoted off the idea of only trying to focus on the ash and the set. Trying to push for some board strength now by going 7, and then trying to roll on 7 to hit everything else because he's so far behind already, but I don't think it's going to go well. He's streaking for now, but until when will this streak last?
Huey on the other side is coming through with 3 items on a Kai'Sa and a Nasus too, which is a massive tanky unit. It is holding down the fort for just a little while. Is not going to be enough. Beta able to build out the win streak, now on fire. On the back of that, maybe has a chance to grow this board, to find that Xayah, to go more into the Ionia even.
But there's some hope for Beta. As we saw in the first loot of the Sanctum was the duplicator. So if Beta, there's a Xayah pair, if he can actually do stabilize for a long time, maybe even find the couple of ashes, he'll have the duplicator and the guarantee for a free star.
And Hong Lian did pick up Slayer Crest as his last option. Healing Orb for Huey, a very good combat element that might help him stay relatively healthy in this stage 4. Mana Burn for Tech Summers, though. We're seeing the return of ZZ-Ra, we're seeing the return of Shroud as well, so this game is kind of the highlight for all of the support items that, of course, all our Rat viewers know and love.
I personally do. I don't know why you're looking at me like that, but I'll take it. I'll herald it. Kesh on the other side with the Bastions does have the Soraka nearly together, does have 6 copies of the Nico, if I'm seeing correctly, but that's not enough. The comp needs the Nico 3 to come around to really be strong, and you can see why she falls, she falters, and Kesh does with her.
And Hanxing is doing quite well. The challenger play already has an Aatrox with a challenger spat, as you were saying, Panda, at the start of the game. That's a very strong comp.
It's a very strong comment. What you're really thinking in the back of your mind, the moment you're picking Challenger Emblem as your game plan, you're thinking, I hope I can find the right units in Stage 4, in Stage 5, especially as early as this. Aatrox going to be the best holder for Challenger Emblem in this 9.5 mid set. And finding him so early is going to be so relevant for a player that was relatively low in HP, now will hopefully claw back up in the standings and try and find himself in the middle of the pack as we go into Stage 5.
Speaking of players that need to claw back, I'm a little bit worried for Altanahwe. I'll be honest with you guys, with how many players are going into that Slayer line, into that Mordekaiser line, something we were talking about top of show as well. I feel like Altanahwe is currently holding hands with all these guys, and it's a little bit like that Spider-Man meme where they're just all pointing at each other, and I think Altanahwe might fall here if he's not able to find that Mordekaiser too.
I was looking at the bench, and maybe there was an out, since maybe Queens, this Queen is that contested right now, it would have been a way to actually stabilize, but he only has 3 Queens, and that's not enough.
This is a sign of a player that knows to play to his outs, knows to play into what he's hitting, what the game is trying to lead him into, which is some amount of board strength, maybe off of a Zona 3, even if he only has this shift, she can help further everyone up with the attack speed onto both the Quinn and the Mordekaiser. He has the duplicator as well, which is the key thing here. He needs to lean into something that he can duplicate, and that will be the Quinn for this fight. Is maybe going to be close to winning, but this Mordekaiser doing so much on the opposite side, just barely. Mordekaiser stays alive. The God of Death does God of Death things.
The J4 for Altanahwe in this fight is literally the MVP. The amount of cataclysms he got out, the units he found was perfect. So good. If Altanahwe can continue this, it's going to be really good. But speaking of things that are good, we kind of have to mention the things that are bad. There's an Ash coming through. It's 6 copies of Ash by now. We're finding the Karma. We don't really have Karma items.
Any items? Oh, yes.
All
items
right.
have arrived.
You're not doing Last Whisper Karma, at least.
No.
Are you sure? Didn't you want to cook Pie Hat?
That's a little too much even for me. But maybe now with a different carry, now that Ash, he just aborted the mission of playing Ash reroll, so maybe this is going to be enough? What do you think, Makes?
We're going to see. First of all, that J4 misses both of the 80 carries in that backline, which is good news. Feathers fly into the enemy backline. Altanahwe taking another hit. Beta able to hang on, and the lobby is getting closer and closer. Altanahwe down to 19, Beta 23, Kess 30. They're looking down there, and they're trying to kick them off the platform.
At the top end, Wasian has lost some of his momentum, now down to 42 HP, third in the standings. Tech Summers, though, with a very strong tempo game plan of staying as strong as possible, rerolling for upgrades in stages 2, 3, and 4, finds himself now at the top of the HP standings. When does he start free-falling? That is the question.
I mean, that's the leasing gameplay for you. I mean, maybe he'll try to stabilize for a long time. This should be enough. I do want to see what Wasian does, because he, as you said, he's been free-falling for now on a 5 low streak. But he has 40 gold in level 8. Maybe he finds any upgrade that actually makes him go a skyrocket.
And this is interesting because he is contesting with Hong Lian. Both of them are on that strategist line. So who's going to come out on top? Are you going to be able to make it? Finds a GP. Maybe is this where we could get them all together? Altanahwe upgrades all across the board. That was a Zona. That was the Mordekaiser 2 potential. Needs to sell off some units. Will do exactly that. Finds it. And that is what we were talking about. That could be the saving grace for Altanahwe.
And again, some players would not even hold Zonas in that case, saying, hey, I'm going to hit Quinn 3 instead, I'm going to do something else with Duplicator. You have to play to what the game is leading you into. He finds a Zona 3, he finds a Mordekaiser, and he's fighting for his life on the top end there. He's facing Wasian. Latam versus NA in what could be a deciding fight for Altanahwe.
Dritway does come in, and that's one massive boat, but the Cataclysm does as well. Jarvan falling right after that, and the Mordekaiser is making his way through that backline, serving bonks and smashes left and right, taking down Wasian even further, and that could be the savior for Altanahwe, but I'm worried about Beta.
Well, just to finish, Altanahwe's items were amazing. 3 items Zona, and not today for Mordekaiser. And now, the Nico 3 for Kess. We were worried about him. I think the lobby has to be worried about him now.
And 30 HP, still have a lot to work with. As many lives now, even in stage 5, could be up to 3 different lives. If he was on his last life, he faces that Exodia player, and suddenly you lose, you're out, you're very disappointed. In this case, Kess needs a big comeback. He's on 3 points. Eco 3, Tarek 3. Will this be enough for the Japanese player to try and crawl his way back up to the middle of the pack at the end of this day 1?
And this shop says, call an ambulance, but not for me. The front line on Kess just got so much stronger. Does go up against Wasian, and Wasian, we were talking about it, he needs to find a way to stop the bleeding. The GP2 potential is there, but it hasn't come together yet. You can also see the Nautilus copies in the backline that would serve as a decent front line as well. But thus far, the Nautilus 2 is thinking so much in this fight here. Will fall eventually. And the backline is strong. The backline is alive for the Soraka board, 4 targets.
Another one? Oh, barely didn't go through. Nico taken down.
Not going to be working out for Kess.
I do like the Wasian has the Shallow Isles Rise, so the Nautilus ended up being very tanky, very annoying. Nautilus free for Wasianiverson. It's going to be very stable. And whenever he dies, the Rise will resurrect him. So he's going to come back and just continue being annoying.
And we see the battle of the game plans where players are playing very high tempo, like Wasian, like Tex, are healthy, but now maybe starting to either lose fights or barely winning out these fights. On the flip side, players are playing for reroll strategies. They've hit, and now they are the monsters in these lobbies. Beta should be one of them, but he low-rolled the Ashes. He has a pivot into a kind of a tempo game plan with Zaya and Karma instead. She only has 1 item.
Let's see if Beta can stop the bleeding somehow. Zaya on the backline is untouched, is protected by the front line, but Wasian on the other side, Pyhat, you were talking about it. That Nautilus, he just died and he is instantly back. He has been revived, and it is so hard to do just anything against that board that he assembled. Beta is going to go out in 8th here as our first player, and Kess is going to find a little bit more luck against another player.
That's so disheartening. Everyone.
That's an Aatrox.
Okay,
Aatrox just said, please respect me. If I'm still alive, don't call the fight, makes.
In fairness, he got resurrected out of there. I didn't know he was going to be in there.
That was closer than I expected.
Never expect the Aatrox Inquisition makes. It's always a surprising one. Believe me, I'll know.
It's a shame for Beta because every reroller already hit, or at least is close to hit, and Beta was just got the short end of the straw. So there's no, I mean, it's just, this happens sometimes. But now the entire lobby is so strong, everyone just hit, and I really don't know. One fight, one small positioning mistake could be enough to actually go 7 for this lobby.
One thing we saw in that last fight with Wasian as well, the synergy between the Rai Shadows with Martyr especially is going to be so effective for all of these fights in stage 5. But what's also so effective is hitting your upgrades when you need them. 3 items on Rek'Sai, 2 Rek'Sais in the shop.
Do you buy it?
The gold does come in, some sells, some tactical sales come through. Vel'Koz now going to be sitting at 2-star. You're probably going to abandon the idea of this Vel'Koz sitting only on 5 copies right now. Maybe level 8 is a little bit fake in this current position.
I'm pretty sure that he had more than 5. He had 2 Vel'Koz too, so...
Had to sell.
He had to sell.
Anyhow, we're going to be seeing the board on the other side. He does have them in there.
He
sold another unit. I'm happy to report that my eyes are not deceiving me. And he is going to be able to make that Vel'Koz. He sold something else. It was a very fast switcheroo.
Is the Rek'Sai enough? The Rek'Sai is currently alive, but taking lots of damage from the Kaisa. And despite the upgrade, despite the debate, both on myself and maybe some players in the lobby as well, Tex takes a hit. He's down to 10. Huey still at 10, but survives this last fight. And Kess, despite hitting Tarek and Nico 3, cannot really make it work.
And Kess, look at the matchups. He's going to play either Tex Summers or Hui, and maybe few low rolls he'll fight Honglian, but this is going to be probably the most important match, the most important fight that we're going to have to see, because that determines whether you go 5th or you go 7th.
He's on 3 points. If he gets another 7th here, this is going to be very hard to climb back with the cutoff tomorrow being top 8, 25% of the field only advancing to that final lobby.
And this is the fight that it is going to come back to. On the other side is Honglian with the strategist board, with the Slayer spat, with that fully decked out Mordekaiser on the right side and the Azir on the left. Can the Nico do enough here to try and take down that board? Soraka avoids that Cataclysm. It's Sky Strike is going to go into the backline, but not cause much damage. We're on a Targon board after all. But check out the damage of that Mordekaiser. Gonna take down Kess. Tex also fallen though, so both of these players will be going out here in 7th and 6th.
Altenau is still alive, keeping the hopes of Latam.
I'm so sad.
For now, at least.
I'm so sad after that.
He's in 5th. He has 10 points. He has obviously a much better position than Kess does, but he was contested on so many of these units. We mentioned Hong Liang being a player that hit those upgrades very early, made it so much harder for us than now to hit the Mordekaiser 2 even. He lost so much HP in the process, and now he's sitting on a singular life with some very strong players left alive.
I do like to just result. I don't know if that's the correct word, but just talk about the Sona. As the way that, as you said in the past, he was contesting, he was holding hands. He may have never hit the Mordekaiser.
Oh,
he has a duplicator, Queen free. Nah, he has placed it so well. Altenau is back. That's all I'm saying. And a 3-star Queen, a 3-star Sona, both of them fully itemized, a Morde 2, just to top things off. I mean, this board is really, really strong.
This board is really, really strong, but the only thing that makes me flinch is that J41. If you're looking at it, he's obviously decked out. He has great items. Protector's Vow, it has been nerfed a little bit. Well, a lot, but still, it's a good item to get out early casts there from the J4, and you're going up against the guy that you wish you were. The Mordekaiser on the other side is one full unit, and you're hoping that your J4 can somehow lock him down. It will be enough on the Azir on the left-hand side. The Quinn trying to do as much as possible to save Altenau, and it is going to be possible. Huey on the left side also holding on, knocking out Han Xing.
The battle of the Kaisas on that left side. So cool to see the Cathian Rain coming in as if they were 1v1ing. In the end, Huey able to survive that fight, able to make it into this top board, which is his game plan when he's playing something like Ornn. He wants to play fast, high-tempo boards in stages 2, 3, and 4, preserve a lot of HP, and just crawl, sneak his way into that top 4 just barely to get those points online for day 1.
And he's been doing a great in day 1 so far, but now we're probably going to see maybe 1, maybe 2 players trying to dying right now. Altenau against Wasian.
And Wasian did hit Gangplank 2 in a few rounds ago.
He also has that Rice still on board. Thankfully for everyone else in this lobby, it is a Rice 1, and it is going to get taken down here at the start. But is it enough to do anything else? A big Sky Strike from the Quinn here, but it's not going to be anything useful for Altenau down in 4th. We take those, I think, in a different matchup. Maybe he could have lived a little bit longer. Wasian has come back with a vengeance and is very strong.
As he was trying to ramp up, but also Wasian was at the peak of the power. Also, Hong Liang lost against Huey, so a guy who made the strategy is Mordekaiser, something that we've been actually surprised about. He may not go second, he may go third at this point.
Hong Liang and Huey on their last lives. China, NA, and OCE fighting for their tournament lives in this game 3, trying to rack up these points. Wasian hands on his head once again, hoping the GP will do enough. The Kaisa starts off strong with the Cathian Rain, but only onto the front line for now. The front line is very quickly melting. It's happened at every fight we spectated onto Wasian. So much damage on his board, and once again, it's only the Kaisa and the Quinn left alive. I don't think they can do it alone. A massive hit for Huey here. Going to be the guaranteed 3rd place finisher. With such a, never mind. Hong Liang took an even bigger hit down to -10. Wasianiverson for NA wins this game 3. OC in 2nd and China in 3rd place.
That went so quickly there with all of them getting knocked out, and Wasian was streaking throughout the entire early game, then dropped so low with all of the HP losses, and now being able to claw his way back on the back of that Rice, on the back of finding that Nautilus 3, finding that Gangplank. I loved it.
And we were saying, misfortune has to be a choice, one of the comps that you actually have to know to play towards the championship. We saw the power now. And now what are we watching, Panda?
We're going to be hopping over to a different lobby, and there is something that makes our EMEA hearts
I'm not dancing, Nick. No, I'm not dancing.
You're rubbing your hands in a gleeful grin. I can see that and report. They can see you now as well if you want to do it again.
Dark Hydra and Zyko, 1 and 2. In this case, Zyko will be taking a hit, but still a great placement for someone that had so many points after those first 2 games. And Dark Hydra finished 7th in Game 1. He needed to get a few more points online for Games 2 and 3. Not sure how Game 2 went, but Game 3 at the very least, a big, big win for the German player. EMEA champion, who is really, I think, one of the big hopes for EMEA for our region.
He's not only one of the big hopes, he also is what defines our region. He is the history and groundwork of EMEA. There is so much I could say about this guy, but we do eventually have to go to a break. I'm so sorry, you guys. We're going to be hearing from our analyst desk right after this, and then we'll go back into game number 4.
Oh no, the dummy again. It was so close. 2 fights in a row. So unfortunate for Kess. Very strict stage 2. Not a single player able to get that 5 win streak going into Krugs.
Not today for
Kaiser.
And now
the Nico
3 for Kess. We were worried about him. I think the lobby has to be worried about him now.
And 30 HP. Still
Check out the damage of Mordekaiser. Gonna take down Kess. Tex also fallen though, so both of
NA wins this game 3, OC in 2nd, and China in 3rd place.
We're gonna take it to the
Welcome back to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. We're off to Bilgewater now, and I'm here with Frodan, Bebe, and Mort Dog to carry you through this next section as Wasianiverson has found a first place here. And he's been playing Earth, but this is the second time actually we've seen that he has not gone for the 2-1 augment. I'm very interested what you all think about, straying away from the path we've seen most players go.
It's really impressive. I actually don't know what's more impressive, the fact that Wasian is picking Earth, going off the script and having good results. He picked pumping up into Piltover on game number 2. He picks stationary support instead of Ancient Archives, goes into Strategist MF. That's really impressive. But also, the production crew swapped all this out in just a few minutes. We changed completely to a different portal. We're now in Bilgewater. As you see in the background, it's pretty phenomenal. Overall, I'm having a great time.
I'm also very impressed by the fact that Wasian actually knew the win condition of going for Rise Shadow Owls into Nautilus 3, so he can copy pasta a 3-cost 3-star with Juggernauts and 3 atomizations. I was definitely impressed with that, like a play for sure.
Yeah, it definitely felt like overall the lobby was playing what you would expect. Saw a lot of Mordekaiser, saw a lot of Azir, but like you said, Wasianiverson kind of going off the beaten path here, using that Zerat portal as well to really set up the MF ults for a good spot. And so overall it was really good.
And we actually have a play that was kind of highlights how that Zerat portal was being used. And Dan, if you want to head over to the telestrator, kind of show us what Wasian was cooking up with this stationary support that he brought instead of the normal Ancient Archives.
All right, so I've totally rehearsed this, and this is going to be 100% smooth, no errors. So we have, with our fancy telestrator here, showing you a fight that Wasianiverson was going up against Altanohue. And this is a really pivotal moment because Wasian at this moment, as you can see, has 50 gold, and he's choosing not to reroll at 7, which is arguably a mistake. But this fight is really important. Let's go ahead and rewind, and I can show you why. So, the most important thing is the positioning. When you are choosing to not reroll, you have to try to preserve as much HP as possible when you're trying to move up to another level. And the reason why this is really clever is because I want to highlight what makes this composition work. Specifically, it's the fact that Misfortune AoEs in a grid that's basically trying to focus on the center area right over here. And this is why the Zerat is specifically positioned in the solo front line and makes it really clever, because everything is going to bunch around here because the Zerat taunts at the very beginning of the fight. And so by solo frontlining this, he draws all the aggression to the front, and Misfortune is able to do a giant X over the center and hit the front lines. And because so many people are playing things like Demacia or Bruisers, they're clumping the front line in a row, which makes it really effective for Nautilus and MF to get their big AoE abilities to synchronize and deal massive damage. And so because of this, Wasian was able to preserve a lot of HP and go to level 8 very successfully, and then play with win condition of rolling for Nautilus 3 and Misfortune 3. And a little bonus is that he chose to go for that stationary support by his own words because, well, quite frankly, Bilgewater Emblem does not synergize very well with this composition. There's not a lot of things you can do. In fact, you usually want a +1 strategist. So going off the script, playing to his win conditions, positioning very cleverly, preserving HP, going for his win condition, that's the recipe for first place, and that's why Wasianiverson is considered one of the finest in North America. Back over to you.
Thank you for that, Dan. I mean, what a lovely use of the telestrator, and we get to see how Wasian has shown
I'm supposed to walk over here. This is awkward.
Yeah, just Dan. Come have a seat, join us. We'll talk about the rest of the lobby now because we got, the winner out of the way. We'll carry on. We'll talk about the losers because, there's only one winner in TFT. Well, it depends on who.
There's 7 losers.
There's 7 losers, yeah. But let's talk about another composition that was, I think, pretty unique. It used to be very popular, but this patch we haven't seen much of. And that was Kess running the Nico reroll. There was a lot of parameters that I think were making it work a little better than maybe we would have expected initially, and especially that was the Wood Ishtal.
Yeah, I think with the Wood Ishtal, you can end up with that Nico 3 that just has a ton of extra health. It can be really powerful. But the challenge was his items weren't really ideal. He had the Redemption, which can be good, as well as the Gunblade and the 4 Targon. So that's a lot of healing, but where's the damage, right? If you're going to play that version, that's usually why you go the double Titans. That gives you a lot of that AP that's going to, make you very powerful and be able to clear the front line. And we saw also the positioning of the Hex sometimes kind of grief that Nico into spots where it would get stuck. And so it wasn't able to output the damage, get through the front line. And I think that's what cost this comp, unfortunately, this time.
So when you build into a Nico composition, you have to prioritize damage itemization such as Ionics, Archangels, and time results. Otherwise, you'll be stuck on the enemy front line. Also, you do wish to have a Silco instead of Soraka for damage because Soraka does also not do as much damage as it may seem without an Archangel. So those are the choices that Mortdog is probably like emphasizing in the composition.
Yeah, I do think that if it's an Ice-ish still, something to think about is also a crit build. A lot of people like to build because you get kind of that rogue element of safety when you fall below that HP threshold and heal, so you can go for like a Jewel Gauntlet, Night Harvester, and Hand of Justice. That's an alternative way to build damage, kind of what Bebe said, but generally I do agree with him. I think that itemization was ultimately Kez's undoing in that game.
Yeah, I want to move on to another composition that we haven't seen a lot of just yet, and also it's with a legend that is kind of talk of the town right now. Tech Summer's playing the Lee Sin, ended up on the Void, using that to reroll, try and hit the 3 stars, make Shelly a lot stronger. And I'm curious, I mean, it hasn't worked out so far. I want to hear kind of your thoughts about the Void comp in general, but also I want kind of a little bit of thoughts on the Lee Sin and how that's working for Tech Summers.
I think that Void comp reroll made sense because there was 2 things happening. One, multicasters were, you know, pretty good, as some would say, in the previous patch. And so you were able to get away with playing the Void multicasters. But the thing is, he wasn't even playing the real powerful version of it. If you're able to get 6 Void and 4 multicasters, that's how you're able to unlock the power. But he was nowhere near that because he was busy trying to roll for things like the Vel'Koz 3. He wasn't even able to get the Vel'Koz 3. And the second part of it is that there's not many people rerolling. A lot of times when you're playing things like Void multicaster reroll is because other people are rerolling other costs that helps amplify that, and he wasn't really getting that benefit either. So because he's playing a slower reroll tempo composition, he was just behind. It's not the comp is bad, it's just he took too long to get online.
Yeah, and with the success of Lee Sin not really being there, Mort, I was curious, I mean, do you think Tech should consider swapping? He does have plenty of practice on the other legends.
Yeah, I think right now especially, the fact that he's had 3 not great showings, we talked about it at the start of the show, right, that you need to be in the top 8 to move on to day 3. There's only 9 games left. I think you have to make a big, bold play right now, and Lee Sin isn't working. So maybe one more game top, you know, if you can get a first with it. But after that, I think you've got to pivot to something that can have a higher bar here.
All right, well, with that, I am getting word that our casters are ready for us to send it to the next game. So let's send it over to the caster desk as we continue with the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Thank you guys so much. We're super keen to also have traveled to Bilgewater. We're missing all of the fancy smoke, you know, but mentally we're over there with you. And game number 4, it feels like this day is blazing past us, Pie Hat.
I've been loving it. I'm really enjoying the experience. I'm just, everything here is like, it's impressive to me. I'm in awe. I hope hope you all are enjoying it as much as I am.
Talk about impressive. I would love to see maybe a few cannonballs also flying past.
Yeah,
the
we'll get on that.
Dodging
our
we have
the
of course,
giant ship.
Exactly. I think it would be
Maybe
great thematic production. Let's try and work on that for tomorrow, potentially. But players who have to work on something for tomorrow are going to be a few players in this lobby who are very far behind in points, especially some Brazilian players who come into this with a great anthem to hype them up, but maybe are going to get into that hype a little bit later in this day 1, hopefully in day 2, because Ego, one of the absolute favorites from Brazil in a long, long time, considered in so many power rankings to be the #1 player in Brazil in terms of pure skill, is not doing so hot right now.
He's not, but somebody else is, and that's Tamura, who's in this lobby here representing O's. Of course, you were pointing it out before we actually started talking, Pana, so I'll reiterate. There is all 3 Brazilian players in this lobby, which is a crazy coincidence, but that also means they probably know their game plans.
And that's the thing that worries me, because they've been training with each other. So they know the techs that each and every one use. So maybe they actually contest by accident? I mean, we have to see.
Nice to Thomas, someone who's currently studying for a degree in computer science, trying to go to university in-game as well, but he does not make it happen. It will be Tamura, our current point leader, or second place actually, in this lobby after one of the Chinese players will be going, in this case, into Valor's Hollow. So it will be support item, and we've seen that be quite relevant in past games as well.
Last game, as we showed in the Telestrator, the importance of something like the CC Rod, maybe a Virtue of the Martyr later, or maybe even a Chalice. Those are things that are going to have to you have to be on the lookout for, and especially in 2-3, especially if you are one of those that are win streaking, because you don't only get a support on 3-on-3, you also get another component on 2-3.
Very strong start for Tamura here.
We'll take those. We'll take Samira too to start us off. Also has 2 copies of the set. It's never bad thing. Checking in with the legends though. The forecast for today, guys, is manatees.
It was an even split in the last game. We thought, yeah, surely we'll see the same even split every game this tournament, but no. 7 Earth players in this game 4, and 1 very brave Ezreal player trying to play for a high-tempo game plan, maybe almost always into that MF Nautilus board. We saw him playing it so much in the in-house scrimshot this week. We saw him playing it as well in the game 2 on main broadcast. Maybe we'll try and bring that same strategy into this game 4.
And I said, someone, he's doing all right. He's in the middle of the pack right now, so he knows he at least has been able to score here and there eventually. But for now, it just depends on what the cards gave him. He maybe, if he finds a good buried treasures, a good way to start. A Puppy 2 can be a decent way to actually start snowballing for a little bit, but his entire backline is 1-star, so there's not much damage for Ezreal to actually do something.
Coming in with our augments though, it is going to be golds to start us off. For many of these players, that's an instant Ancient Archives pick. We've been seeing it all throughout the day, and now we're also seeing all of the choices of the players that are popping it instantly. We saw Tamura picking up that Ionia emblem right at the start, finds the set 2 as well, has a really strong front line going now for the first couple of stages. Tidal, on the other hand, is leaning more into the Slayer line.
And we've seen it happen quite often. Slayer emblem, not quite Demacia, but then players somehow find a way to get the Demacia emblem later into the game as well. 6 players on Ancient Archives. And this is a very important augment, not just because of the options you have to play these vertical lines, but also the 3 gold. It's so strong in stage 2, and it's a big reason why players kind of auto-pick this in most of their games.
And I'm really excited. I was excited because Xiaoyu didn't pick the Ancient Tomes. He ended up grabbing a Challenger's pad. So we saw the last time how China likes the Challenger's pad made into an Aatrox, and maybe the story will repeat itself again.
And that's so interesting, because why would you go for the Ancient Archives if you can get like a solid, reasonable, guaranteed choice of a Challenger's pad, which is not bad right now. So Xiaoju is going to go for a little bit more stability. But we are getting some info from all across the board. Panda here, the Korean player, checking in with him, is on a little bit of a losing streak angle.
And has still not popped the tome. We were discussing before the tournament even started in our prep throughout this week, is this going to be a viable strategy? Will players try and optimize their tailoring as much as possible, lose streak these first few stages with that 3 gold you get from the Ancient Archives, and then pop it maybe at 2-5 when they have the perfect tailor online?
But it's also high risk, because what happens, you have all this prep, trying to lose streak all the way into maybe cracks, maybe then you find your direction. But the tome isn't 100% guaranteed on what you want. It's just based on how many trades you have on your left side, and it's not even exactly what you, it may not even give you what you want, so it can be viable, but I think through a lose streak lens, it can be quite a
little bit risky, yeah. We're going to have to see how it pans out and what emblems have been chosen by most of these players. Ancient Archives is a augment that really decides your direction very early on. There's very little flexibility when it comes to your late game board. There is obviously some skill agency in the mid game in terms of how you get there. But for now, to see how many players are on Demacia emblem, Panda waited, and he has been rewarded for his patience. It could be another player, but I was going to say maybe he goes into Bruiser to try and veer away from the contest, but no, another player on Demacia in this game 4.
So we have 3 players with Demacia's pad and Tidal with the Slayer's pad, which is almost quite similar, and 2 players contesting Ionia.
Okay, hear me out. I have had enough of the emblem conversation. They're all holding hands. We'll check with them later. It's all about who finds what, but I want to see Toma, because he is on that Ezreal. He is going down a route that is not Demacia and is not Ionia, so he's definitely giving us something new, and I think we need to see how and what that board looks like. If my senses are telling me right, I believe there's a little bit of a Shurima Bruiser situation.
Could be, but with Nashor's Tooth slammed, it could also be misfortune. He's been slamming this quite often in most of his games. We see the spark as well, which is going to be ideal for both Azir and for Misfortune. I do believe Isotoma's game plan, watching him in scrims, and especially in his first few games at Worlds, is going to center around either re-rolling for Misfortune and Nautilus and playing around the strategist board that we've even seen the Chinese players, Ace and Honglian, trying to go into as well. Or, if he's contested, if you have some natural Azirs when he rolls down at 3-5, he might be going to the more classical Azir route.
And the good thing about him is that, as we saw, everyone is having the tomes, everyone is either Demacia or Ionia, so he's not going to be contested. The route is full open for him.
Checking in with him now, it is Bruiser and Shurima for now, but of course, like you're saying, there are options going through the late game. For now, he has been holding back on leveling, trying to go through this, making as much econ as possible, which I always think is a good start. Obviously, it would be better if you're able to get like a win or a loss streak. He's been like winning, losing, not ideal.
Lost the first 2 fights, which is really not great. I think probably waiting to see what he wanted to slam, but right now he has 4 items slammed in total, not leveling to 5 here, despite being able to do it while staying above 10 gold is an interesting decision. Maybe wanting to sell off his bench and try and make gold that way, but even then, it's going to be a risky move here. He's facing off against a player who has gone to 5. That is Tamura, the OCE player, and we see these Samiras. They mean business. They dash forward together. Should be a good, clean up there for Tamura, and that's going to be Isotoma taking a lot of hits in the early game.
So I think the theory here was if you can win, you can sell everything you have, make 20, but not being able to
Bit of a gamble.
win. It's a gamble.
I'm not that big of a fan of this play specifically, especially when you're playing Ezreal. You're the one who wants to set up the tempo, and when your tempo is behind everyone else, I don't think things aren't really correlated on what you want to do.
Coming to 2-6 right before Krugs, 2 players defending their win streaks, 4 win streaks for now, trying to make it 5. The 2 strongest regions in TFT, of course, OCE and China facing off here. Tamura versus Xiaoge. We'll see who's able to do it. Xiaoge's board does look very, very strong in the front line. The back line, maybe not so much. A Malzahar, Challenger Emblem, JG.
Not gonna happen. Avoided the elimination of the win streak. Both of these players could still go on and just protect their win streaks, which is what they're trying to do. You can see a little bit more gold on the side of Xiaoge, but if Tamura takes a win here, he is going to be able to also make 20.
Unless?
Looking close, but I think he's got this. The double power of Samira will be enough.
I do wonder what he's gonna do with Samira. Is he gonna keep it? Is he gonna try to cook a little bit? Maybe I'm just overthinking it a little too much. 6 Samiras to start. It's a really good mid-game comp.
And these are the kind of units that you're not really playing them for their synergies as much. With Noxus, of course, yes, when you're trying to go for that win streak Noxus and get those stacks online early. But Samira and Cassiopeia, pound for pound, there are few units that can do as much as they do in Stage 2. Playing 2 copies when they're upgraded is almost always correct in any board in Stage 2 because they get so much done. They're able to guarantee kills, where even if you lose by very, very little.
Going through the Krugs here and see what upgrades players can find. Notably, Panda down there, Tidal down there, making 50, so important.
And both on the 5 lose streak, keeping it very important. We saw in the fight against Tamura when I think it was Panda who only had 2 kills on the board to try to guarantee having the lose streak. But now the question is, what's he gonna do with that? He already has the Master's Path, the direction is quite open. So maybe he'll try to grid out for a little longer, maybe go for a 3-5 or something like that, to try to hit before everyone else.
The big spikes for Demacia, of course, are just the trait spikes. 5 Demacia in Stage 3. You want to hit this ideally at 3-2 so you don't lose too much HP. You can actually make it to those high roll situations where you're able to get the 7 Demacia. Ideally, if augments and carousels work in your favor, 9 Demacia, and become a player that can challenge for that first place, almost guaranteed if you're able to get that together. So we'll see how these players preserve HP in the mid game. This Stage 3, for all these contested Demacia players, probably the most important stage in the game.
Gonna be seeing Xiaoge on the fight line here, going up against Ego. Ego had been a little bit stable throughout the early stages, 96 HP. Is it enough to take down Xiaoge's win streak is the big question, and it looks like that is going to happen. One more ult from the Malzahar will not finish him off, and Tamura will be the only one that moves into a win streak to 3-2. Gonna be silver augments coming through for players. Anything interesting?
Tidal had a Slayer's Path, and now he also has a Slayer Heart to top things up. So that's going to be a really good vertical to actually chase for. Is there anything else that caught your eye?
We do have rumors from our production that Title got a spatula from Golem, so could be interesting from Krugs if that ends up being relevant, especially with that spatula maybe becoming a Tactician's Crown later on in the game. If he finds another spatula and he keeps that spat open on his bench.
We're going to be seeing whether or not that's the case. Something else that did happen, though, is the Young, Wild, and Free being picked up there in the bottom right is going to be something to look out for on the carousels.
I do like the talk and the noticing about the spatula, because that's one of the things that makes Earth so strong. In 4-2, if it is a prismatic augment and you have a nerf, you will get a spatula.
Sorry, I'm grinning, but anyone know if healing orbs are good? Is that maybe a good augment right now?
Is that in your pickups?
According to the stats in this specific game, I'm not a stat master myself, but the math looks like 4 or 5 players ended up going for Helio Orb as their second choice augment. One of the best combat augments for Silver, especially similar to Red Buff. I think if you guys did your pick'ems, hopefully you have at least one of these two in the top pick Silver augment, because they'll be so relevant throughout the entire weekend.
It's just so much combat power for so little spent. And we have
items.
a support Title. I mean, he can't grab Banshees. You already have QSF, which is a bit unfortunate. You would have preferred to have the Banshees and have a secondary item on Mordekaiser. But a Cleaver can be quite useful.
On the Nico for now, we'll see what this board turns into. If he wants to level to 7, he's on a 7 loss streak. In most cases, when you're losing 7 rounds in a row, you need to find stability, even during the end of stage 3, because if not, you lose too much HP going into stage 4. You face those Exodia players like Ego, like Tamura, and you suddenly pitter out to an 8. So Title will be watching him after this carousel and see what he finds, or maybe even on the carousel, if he finds another spatula and he's able to get a Tactician's Crown to try and stabilize it.
It is really interesting how Tamura is just breezing through lobbies here with the double Samira. Good for Title. He's making a lot of money. So
drum roll, please.
That's the big thing for him, but does he also get to pick up a spatula? There is a player on the Young, Wild, and Free. Ego could deny him if there is one.
There's
Let's see, and the answer is no.
No spatula, but a lot of key units here. Fiora, Mordekaiser, could be very relevant for hitting those next few trade spikes. Even Quinn, too, for how many Demacia players there are in this lobby, could be relevant with that rod. Can build into a few items, so it's not the end of the road here as well.
I do like Ego's choice of denying the Mordekaiser, even though he doesn't really need it for the Ionia comp. There are 4 people that actually want that unit, so denying it and preventing them from spiking for free is going to be amazing. Now we have to see if either Title has an 8 lose streak. Will he be able to hit?
He's on 45 HP. He's not forced to roll down right now, but he does go level 7, so I assume he is rolling. We'll even catch the tail end of that roll down. But looking at Tamura's board here, I'm not surprised he's on an 8 win streak. I talked about Samira being so strong pound for pound. There's units that can do what she can do. They only cost 3 gold, each of those Samiras. But looking at Title's board now, Nasus 2 has been hit. He's found a Jarvan as well. The Quinn is still 1-star though, and he's rolled down to 0 in a desperation mode. Will this be enough, Makes?
Don't ask me, man. I don't have high hopes for this board. The Quinn really needed to come around. Having only the Fura 1, the Jaipur 1, this front line is on the back of that Nasus. I would call it at least a front line, but it's not great right now. So any wins that he can take, probably going to work out on the back of that, and the Cassiopeia doing a lot of work, but in the long run, I am so worried. All of the econ has gone out the window, and you haven't hit Quinn too.
I'm scared. I'm a little worried. The pieces are there to actually have a really good board. They still aren't sure.
Another chance? Are we donkey rolling? Do we send it?
I think you have to wait until after Worlds at the very least, or else you're absolutely dooming your game. We'll see what other players are able to do in terms of their own stability. Galio too was found for Panda, some extra front line there as well. Tamura, can he do it? We see it very rarely in TFT, especially in a world stage where the tempo is so high in these lobbies, the boards are so strong overall. Can he get the 10 win streak going into Wolves?
We're going to be seeing the fight and watching closely. Ego Sins has lost out on the win streak. On the other side is going to be Panda with the Demacia board. Well, actually, one of the 4. And we will be seeing whether or not he can hold on with his Ionia Constellation here. Getting a lot of damage here in the front line on the Bruisers and the Demacias. But the Fiora getting so many resets. And this is where the Samira falls off. 3-6. your one cost is not going to do a whole lot.
And there was a few players that spiked at 3-5. Panda and Tidal were two of them. In this case, Tamura unfortunately hit one of the players that did spike. He didn't spike too much himself. He decided to stay above 30 gold, trying to preserve that HP and that gold. Not quite the case there. Finally does lose his win streak.
And he really doesn't have, now that he lost, he doesn't have a really good way to maybe go level 8. He's stuck on a level 7 game where everyone's rolling down for one Mordekaiser to stabilize, one Jarvan to just be annoying, and a couple of units here and there.
Wolves coming around. That could be another upgrade moment. You can see Xiaoge is holding on to a bunch of items. They're hoping to find a new target for these.
Selling his whole board, trying to now just pivot on this roll down into that challenger comp. We'll see what he's able to hit. An Aatrox on 7 would be, maybe not game-winning, but very, very good for the Chinese player. Kai'Sa's massive. He needs to find Fiora too, but Fiora, we talked about it's contested maybe 4, maybe 5 ways with all the Demacia players, a challenger player as well. For now, the roll down not ideal. Hit only a singular Kai'Sa.
And he also has a Mordekaiser, so there are at least 5 people playing towards the same unit. And Xiaoge can play, we've seen in the past Mordekaiser being paired up with Fiora and Kai'Sa to just have an extra source of damage. And we are seeing on the other side, Panda also has a Mordekaiser.
The fact that this Cataclysm hit is almost obscene, but it's not going to be enough, I'm afraid. The Sky Strike will finish off the Kai'Sa. Xiaoge on the back of that roll down, not being able to stabilize spells bad news. Hopping over to Tidal though, he was in a similar position just earlier on and now has been finding at least some wins. Last augments coming around are going to be golden ones, and he's saving graces.
Stolen Vitality for Echo can be so big. He was on the Ionia line, could be absolutely massive. Isotoma, though, is a player we have to watch what his augment pickup will be, and if he can find a way to stabilize, maybe with Martyr. Strategist hard as well if he is going into the MF line, could be absolutely massive. Looks like he's carrying Azir and Silco for now with a Juggernaut front line.
The Strategist.
Yeah, it's still Strategist board, so will be able to benefit from the Strategist heart pickup. Will it be enough, though, with only a singular Azir right now on his board? 3 gold, but essentially 0 gold. No interest being made here for Isotoma, and hitting on all his carries 1-star.
Having this 5 strategies line can be strong, but since you are playing Ezreal and you don't really have the gold to pair up the power of the units with your board, we were talking about an Aatrox, a legendary Aatrox at 7. We found it not in the player we were hoping
Wrong
for.
Chinese player got this.
But it's still on a Chinese player.
Take it. That's a good unit if you can get it, and that Aatrox is doing so much for the board of Xingru here. But is it enough is the big question. Panda on the other side also being able to find a legendary.
Battle the Quinn.
Is getting.
Oh my goodness.
And we're saying about Aatrox, but Panda also has a Velvet. So there are a couple of hidden legendary units that are showing up. But what can just look at the augments. They're so powerful.
There's Resolve as well for Qingro. Could be huge in terms of stability now for this stage 4. So much similar boards. Not surprised with Demacia, of course. Double Aatrox for Qingro. Could he find on 7 with 20 gold, or maybe in this next carousel, an Aatrox 2? That would be so big for trying to continue this win streak on a 4 win streak right now, trying to stay stable throughout the end of this stage.
The rat gameplay. The Zephyr directly on the Queen from part of.
That's how you do it. Respect for me.
Two Brazilian players have a Zephyr. They know the tech. They are known for being rats and actually trying to outposition the enemies just by doing taking advantage of the entire utility that they have. And hey, maybe he can win this fight because of that. I don't think it's happening. That Nyla's trying her best, but
that probably really a 1 cost. It just tanked the Nyla for like 20 seconds. Huge win. We do not see an Aatrox, but we do see a Spatula.
Is he being denied? Is Tidal gonna grab a Tactician's crown for free?
First pick. I don't believe. Does he still have the Spatula open? Is the biggest question. He's going right for it.
It wasn't a
looks like he has it.
Walk around. He went to the left side to deceive and confuse the enemies. Went to the right instead. Picked it up. That is going to be the Tactician's crown we've been mentioning ever since we saw that Spatula come around. But you also called it out earlier for Ego Illusions. Being able to
There it
pick up
is.
that stolen vitality off of the augments is yet another very strong, directional, and powerful augment that I've been missing all throughout today.
And I do like the adaptation, the titles. Of course, he has a tactician's crown, a +1 and all that. But those items, you see Nashos, you see Quicksilver Stash, usually think that those are the items for Mordekaiser. So he was like, okay, I'm not hitting Morde for a long time, so I'm just gonna invest and go all in on the Asir. And the Morde is still on the bench, it's not there.
Talking about the Basa players having to play the mid-game stage 3 and 4 differently, trying to find different outs to their situation, which is they're 4-way contested. You cannot play the cookie-cutter Demacia Slayer board and find success if you're playing with 1-star carries. That's the case where Tidal pivots into the 6th layer with his emblems and his Slayer Heart as well in that stage 3-2 pickup, and in the end finds stability. 6 win streak. The spawn does of course help him out, but both Xingro, actually no, he just takes a loss actually. It's only Tidal now win streaking and staying in that top 4 for what is a very, very close stage 4.
And we look at Isotoma, the guy who may had not the best roll down ever at 4-1. He now has a Silco 2, maybe an MF, if you can actually, if you want to
Main
grab
carry
it.
and main tank though, still being 1-star is not ideal in this case.
Yeah, I'm worried about this one. We're going to be looking away, the other way, to yet another player that's also in trouble. Xiaoge, we just saw him lose a round before that, and it spells a similar picture. You have the Mordekaiser one, it doesn't have items. Last second trouble swap here is at least going to guarantee that the ratting does not commence. Your Mordekaiser is not going to be the one that is picked up. The Azir in the backline of Isotoma haven't taken a lot of damage, but the Kaisa not able to claw it out in the first cast, will go to the second one. Xiaoge able to hang on here, but for Isotoma, Panda and him, the ice is getting thin.
I do want to mention one thing that Xiaoge was doing with the positioning, which is quite interesting. As you can see, the Kaiser's on the front row. He's just doing it so the Kaiser can get the Banshee's buff. But since she's on the far right or far left corner, she's gonna get aggroed first, yeah. But whenever she ults, she's gonna go back, dash straight into the backline, away from any enemy auto attacks or any danger. It's a quite smart adaptation for the item.
And Hannah just as well allows her to heal back the damage she does take there, so really it's not taking any damage at all, as long as there's not a massive burst or any kind of immediate CC that can lock her into that position. So we'll see now a Heimerdinger found for Xiaoge. Is that going to be relevant enough to play here? I don't think it's the case. He does finally find a Fiora that he can slot into his bench. Similar case here for Xingro. He's on 2 Fioras right now, has to try and find the upgrade, but he can't. Mordekaiser, similar story.
Oh, he had to sell the Aatrox to actually put the Demacia's pad on more. Oh, that stings.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's just the same picture everywhere. Xiaoge, we're coming back to his board as he and Panda are on the cusp of elimination here. We're going to be watching them side by side. Oh, Panda going up against Tamura, and he is still leading the lobby. That might be a very, very rough matchup for the player here. We're going to be seeing whether or not he's able to take down the Sichuan too, but the backline for Tamura has fallen, which might just be enough for Panda to hold on. Xiaoge knocked out, -3 HP, but Panda from Korea can hang on.
For Xiaoge, it was really down to that stage 4-1 roll down. You could tell right away the game was not going to end well for that Chinese player because of how much he missed really in terms of the Kai'Sa and the Fiora upgrades. And you're playing Challenger, you know you're going to be contested on Fioras. It's a risky line because it isn't that S-tier comp it has been in past patches at the very start of set 9. Fiora 2 found in this case now for CMB9. The Brazilian players also losing a little bit of their own fuel, but Ego, a player who needed a big comeback in this game, 4 is currently sitting second in the HP standings.
It looks really good for Ego at least, but on the other side, I am worried about Panda. Panda is one of those players that was trying to fight Mordekaiser, only had Mordekaiser 1, trying to fight for his life against another Mordekaiser 1 with better items, with a better setup. So Panda, after this, I'm sorry Panda, but you're out. Panda, caster, Panda, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah,
well, I have no association with this Korean player, so unfortunately I'm not biased for him. I do love his name though. We shared some messages on Discord, we shared some Panda gifts actually. So he was very cute in that sense, it really was, but unfortunately
You're
7th
only
place.
sharing that now?
I had to keep some secrets, Makes,
Come on,
for my relationship.
that's a great bonding experience.
Not enough though, not enough to caster bless him in this game for the very least. Brazilians might be on that same route though, Piehat, with CMB9 Isotoma currently sitting 6th and 5th in the standings, and a pretty sizable gap to now Ego, who's, again, 4th place in these standings.
It sucks for CMD because the board is quite strong, but he suffered the same thing that we were talking about Earth overall, which is if you are playing the same lines as everyone else, you're gonna have to be on a roulette. Will you hit? Will you not hit? Thankfully, CMB finally hit after Panda after the other players went out. Maybe it's gonna be enough to actually save up, as he's fighting against a title who actually adapted quite well to the fact that he wasn't gonna get Mordekaiser. Maybe it's gonna be enough for CMB to continue. Maybe he'll still be alive. Maybe one more
Battle of
round.
Aatrox! Can he do it is the big question. He does come through here. He reaches
on,
for
Quinn!
but the Sky Strike is stronger. Title being knocked off the win streak here. Isotoma, CMB able to hang on. We're going to be moving into the carousel.
Looking at the 5 cost here, there is a Heimerdinger, there is an RFC, especially if you're looking for a key itemization on things like the Mordekaiser, things like the Nyla, for example. Even Azir likes the extra attack speed, the immediate burst. This Azir comp, when he's played, is much more bursty in nature than he was in the past. It's no longer Rage Blade being built in Azir, it's mostly just that initial burst of damage. You don't have that huge survivability and kind of that drain tank with Nasus doing so much more in past sets.
It's so weird to see an Ezreal tempo player being level 7 and behind. But on the other side, Ego's he's level 7. He found an Ashe free out of nowhere, I would say.
5-5 is a pretty late Ashe 3, but it might just be enough for Ego to actually solidify the place that he's in right now. We're going to be watching Isotoma maybe go up against CMB9. Country mates is not going to be the case. Title once again on the other side of the board as he rolls around. On the back of this Tactician crown, he had been getting so many wins here, but does he have the power to take down Isotoma and his board? And I don't think so. The Azir is so much stronger on the side of Isotoma, but the Sky Strike once again sneakily knocks out the backline. Can the Swain do anything here? And the answer is going to be no. Brazil, unfortunately, going out 6th and 5th.
And you could tell the lineup for that Quinn ult was so bad. The Sky Strike comes through, kills both of those carries, and it was only the Swain left alive. It will be Xingro in that 4th place position. It will be Tamura, who continues to perform at such a high level, playing his own traditional game plan of playing very high tempo throughout early stages and preserving so much HP.
And that's something that Tamura said when I was talking to him, that he really wants to stay true to his lines. That's a mistake he made at Set 7 Worlds that he realized he should not repeat, and he's proving it. He is sticking to exactly what he knows, and it's working out.
That's what you need to do during the World Championship. You don't really need to be the most flexible player that play 12 different lines. You have to execute on the ones that you want to do quite properly. Like
Demacia.
Yeah, like Demacia.
Executing on the Demacia line, of course, a thing of skill. And in this case, we're seeing why. Such a strong comp. At its peak, nothing can really beat it, especially, of course, at 9 Demacia. Once we see that on main broadcast, our viewers will understand why everyone is trying to go for this similar game plan when it comes to the Earth Legend.
Dragon does give us the opportunity to maybe find new upgrades. Ego, 1 copy away from that set 3 coming together. He has slammed his item on that unit, so he does want it, of course. Does have the duplicator, so only needs 1, but will get the Envil first. Is there a chance that we roll it down here to see if we can find the Zed? Buys out the 2 cost. This is the answer that we needed. Does keep going here. He finds it. That is going to be exactly that.
It's looking at the top 4 here. 2 Demacia, title, Slayer, but kind of Demacia as well in that same kind of tree of comps. And 2 Ionia as well. Both have made it into this top 4. So Earth, if you're the one that's able to hit in stage 4 especially, if you're able to, again, preserve HP in the mid game, knowing what item holders are best for things like the Demacia emblem, like the Slayer emblem, play like Title did, where he rolled so much and was able to find stability with 6 Slayer, you can make it to this top 4.
Looking at Ego go up against Xingro here. Is it enough? The Slayer combination on the other side. The Demacia, the Mordekaiser falls instantly against the Ionia, and the sheer power of the Xayah and the Ashe is going to be enough for Ego to hold on. Ionia coming out on top on the right side of the screen against the Demacia and Slayer.
If you could see me right now, I'm just vibing right now watching the Ashe play. I do like the contrast, because the last game we saw an Ashe reroll that wasn't really able to hit, and now it's an Ashe that actually hit. We can see the sheer discrepancy of power. But now Title, the guy who adapted, who tried to make an Azir Slayer line to not have the to play around the fact that he won't get the Mordekaiser, fighting for his life to try to not go fourth.
It's really all about the Azir and the Quinn. The super quick pivot from the right back to the left. Can he dodge the Ashe? Well, I don't think he can. It's going to be a straight hit up that corridor. The Xayah as well going to be doing some chip damage onto the Quinn, onto the Azir as well. But enough damage coming through right now. The front line has already melted for Tidal, and already the Ashe and the Xayah damage coming into Azir and Quinn.
The same thing happening on the other side. Tamura knocked down, Tidal knocked out, and Tamura is on his last life. Xingru and Ego are holding on in the top there, and Ego specifically on the same line as Tamura, on the back of that stolen vitality, being able to cap out, just so much stronger here. Is that going to be our lobby winner?
Just gone 8 as well, so it has that little bit of an extra spike in power. We'll see how he'll fare in these next few fights.
I mean, Ego is the big Ashe, Tamura's the small Ashe. I wonder who will makes.
Don't say that. That's Tamura on the other side coming through. The Aegis trying to protect what's there, but the feathers fly in all directions from both forts. Only one can come out of this competition, and Tamura is going to take a third place. Had a great start of the day, and I think we take a third here.
We're going to the final carousel of the game. Shurima emblem is here. Ionia emblem is also here for Ego. I don't think he has time to go 9. Maybe if we had a bit more HP for Chingro, but that's not going to be the case here. And the game should be ending ideally, or in theory, in this next fight, unless Ego takes 2 very small losses and we go into PV. I'm not sure how the math works. Maybe he can make it to 9, but he's sitting at no
he's
goal.
just rolling down.
It's not happening.
If he goes for if it's a stage 7
Heimerdinger,
I don't mind for my pick'ems, but yeah, a Heimerdinger is a good way to just find any different edge now that you have an extra slot. And it's just a couple, just more front line, just have more time for Ashe to actually burst out the entire lobby. He has to watch out for the Jarvan though.
Both players coming into this fight on the back of wins. We have 6 for Ego and 2 for Xingru. And you can see in the top left corner, he's already grinning, shaking off other people, trying to figure out if there's any chance he can win this. But I think the answer is clear and decided. And Brazil, while having 2 rather unfortunate placements, does come out on top. And Ego finally shows what he's capable of.
And we saw this same game plan trying to be executed in Game 3. The Ashes were sold in the end. They were not found. The tempo was not there when you rolled on 6. You were only sitting on 3 copies. In this case, the complete opposite for Ego. You use that Ashe as a stepping stone into level 8, into those 4 costs, into that critically capped board with Xayah as a secondary carry. And in the end, a big win that Ego and Brazil needed.
And as you said, it's amazing that actually Ego he really needed that. He hasn't had a great start of the day, but with a really good and really solid 4th game performance, going to be enough to actually go towards the final 2 games.
We're going to be hopping over to another lobby, and if I see that correctly, they played Shifting Sands here. Guys, that's not allowed.
And this is a portal that Volta has been a fan of, but in this case, he finishes 8th in this lobby. Kurum finishes 5th. NA not doing so hot. A few SCA players in this lobby. Piva finishes 7th, but Nem, who also needs a big comeback in this Game 4, is currently in position to maybe win or at least finish 2nd. And Korea, once again, looking so strong in this tournament. Kang Sung-jung, our current winner right now in the standings, and he's 3rd place here, so adding those few extra points.
And with Nem, we're seeing the power of the bot here. We were talking about it a little bit last game with Tech Summers. Maybe it wasn't good enough to actually capitalize and maybe top 4 or even win.
He didn't really find the rerolls, right? That was a big thing for Tex. So this board mostly relies on having your Voids be as strong as possible, so your Herald is as strong as possible, because that's how the Void trade works.
And if you're not able to make those come alive, then it's just not going to be a strong board.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mix.
I don't think this
That's a
is
big
a
Mordekaiser,
fair
not because of the
matchup.
Bruiser emblem, but the fact that this is a 3-star legendary. I'm not sure what Nem is thinking, but I think he definitely is not looking for a first in this game, or I'd be very, very surprised at Mordekaiser immediately onto the Kassadin. The disarms could be relevant. He's going to try and fight his way right into the backline. The Scion buying some time. The Mordekaiser's stunned. The disarm's actually doing something, but he's not losing
doesn't matter.
any HP.
He's slowly walking there.
The back,
Uh-oh, Vel'Koz, watch out.
one by one
One,
through these
two.
units. He doesn't need attack speed. He's just chilling and making his own thing come true. Cosmo doesn't even care at this point anymore. He's like, yeah, I've seen it before. It's a Mordekaiser 3.
I think the Night Harvester did not even proc because the Mordekaiser did not lose enough HP in that fight. It happens. Mordekaiser's a tanky guy, especially with a Bruiser emblem making his shield that much bigger.
I'm really happy we got to see that one at least, but we are also happy to send you guys into a quick break before we go into Game 5. We'll be hearing from our analyst desk, and we'll see you once again on the other side. Find a legendary.
Battle
This
the Quinn.
one is getting.
Oh my goodness.
I would try this with a better setup. So Panda, after this, I'm sorry, Panda, but you're out. Panda, Caster Panda, what do you have to say about this?
It is clear and decided, and Brazil, while having two rather unfortunate placements, does come out on top, and Ego.
Welcome back to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. We're here at the analyst desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Frodan, Bebe, and Counterfeit. We got to talk about that last game, right? Ego Illusion's able to find it with the Ashe reroll, but the big story of that game was Mordekaiser and how it was contested all which ways by every different Earth player and different emblem under the sun. And I mean, it's exciting to see it. You talked about at the start of the day, Frodan, that Mord was going to be contested, and we see it highlighted in this game.
Yep, and I want to highlight specifically how to deal with it from the perspective of Tidal. I think Tidal actually played that game phenomenally given the constraints. Obviously, in the ideal world, you don't want to play a 4-way contested Mordekaiser. I think it's not ideal in any kind of situation. But what he ended up choosing to do was play around the other things that could complement the rest of his composition. So he knows that Jarvan's a really big part of Demacia, so you can tie it with Strategist and help play around things like that Azir, which was a less contested unit. And that's what you have to do. If you recognize that you can't get the ideal case number one, what can you do? Azir is also a really powerful forecast, and I think he also stuck to his win condition, which is not really going for like the Mordekaiser, the big Slayer, or the big Demacia, but rather focusing on the Slayer aspect of it. 6 Slayer actually, in a lot of people's minds, is actually more powerful than 7 Demacia, but it's hard to get online. You just need a 2-star everything, and that's exactly what Tidal did. That's how he landed the top 4.
Yeah, and Bebe, I know you had a lot of thoughts about the Demacia line and just, I mean, honestly, the way that people were getting on this Mordekaiser in general, you called it the default line. Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I believe that a lot of the world players right now want to force Mordekaiser with the Demacia spat because they think it is one of the strongest compositions they can go for. So we saw that even though the players actually had a lot of compositions they could have gone for, they can go for Shurimas, they can go for Ionias or Noxus, but they skipped all those options, actually forced Demacias because they just didn't really want to fall behind and not hit a Demacia Mordekaiser while letting other players go into. So I guess that also does factor in with the economy that's going on here, with the ecosystem that's going on here in TFT Worlds.
It was a bizarre ecosystem, seeing so many Demacia players going live. I mean, it did ultimately cost a couple of them, going out in the bottom 4, but to still have a Demacia player coming second in a lobby that should be anathema to that kind of play, I think just speaks to how ridiculously good it can be under the right circumstances.
Yeah, everyone had Mord 1 until stage 5, which is actually kind of hilarious. Usually what ends up happening is like 1 or 2 people hit, and then all the 2 or 3 other people contesting just die out really quickly. No one hit, which is actually kind of amazing to see. But that was also to the benefit of someone like Ego, who needed that time to hit Ash 3, because when he had originally picking it up, him and Tamura Abeithu were really far behind, but because they had so much time given to them by everyone else not hitting, they were able to get the Ionia Vanquisher comp online and running.
I mean, this also shows that the players that know multiple lineups than the main meta compositions will be at the advantage because they will be less contested, therefore more likely to hit their compositions. So we do need to focus on the players that do know how to build into many win conditions.
Yeah, I will say that one thing is that Ionia Vanquisher Ashe in particular, the one that won the game, is actually still so strong in the data. If you actually look at the multicaster patch, it actually outperformed multicasters in the data in terms of the raw, output of the stats website, which was always something that people didn't really talk about. And yet, it's not even nerfed or anything. If anything, it stood to gain because of the buffs to certain things around it. I'm actually surprised that more people aren't trying to jam this comp.
Yeah, I think it was definitely underrepresented. A lot of people thought it countered multicasters, which is why it was doing well, but that's just not even really the case. It's just an incredibly strong composition. I want to take a look at the standings a little bit because Ego Illusions really needed that win, and I think there's a number of other players who were near the bottom starting to find their footing in this final game, or not this final game, but this 4th game here. The Ego Illusions picking up that win and Bowman grabbing that 2nd place. Dan, is there anything else standing out to you in these scores?
The first thing is that at the very bottom, right above Kez, is Piva. I think Piva was a player that had a lot of high expectations. Currently ranked 1 in all of TFT. If you look at right now the ranked 1 global servers, 1900 LP, pushing 2K, almost the entire set. So far, every game except for the 2nd game averaging 7.
In counterfeit, I mean, we're looking at Dark Hydra and Volta here in that kind of bottom half. We had high expectations for both of them coming in.
No, absolutely. I mean, in the 3rd lobby, there was all of the EMEA players were playing together. They somehow managed to get the top 4, but the 2nd lobby between them did not go so well. So left really in the middle of the table. Zyko, though, holding the flag up in 5th place.
Yeah, and Bebe, Korea leading the pack. I mean, you got to be happy about that.
Yeah, this is the first time in a very long time where we actually had a very decent lead from the beginning, because there are many times where there were 3 people at the opposite side of the score sheet. But I am very proud of how well they prepare for this like a tournament, and I'm expected them to do very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very exciting. You've been talking up Korea the entire time. You said that, hey, they're going to be on top. I think Dan and I are probably pretty happy with the NA performance so far. I think we've especially been seeing some great performances from Wasian. But, before we get on with the rest of the tournament here, we're going to go ahead and go to a short break. But Runeterra Reforged Championship will return right after this.
We're gonna take it to the
Act 3 of day number 1 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship is upon us. Frodan, Impetuous Panda, and Mortdog joining us for the casting desk. That's right, what can't he do? Game dev, YouTuber, streamer, tournament organizer, and caster. Mortdog, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Glad to cast some games. Hoping for some prismatic augments, maybe. So we'll have to see. But it's nice to be here with you two. I feel a little underdressed compared to you.
Nah,
two,
you got the Kevin James the shrug. Give us this one pose. Can we get a little zoom in on Mortdog? Give us a little pose.
We all have jackets at least, so we're on the same page in that sense. I'm really excited to see maybe some new portals that we haven't seen yet. We saw Shifting Sands at the very tail end of that game that we just caught the last few fights. So really excited to see those portals that really warp how games are played. I think especially that game we cast in Game 4 was very standard Earth game. Let's have some more excitement in this Game 5.
They don't have championships, but they got puns here at EMEA. Actually, they did win Set 3 championship. Let's go ahead and acknowledge that in the meantime. EMEA is actually still doing fairly well. I think, how would you rate overall the performance so far of EU? Because they had so much hype coming into what could be their all-star roster in quite some time.
It's still middle of the pack right now, and I think that comes off of a very slow start for players like Dark Hydra, who got a 7th into a 6th, and then came back a tiny bit. But I think they're still warming up. Their engines are starting to finally fire up, and hopefully they end the day strong. I think the mental aspect is so important for this day one. If you have a game plan, and the game plan completely fails across 6 games, you start having these intrusive thoughts of, should I shift to something else? Should I shift to Earth if I'm playing Orange? Should I shift to Orange if I'm playing Earth? What is the answer?
That's already happened, actually. Huey, we saw switch from Ornn to Poro, which is quite unusual. No one is trying to pick Poro, let alone switch to Poro. A very unusual strategy indeed. So, more, I want to ask you, what's been the most impressive thing, whether player, region, or maybe even just the performance of a comp?
Like I said, we talked about it a little bit, but I think Wasianiverson, the way he's been picking Earth but has been willing to adjust out of that and pick some other augments, that's been really impressive. And I think having those multiple game plans is the thing that's going to elevate people to the top of this lobby and make it to day 3. Because again, if you come in with these one plans and you're stuck on Mordekaiser 1 or you're stuck on 7 Demacia, you're not going to do nearly as well. But having those alternate plans, that's the thing I think that's going to elevate people. And so I've been pretty impressed with that so far.
No one asked me what I think is impressive. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think it's really impressive that China is still averaging, what, a 3.75 across 6 players. Incredible so far, especially because they're underestimated due to those mobile players, which we do have featured in this lobby, thanks to Chingro, one of our point leaders. Let's go ahead and hop into it and see what we got going on here in game number 5.
Will be Serpentine River as a choice, so something that's pretty standard overall. Does add for some amount of player agency when it comes to all the different carousel rounds, which are no longer carousel rounds. So, what is really the strategy to keep in mind with a portal like this one?
It's really trying to vote for what you need at that moment, right? If you're playing really high tempo, if you can get that extra rerolls to power up your army even more, that can be really advantageous. But if you're looking for something like a tome, that can power it up. And as we see, this is a lobby full of 8 Earth players. So if we see a tome on that stage 2 pick or stage 4 pick, that's going to elevate people up on those compositions. So that'll be pretty interesting. And then there's always the mystery box, right? If you see that mystery box and you don't like the other 2 options, that can also spin things for a loop. So
it could be anything. It could be
even a tome.
Even a tome. That's right. We all love tomes. We'll see. Serpentine River, I love that you said that you have agency over it. You have the illusion of choice. It's actually going to be the one option by that one guy who chooses health for no reason at all because he's loose streaking. Don't know why that's possible, but that's what ends up being the case a lot of times, at least for me.
One more thing to know with the lobby complexion as well. 3 SEA players in this World Championship, all 3 currently in this lobby. We were mentioning on the desk as well, Piva, someone who had a very high hopes coming into this tournament, especially off of YBY's great performance in Set 8. Rank 1 Global, not the highest start, not the greatest start to this day 1. Can he turn it back in this Game 5?
I'm kind of hoping for silver, but gold is the most likely. It's a silver. And the reason why I'm hoping for it is because this is going to force a lot of Earth players to deviate. This is the hardest start for Earth players because branching out is high variance. Who's going for it versus who's rolling?
4 to 4 for now are all branching out. No.
Okay, then I see a Zon emblem. I see a Slayer emblem in the top left. I see a Bruiser emblem from 10 on the top right. He's got to be happy about that.
Yeah, for sure. We do see one player deviate. We see Inconsistency chosen, which can be a very powerful augment. You get that econ going. It looks like we're going to see one more deviation here, one more player not choosing it here. Still making his choice between Component Buffet, Bruiser Heart, and AFK. But otherwise, yeah, like you said, a lot of emblems right now. And so this is forcing people to play something they may not have been planning. They didn't really have a ton of a choice.
Well, I mean, he has to make a choice somehow. Component Buffet comes in. Somewhat fortunate they didn't portal away, and as a result, can pick it up. For those of you who don't know, if that orb stays on your board and you portal away, you can't pick that up. That being said, not slamming it, not entirely sure what direction he wants at the moment.
And looking at the lines overall for the lobby, 2 Slayer emblems, an Ione emblem, a Challenger emblem, a Bruiser emblem, and a Zon emblem. I think the Zon emblem, especially for Wasianiverson, is very, very interesting. There's very high highs to get 2 of them. 6 Zon with all the overloads. It's going to be so, so cool to see. But we've seen some very crazy Graves builds in Stage 3 with that Zon emblem onto Graves.
Yeah, I think Graves and Zon is something that I know Mort actually is not a big fan of, but there's been more traction of playing Rogue specifically with Graves to get Adaptive or Shimmer Inject and have a high tempo. And then if you're in the late game situation, you can get a 6 Zon on perhaps Katarina. That is really high cap, but what don't you like about that setup?
So specifically, the big thing is if you don't have the right Zon, add-ons, that you're going to be put in a really bad position, and you're sort of dependent on hitting that Graves 3 very early. I've been much more a big fan of like the reroll Jinx version. That one can play a lot more of the Zon mods a little bit better. So I do think there are a bunch of ways to play it, and if you're very familiar with Zon, you can react based on which Zon mods you get. Even something like a Warwick reroll where you can get the explosion.
Oh yeah.
That one can do a lot of damage and power through.
2 things I want to say that one, Wasian actually did play that exact 6 Zon 2 games ago in game number 2 off of a tilt-over start. The second is that I actually saw scrims where Wasian actually played exactly what he talked about, which is just a standard Zon, no pilled over, nothing, just go for it. He 100'd the lobby. It was a perfect game. Didn't lose a single round from start to finish in that scrim. It was crazy.
So the big thing for me right now is if you look at a lot of these emblems, right, you have a Slayer emblem. And so a lot of people might just go, okay, I definitely have to play Slayer. But I think that can lead to a situation where you start not hitting your units, you don't hit your items. And again, this is what we talk about. I really liked your point about how this is the hardest version to play of Earth. You really have to have familiarity. Like, what are your outs here, right? Are you using Void? How are you adapting to this? You've already built the Bloodthirster. Is that really where you want to be? And so a lot of that flexibility is going to make or break a lot of players here, I think.
And the econ here as well, having to hold all these Demacia units on the bench. Ideally, you can make 10 by selling the Vi and the Malzahar here, but being split between 2 choices, having so many players, I think it's going to be so relevant to scout, especially in this stage, and try and have some idea of what every player is trying to lean into, and at the very least, not happen like that game 4, where everyone was playing the same exact carry in stage 4.
I mean, my main out is to ask Mortdog to help me, but he's casting, so none of these players have their main out. It's going to be difficult.
I do like your point, Sierra. Like, again, we're holding these units, right, and kind of briefing our econ a little bit, knowing that that's what we want to go towards, but that's going to put us in an awkward position where if we don't hit, and especially if it ends up being silver, right, you're going to be down a lot of resources. And so here we get a look at our first choice here. Rerolls, Component Manual, and Tome. You can see everyone kind of running to Tome here. And
Thank God that everyone's an Earth player in this lobby, because if someone was not an Earth player, they would be feeling so bad in this voting round.
Yeah, but you can even see, like, not everyone going towards it, right? They don't want to necessarily, power up everybody else in the lobby. So Wasian going for those rerolls, trying to tempo. We see a lot of people just going for the gold here, so.
Oh my goodness, here we go. The second round of portal voting. What will win? The majority or the one guy?
It's going to be Tome.
I don't know, for some reason I was feeling that rerolls, which is much more open-ended, but here we go. The Tome, which unlocks some really powerful verticals. People can double up. We're talking about that double Zon, for example, gets access to 6 Zon.
Double Ionia as well, we saw in the last game being so powerful for Ego, for example, was able to win that game 4. We're seeing as well for Challenger potentially, for Dark Hydra. Is a Challenger a viable win condition in this current meta, Froden?
It is, but it's usually dependent on whether or not you hit the legendaries that accompany with it. Everyone knows that if you get like a Challenger Emblem on Belt at 2 or a Heimerdinger to really help that ramp that turret really strong. I will say that the early mid-game is where challengers have to figure out until you hit that Kai'Sa 2 Fiora 2.
I think these are the 2 boards that are interesting to look at right now, right? Because these are the 2 players that did not take branching out.
Yeah.
And so right now, they're stuck with their Tome, and they're trying to figure out. Now, they do have the advantage of being the last one to react, right? They can look at the lobby and go, okay, I don't want Slayers, I don't want Zon, maybe it's Shurima, maybe it's something else.
Yep.
Which is kind of an advantage. But knowing that everyone else could be up +2 is a massive increase from +1. I know math is hard there, but that's going to swing a lot of people.
Why'd you look at me when you said that, man? I felt targeted.
so
I'm from North America, I get it. But I at least have a degree, kind of.
And Xiaoge lost that streak as well, so maybe relevant at the Tome. Didn't give any board strength. Maybe other players did pop their Tomes, are able to get a little bit stronger for the tail end of this stage 2. And right now we see no 100 HP players. No one going to have that perfect econ going to Krug, so that really does slow down the time at which players go 7, the time at which players roll down.
Yeah, we can kind of see on the side here, it's like we're looking at who's got which emblems here, and it looks like Tidal right now getting the double bruiser, which is interesting because double bruiser often ends up being, you know, not as ideal, but it will help you hit that 6 sooner, but then you end up in this awkward position where it's like you want to keep the Sedge and the Void, so not necessarily as good, whereas someone like Nem right now has that Ionia and that Freljord that can lead into that Ashe version where all of a sudden you've got like 3 Freljord plus 6 Ionia plus 4 Vanquisher, so that's a really big hit. We also see a double Slayer here. So a few people are able to hit some things here. I want to see what Wasian gets out of his because we know he had the Zon from branching out. So we'll have to see what else he can pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting. Dark Hydra, unfortunately, we just got information that he hit Challenger plus Invoker. That's really awkward. Maybe he has something up his sleeve, but that's going to be a really unfortunate pairing for him.
He's a great player. I have a lot of respect, a lot of faith on this German player, but how do you crawl out of that hole? It's going to be a very interesting pairing. You mentioned double Challenger, not going to be the high roll he was looking for. As you mentioned, double Slayer emblem. Tidal did so well in that last game, had such a huge spike in the mid game, especially to preserve so much HP in stage 3 and 4.
Interesting item choices here for Wasian. He has Rage Blade and Sterix Gauge. When you see this, what does your head go towards?
I think right now what this is to me is it is Jinx. You know, you're playing Jinx with the Ginsus.
Yep.
I think the Sterix goes on someone like Warwick, Echo, Graves are all different possibilities here. Pops does not hit the Zon, unfortunately. I also think this is just tempo trying to stay alive. I think Wasian understands that he's relatively high in the standings, so, you know, some solid top 4s to keep the tempo might be the way to go.
Does have robotic arm, so doesn't get the massive high roll with double Zon, but does have, I think, at least serviceable options compared to the Invoker Challenger pairing for Dark Hydra.
Yeah.
Has a Gunner emblem, has, I think, a lot of tempo right now. He has to roll down for a little bit more combat strength, but not going to find it just yet.
It's awkward because he only has 3 Graves, so committing to the full Rogues is going to be a little bit tricky, but because he has +1 Gunner, he has actually have a really high tab of getting 6 Gunners.
Yes. I think Gunner especially, the fact that it doubles at every breakpoint, you're going to be able to hit 4 Gunner early, which allows that Jinx to be very powerful in stage 3. And then, like you said, you can cap out at 6, which I think is one of the very strong versions here. I would be very surprised if he tries to go the rogue line. This feels much more like the reroll the Jinx, get the Jace, play 4, and then go to 6 at 8.
We'll see what ends up happening here in the 3-2 augment. It can make a big change in direction. It's going to be gold tier, and a lot of people are rerolling the first immediate option.
Dedication could be really big. We were just talking about the 6 Gunner spike. He can find it much earlier than we would expect.
He slams it. Yep, for sure. I think that's a great choice here. We see some Ancient Archives, definitely some interesting options. Demacia Crest is an option. Yeah, looking around, definitely some good choices here. But yeah, the story for me here is this is going to give Wasian either 6 Gunner early or 6 Zon. And this is an interesting one for Wasian because I think you could go 6 Gunner, get 2 Gunner emblems, and spike much harder rather than the Zon, which is going to require a lot of itemization that he doesn't have.
He has 4 and 4, so what's going to happen here? More interaction question.
Yeah, so I believe it's the one you've put in most recently here.
Okay.
So this is the kind of thing where I think you'd want to avoid it happening, and you actually would just take out the one you don't want here. So this is kind of feels like a bit of a misplay.
Feels very confident. Does he maybe
know
the rules better than Portak?
I'm looking at Wasian's cam. It looks like he doesn't exactly know.
Dan, every fight we've seen from Wasian late game, he has his hands on his head. This is
Okay. Standard stuff. Good choice from the opponent, having a rated item on Captain. I'm a big fan of Stoneplate Gargoyle early game. There's a reason why we took it off Poppy, because it was too good. Caston's usually the other good Bastion, but Chingro is on a lose streak. He did take Frequent Flyer, which is really interesting. This is actually an augment that has fallen out of favor, but under the right circumstances, it can be quite good. And he gets a Zon emblem, so
6 Zon vertical.
6 Zon could be really strong here for Wasianiverson.
Yeah, the 6 Zon here is good. He's got the Graves. That's going to allow him to get all those extra mods. Again, for me, I think I might have gone Gunner here simply because he's already got the right mod for the Jinx. But it is going to give him a ton of extra options here. The fact that he already has the Echo 2, that means he can get a mod on the Echo, the Graves, the Jinx, and then also things like the Warwick as well. So overall,
I see the reaction then. I know why. Titanic Strength, double Bruiser emblem. We talk about immediate power spikes. Tidal is the guy we're talking about here.
Yeah, the auto attack damage is not that big at first, and then you just kind of realize that the sum of its parts adds, you know, a couple thousand attack damage every single fight, which adds up over time. Not to mention that we have an early Mordekaiser. That unit's usually impossible to find, and he has it really early. He's starting to snowball now.
Yeah, this is the big thing we were talking about, right? 2 Bruiser emblems will be a little awkward later, but for now, it's 6 Bruiser at 3-2.
Yeah.
And it is so much health that nobody really has the damage to cut through. I think the one comp that can actually do well against it is like the Ginsu's Gunners with the Jinx and things like that. But otherwise, everyone else is kind of struggling to take down this much health.
Some key units found here for Qingro. Finds the Quinn, has a sword on her as well. Jarvan is on, or was on the carry, so I think he's not going to last very long in any of the games throughout the day. Overall, some key choices that are maybe helping these players stabilize now. We might see some roll downs at 3-5 if players feel they're in a dire enough situation right now after these last few fights.
Yeah, I think this is one of the times where it's like, everyone has so many emblems, their plan is very set right now, right? And so now you're kind of at the mercy of the game, right? It's like, am I going to get the units I'm looking for? And I think this is one of the reasons why like these kind of Earth and high portal situations can be, you know, a bit of a struggle here because you don't really have a ton of control at this point. It's like, do I get the Mordekaiser? Do I find the units I'm looking for? And it feels a little out of their hands right now.
Yeah, no Mordekaiser here for Piva, unfortunately rolling down. Stops at 10, which is a really common thing to do if you need to roll again. Just had the option of being able to econ up. Even look at the itemization as well. Gunblade and Runen's a lower damage version of this Quinn, and it's also stuck on Quinn 1. Unfortunately, it does not look like Piva's turning around.
Quinn 1 on both sides. It goes to show when you're contesting these same exact units, you roll down on 7 to 10 gold on each side. Both players cannot hit their key upgrades.
Yeah, I think that's going to make a big difference here. Is able to win with the Gunblade, but I think the Fiora in particular, right? Slayer Fiora has those items, can be a pretty big difference here. Interesting to note, he went to level 7 with Frequent Flyer. You mentioned, you know, it's fallen out of favor here, so are we going to stay...
strategy.
Yeah, are we going to stay 7 and try to roll for Quinn while contested? That feels a little risky, but we'll
usually Frequent Flyers for a 1 or 2 cost reroll. It's pretty rare they use it for 3 costs unless it's a really uncontested one like you mentioned. So I am questioning what's happening on Qingro. And keep in mind, Qingro is one of the top scorers currently in the entire field, so taking an 8th here is disastrous.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be problematic here. Looking at some of these boards here, the other thing is that the tempo of the lobby, you know, we've seen this, you know, kind of off and on today, but in this lobby in particular, everyone went level 7, 3-5, rolled it down, trying to, I think, kind of the race for those key components, right? Try to find those Mordekaisers and Nazirs and things like that.
And we'll talk about units, but look at the trait spike. 7 Demacia, 4 Slayers, 6 Slayers on the board we just saw from Piva. Overall, whoever is not hitting either their units or their trade spike, there's going to be in big, big trouble coming into this stage 4. One very interesting thing we're seeing here is Gargantuan Resolve for Nem. I'm curious what his board looks like at this point, nearing the end of stage 3.
A lot of times people are now anchoring around Fiora, believe it or not, because Fiora is really strong with that Titans, but look at him right now on the board. Oh, I misspoke. I thought this was one of the Slayer boards. This is actually the Ionia board playing around Neela with BT Titans, which is actually quite a average. I think it's literally average if you look at the stats. It's like a delta neutral, which means that it doesn't really impact it meaningfully one way or the other. So I want to ask more, what do you think about this build?
So I think this build, so Neela was originally designed to kind of be a melee champion, and a lot of people obviously use the RFCs, the extra range, things like that. I think one of the things that's underestimated, though, is that she has an AP scaler on her shield. And so with the Titans maxing, what happens is you get those really big shields, and you continually keep that going. The Bloodthirster keeps you healing. And so I think that actually can be really good and buy a lot of time for the Xayah to then do a lot of that damage. And so she ends up being really hard to take down, almost very similar to Mordekaiser. So it can work. It does get kind of countered by itself in a way. Xayahs can burst it down pretty quick. But otherwise, nothing too much here.
That is a Sejuani too. With, do you want to give Exoskeleton to her? It feels like Exoskeleton's reworked to now give damage amp makes it feel less effective. I'm not entirely sure.
No, I think you go the explosion here.
Unstable Chem Tank. That is also very good as well. And Wajan stuck with so many items and mods. He was rolling down his board. Very complicated board state going up against another Neela. This is Neela 2 on the other side. That's not the Gargantuan Resolve version. But strong enough to win anyways. That's bad news for Xiao Ge.
This is for Wajan, very good news considering that was a very complicated transition. So much APM required to make it happen. Finds a win where he's on a 3-loss streak especially. Needed to find some stability, does find it. And we'll see now where exactly this 6-on vertical caps. We haven't seen on main broadcast just yet. I think it's a vertical. You see very little because players are scared of going into this higher situation of not knowing what the mods are before leaning into that vertical zone. And it's usually very hard to find that guarantee of finding 2-on emblems in one game.
You're going to see a lot of people take things like Final Grab Bag, and this is because a lot of them are either one, trying to fight for tempo, or two, trying to rebound their economy because they know that they all in to try to play for the contested units. Tidal just hit a Mordekaiser 2 in the top right. Keep an eye out for that. Portable Forge for Wasianiverson, and a support cache here coming in for Piva. What's it going to take?
I think looking at this, you either take the Zephyr or the Shroud. You don't really need the extra armor and MR because you're playing Slayer. You know, I don't think you need the Zerat portal here. Take the Zerat portal. I'm a little surprised by that choice. I'm not sure that would have been the choice.
That's kind of sus to me as well. This is an early game item. Why are we taking it this late?
Right. And you don't really have a backline that you're really supporting here. It's still a Quinn 1 here, so I do not like the Zerat choice here, but hopefully it works out for him.
We'll see how Wasian fares. He won his last fight. Can he win against this 6-layer board from Piva with an upgraded Fiora? It's going to be very hard to do so. This Jinx still alive, still trying to do it. And Fiora is finally taken down. The front line has been broken. The Quinn cannot do it by herself. But I'm very curious about Dark Hydra. He's taken another loss. He's down to 15 HP. And it's not really a surprise. Not because of the player's skill, but because of the combination of Challenger Emblem and Invoker Emblem.
Yeah, we saw that actually in another game. If you watched off the main broadcast on some of the alternative lobbies, we saw Kuramex take a Wandering Trainer. He got like Rogue, Challenger, and Freljord. It was so awkward. And if you get these awkward combinations without hitting the 2 stars to complement them, oh, that helps. Fiora 2 helps, but is it too late is the biggest question.
Yeah, I mean, this is... If you're going to take the Challenger Emblem, at least try to like invest in it, see if you can get that going here. But to end up in 7 Demacia from this state feels really bad. Quinn in particular, she has this, you know, emblem, but she's not really a major benefactor of that attack speed. She really wants those massive spell casts that can, you know, delete people pretty quickly here. So it feels like a waste. The Fiora doesn't have full items here. I think we're looking at an 8th place, unfortunately, for him.
And this Jarvan has also pretty terrible items. Sterix and Morello Namacon is not what you're looking for. Trying to see if this Quinn can get some big damage coming in. It is still just a Nilo 1 for Nem, not good enough. And so Dark Hydra lives, and at this point he's playing for placements, trying to see if he can catch up on the carousel. What's he looking off the carousel? A legendary? Is he looking to just take the Jarvan too?
I think the Jarvan is the biggest thing. He needs to find some more frontline. He needs to find some more time to stall for this Quinn to do something, anything at all.
Oh, I forgot. As well. Serpentine River.
You tricked me as well, Dan. Shame on you.
Well, that was a test, and you failed.
All right. I'll take that one.
So you can kind of see the people at the bottom of the lobby heading towards health, trying to buy a little extra time here. There's quite a few people in the mystery box here, which I think some of the high health people who are comfortable are really looking for that to swing things pretty crazy. And then Tidal at the top taking the really simple component anvil. Now remember, everyone gets a component anvil regardless. So if you hit component anvil, that's going to be 2. That might give you the item you're looking for. And we see the spin here. It's anyone's odd. And we end up with component anvil. So everyone's going to get 2 component anvils. And that should help people finish those items like we saw on the Fiora, other things like that.
Only to know, it's always going to be very important to vote for this if you have 0 components or if you have 2 components already. If not, you're kind of flaming your own game, because at the end of the day, someone else will have more items to build immediately on that spot. One more thing to note with Nem, he found a second Ionia emblem. He found the Ionia crest on that last augment pickup. Could be going into that 9 Ionia vertical in the very late game. Does he have the HP to work with? Does he have the gold to work with? Most probably not. Will the Gargantuan Resolve play onto the Nyla?
The lobby's tempo is too high, unfortunately. In those kinds of situations, you take a high econ situation, and that's how you get it. The attack speed, by the way, is not going to be very useful for Chingro if he gets stuck on this Eternal Winter Sejuani. It is still very good. It is still very cringe, but it does end up falling. And Wasianiverson might end up getting overwhelmed. He was trying to see if he can get a streak here on stage 4, and that's not going to be happening. Chingro lives.
Yeah, unfortunately with the 6 on, this is one of the awkward positions you can be in. And this is why I was saying I prefer the Jinx reroll version, because now all your carries are 2 stars right now. No one's that particularly threatening. Okay, there we go. So that feels a lot better now. Jinx 3 is going to be a massive spike. Now he can go to 8, get in 4 Gunner. So he's already done that. So this is actually now a very good spot. All we need is a sword to get that Infinity Edge on that Jinx. You've got the Gunblade, you've got the Robotic Arm. You can move those mods around. If Jinx is taking too much damage, you can get something else on there. So Wasian now looking like in a pretty good spot, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. It comes down to how much HP can you preserve. Speaking of, Dark Hydra is still stuck on Jarvan 1, 2 HP, and a Dream needs to stay alive. That is a Nila 2 with a Sniper's Focus, but does end up getting the Jarvan. Here comes the Mordekaiser to crash in, but it looks like the front line is just holding on a little bit too long. And our front line is cracking. Fiora trying to cast one more Blade Waltz. Can Xiaoge able to withstand the storm? And it looks like Dark Hydra is gonna barely live once more and climb ever so close to potentially getting that top 6.
In a game like this where you really didn't high roll at any stage in the game, I think you'd be content with really just getting a 6th. So Dark Hydra hoping to win maybe the next fight, maybe the next 2 fights, and hope that's enough, and maybe have Nem and Qingro bleed out to a 7th and 8th.
Yeah, interesting to note too is that when he hits that Mordekaiser 2, if he does, he wants to upgrade and put the Radiant item on that Mord, but for now he has to carry around Fiora and Quinn, which is not the most consistent duo.
Yeah, for sure. And having to be on that Mordekaiser, like you said, that's going to be, you really want that Radiant Nashers. That's going to make a big difference here. Funny thing I wanted to point out, by the way, I count 18 emblems in this game. So, you know, normal games we might see like 5 or 6 or 7. Does get a duplicator here. So that's going to help if he can find the Mordekaiser or the Jarvan here. Again, like you said, the odds of ever going 8 here are pretty slim. Finds a Mordekaiser. So now it's just a question of which... Okay, so now you pop the Mord, you lock the shop. So at least this is a good situation. At least we were able to hit here. Are we going to see...
to try and maybe sell off the one on the board, if that would even be worth it, considering he is on his very last life at 2 HP.
I do like this, that he put a 3rd item on the Jarvan here to make sure the Radiant ends up on the Mordekaiser, the Fiora, and the Quinn, so really good situation. He just needs to win this fight to get that Jarvan.
It does move up at the last second to get the resistances onto that Jarvan. Let's see, going against Qingro, who also only has Fiora 1 and Mordekaiser 2. Cataclysm lands on the top right, which is huge. Mordekaiser can potentially flank on the other side as well. And this is an opportunity for Dark Hydra to make big ground, and Qingro can't go 8th. He's in the lead of the standings, and taking 8th here is an utter disaster, and that is a cutscene.
Talking about the importance of winning this next fight, and he wins against a direct rival as well. So relevant. Nem and Qingro both going 8th and 7th. Dark Hydra lives for at least one more fight, finds the big upgrade on both the Mordekaiser and the Jarvan. Could this be enough to maybe claw his way back into the top 4?
His board is one of the strongest we can see, and this is an excellent way to piece things together in what is a high contested lobby in an unideal scenario with the emblems. But the question is that HP, right? Some people are also really strong. All it takes is one loss, and Dark Hydra's gone.
Yeah, this is actually, it barely worked out. Like we said, we got through by the skin of our teeth, but now the fact that we actually have the Invoker emblem is helping a little bit. We're going to get those Quinn casts a little more often, those Fiora casts a little bit more often. The fact that we have the Challenger actually is helping a little bit. That Fiora casting quite a few more times than a normal Fiora would. The Jarvan with the Morello, so our itemization is really solid all around. Like you said, this could be a top 4. It's going to be tough because one bad matchup and he's dead. But overall, yeah, like you said, we were talking about he wanted to be happy with a 6th. This could be at least a 5th, and that's amazing.
Wasianiverson, by the way, losing what looks like Piva's board. Piva still playing that double Slayer emblem. He must be really strong in online as well, but everyone else is powering up as we come upon the stage 5 carousel for Dark Hydra. Another thing to keep in mind is how much does he want to keep his board really nice and tight, right? We talk about how positioning, a lot of people are trying to maximize their value, but they're also playing into other people's AoE. Keep in mind as we potentially go into this game-defining moment here for Dark Hydra.
Both knocked down to 1 life as well. Shunga still sitting at 20, so he still has at least 2 lives to go here. We'll see what Dark Hydra can do in what could be the last fight for the EMEA player in this lobby. And that Jarvan looks so scared on the left there. Might jump into this entire clump, the battle between Tidal and Dark Hydra. If Jarvan casts onto this Quinn, she could be in so much trouble. The Mordekaiser also moving on the left side of the screen there, but the Fiora buying time, staying alive. One more Blade Wall does come through, but as she's taken down, the Mordekaiser is the last line of defense with only 2 HP. Dark Hydra is out of contention. Does anyone get knocked out below him into 6? That's the question. The answer is no.
No, Foeman did end up dying to Wasianiverson's 6 on, but just preserved enough HP. And now we have our top 4. Let's take a look and see what Xiaoge can take. It is the Adaptive Helm, leaving Wasianiverson with a free Aatrox and a Protector's Vow. That item has definitely taken a step down from where it used to be, but it's still a pretty useful utility item, I think.
Yeah, especially for the Sejuani he's got, although it looks like he's going to put it somewhere else for now, possibly even the Jace just to get it casting quicker to give that Jinx extra attack speed. But like you said, it's still a good item. That starting mana can make a big difference.
I personally like incorporating the Aatrox into the Zon. If you're able to get the Shimmer inject onto him, he's incredibly impressive because attack speed right now on Aatrox is quite nutty. He's end up instead going for Gangplank because he wants to go for the 6-gunner 4 Zon setup instead. Interesting.
I like this play a lot.
Wow.
He knows the mods he wants. He's got the robotic arm on Jinx. And remember what I was saying, that Gunner doubles from 12% to 25% here. So this Jinx is going to be able to start hitting like a truck. And it's got the Gunblade now. So that Gunblade's going to keep that Sejuani alive. This is a very powerful version of the comp. And so now the Jinx is ramped up here, stays alive. And look at that damage. Just completely obliterates. And so I really like this choice here. This is a very smart setup, and I think dropping from 6 Zon was absolutely the correct play.
That is a tough call to make, given that you have 2 Zon emblems. You're always talking about, like, how can I play 6 Zon? It's impossible to hit. Actually lands it, but chooses to scale down in a tactical moment. And that fight almost went disastrously, too, because the Cataclysm from the Jarvan landed half a second before the Gangplank boat was able to arrive and give that CC immunity. So Wasianiverson able to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it all worked out.
Yeah,
Talking about Piva as well, someone that needed to find results in this Game 5, especially I think both Game 5 and 6, because he was really far behind in the standings. Thankfully for him, in the top 3, and we'll see if he can climb up into those standings, hopefully to beat out Tidal, who was playing that 6 Bruiser line, very strong in the mid game, should at some point in this late game start bleeding out, but we'll see if that's the case, because he's sitting on 4 Mordekaisers, could be thinking about going for Mordekaiser 3.
Yeah, if he can hit the Mordekaiser 3, that'll be really big. We're talking about the Jarvan here, and yeah, thankfully, again, the Gangplank casts very quickly here, so we're CC immune, but it feels like right now, people are still kind of grouping up, getting baited by whether it be like the Demacia armor, or whether it be the Jace. Like, if you move the Silco to the left, you can maybe, taunt away from that Jinx, your main carry here. But yeah, showing the power of 6 Gunner, showing the power of this Gunblade, this feels like a great setup. If we can just 2-star a few more units, this should be a really good spot.
Yeah, overall, this is an interesting spot specifically for Tidal on figuring out whether or not you do want to chase that 3-star 4 cost or going to 9. I'm actually surprised how poor he is, given that he was very healthy and he was on the streak for a while. It could have been the situation where he just wanted to pressure the rest of the lobby, and so he was at 0 gold and couldn't restart his economy quick enough. But now, I don't really know who's going to be winning this lobby. Right now, if you're favoring momentum, Wasian's on a 3 streak, so he's most likely to climb. But Piva has 73 gold as we're looking at his POV. He's trying to go to level 9. What can he do with it?
Stage 6, 20 gold to roll with, not really that much. What's the key unit to add here more? What is Piva looking for?
I mean, I think in this position, it's honestly either Heimerdinger or Aatrox. But otherwise, to be honest, I don't really agree with this play of leveling here. It felt like, he leveled to throw in 2 Freljord and an Ashe. You could have held that gold. He's got enough health to survive one more fight. Could have played around something like a Fiora 3. This is a really kind of an interesting play here. Hopefully the Freljord can make the difference here. That Shred will be pretty valuable a little later. And he has the Rek'Sai 3, so a lot of carries here.
I mean, looking at his setup, he has 1.5 items on Sejuani with a belt and a ZZ Rod portal. That is not good front line. Sejuani does end up falling. Rek'Sai 3 is down. What is that Fiora? That Blade Waltz made a way to the back and eliminated that Jinx 3 right as she was casting the fish bones. That means Wasian's down to 1 life, so it looks like Piva said, hey, I might be just playing for second here. I'm trying to squeeze out value, get that win over Wasian, pressure his life total, and secure a top 2, which, I mean, that's a mark of a rank 1 global player, knowing how to squeeze out 1 placement.
Heimerdinger has been found. As you mentioned, Mort, if he would have waited a few more rounds, maybe he would have had enough gold to actually buy turret upgrades and have his Heimerdinger be a more impactful upgrade to this board this late into the game. We're already halfway through stage 6.
Yeah, this one's interesting because now, like you said, you need to hold a little bit of gold, then put it in, then roll and try to hit those upgrades you're looking for here. But against Tidal in this 6 Bruiser board, we've talked about how much health it has. And just look at these items. The Mordekaiser has basically the ideal items you're looking for. The Azir, the fact that the Azir is going to ascend with all that health, there's just so much power right now.
Yeah, taking a look at these dual fights simultaneously. Wasian gets the Ghost. Tidal versus Piva is what's happening. 4 HP. And Tidal does look like he's trying to get through the front line. Wasian does look like he's down for the counts. That 6 Bruiser is just too much. Tidal working onto the backline as well. And Tidal with 2 comfortable wins, beating Wasianiverson with his Ghost and dealing damage to Piva. Wasianiverson with another solid top 3. Can anyone stop Tidal from this Bruiser rampage?
GP and Aatrox have been found. Strategist is also here for this board for Tidal, so the extra AP onto Azir and the Mordekaiser. The shielding with the Bruiser emblem on the Mord, so big, scaling off of his own HP. We saw it, so much damage coming through from the Quinn. It seemed like it was doing absolutely nothing to these last few units for Tidal.
Trying to get this Gangplank in to see if the Dreadway can get this one final CC immunity against Jarvan's Cataclysm. This could be the striking blow that Tidal needs to secure this game and catapult himself to the top of the rankings here. What's going to end up happening? Cataclysm does end up missing the Quinn, but it's really about whether or not the aren't able to ramp up. And that second cast was good enough. There's so much HP. Rek'Sai 3 is down. If Fiora drops, so will the rest of this composition, and that is going to do it for this fight. Does Tidal have enough units surviving to be able to get the kill? Does not. We're going to go to one more fight.
And one more voting round, or one more carousel in this case, and it will be a Scion. Could be a huge, huge hit here with the RFC for Tidal. We'll see if there are any other great options here on this last carousel. Just Giant Slayer.
Giant Slayer for
very
the
big.
Bruisers.
Giant Slayer's a great choice here. And now we can see if he held enough gold to maybe put in that Heimerdinger, get something like the burn here. Didn't end up holding on to it, so we'll have to, see what's going on. But
yeah, only had 2 items on Rek'Sai. I was thinking something like Protector's Vow, whether you want to do it on a Jarvan for a faster cast or give the tier item to the Gangplank. But this is a tough situation here. The onus is completely on P.Va. Tidal is the one that's winning and having a lot of comfort in these fights.
Some units being sold, some last-minute additions to the board here. The Aatrox and the GP come in for P.Va. Will that be enough to change the course of this fight? I don't think that's going to be the case at all. We'll see the positioning here for the Mordekaiser and the Azir, but more importantly, the Jarvan. Where is this Jarvan going to go? Can it actually deal some damage onto the board?
Oh, God.
P.Va, and will be the case. Goes onto the GP instead. The Quinn has been untouched for now. Can he cast a second time? He does. Cataclysm comes through. The Azir and the Mord completely healthy in that backline. Fiora has done some damage onto the Azir, though, but Mordekaiser still so healthy. Can he 1v4 or 2v4 this fight? I think the answer is yes. Quinn left by herself. Mordekaiser cleaning up these last few units, and it will be a huge, huge win for Tidal. Someone that can catapult himself to the very top of the standings. Maybe in Game 6 can find himself among those top 4.
Yep, excellent job by Tidal, able to convert that win. I couldn't help but notice that I think P.Va also was not really optimizing certain positioning. I finally noticed that Rek'Sai 3 was literally not doing anything. She would get a cash, she would dive through, and then all of a sudden she got CC Jarvan, so nothing actually happened, so she got chained and then died. And you can't do that. You need to try to dive through and assassinate that Azir in the back. Oh, and by the way, we get some bonus coverage. Here we're taking a look at another lobby. We just had 2 players eliminated. Team Liquid's Kermex gets a top 4. Zyko with a 5th, which means Ago is able to make another top finish here.
And Tamura, someone who was at the very top of the standings, 8th place. His momentum is slowed down, but more importantly, Brazil very happy with his results. CMB9 streaking at 60 HP, Mordog.
Yeah, we get a look at this board, and this is something we were talking about, right? Where it seems like today Ionia has not been that popular, but it's still an incredibly powerful comp. Has the Set 3, the Ashe 3, and you can just see the damage output that the Ashe is going out here, and it's just not enough. It gets through the Misfortune. Trying her best here, does manage to barely win this fight here, so that's good. Ends the streak, has the MF3, has the Nautilus 3. Can it be enough to carry this to a top 2?
Oh, Demacia emblem onto the Gangplank. You don't really see that very often for Connor, but he has 7 Demacia, 6 Slayer, and another. There's 2 Demacia emblems. No. Where was this in the other game where there's 4 Demacia players?
Yeah, the other question is, can they get to 9, right? Because
he is 9.
Oh, they're 9 already. So that, yeah. So if we can get that, we hit 9 Demacia. That could be the spike you're looking for. 9 Demacia, clearly kind of that S tier comp if you can get it. If you can get it to level 9, and it turns out having 3 or 4 Demacia emblems is pretty good.
Now, who is he missing? He has he has the Galio on the bench, and this is an opportunity for Connor to make up some big ground. 9 Demacia. Is there anything stronger in the game, or is this it?
I mean, this is definitely the strongest cap for sure. It can lose, but right now we're also looking at 9 Demacia, 6 Slayer, Aatrox 2. That is very powerful.
Oh, what a high roll. Power spike Galio 2.
The thing to know, he only has Mordekaiser 1, so it's not amazing items on Mordekaiser, but like, do I think an MF3 can beat this? No, I do not.
Yeah, and Aatrox 2 with this setup with Infinity Edge and a rapid fire cannon. Connor should be able to take this one home. Yeah, don't mind if I do. Yank me closer to your backline. And, you know, CMB was able to even hop on over and said, oh, thumbs up. Nice job, 9 Demacia. Looks like you got me.
And so unfortunate for the Brazilian players. They thought they had it in the bag for one of the 2, despite Ego losing that or winning that last fight against CMB9. But all of a sudden, a wrench is thrown into the mix. Demacia 9 is found, which we know is one of the almost guaranteed win conditions currently in the current meta, especially as you mentioned more, 6 Slayer, Aatrox 2. It's close to the highest possible cap.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's really anything CMB can do here, kind of facing the inevitable. Level 8 has no gold to work with. Even an RE2 is not going to spike this board pretty hard. So yeah, we are just kind of fighting the inevitable here. Connor is me, you know, my dark horse pick. Got lucky with that Demacia emblem on the carousel. But, you know, could have actually hit it anyway because he already had 2 emblems regardless. So it was definitely possible to hit. So.
Yep. And second's pretty good with this comp, honestly. The fact that we saw 2 games in a row goes first and second, that's still a really good accomplishment in putting more people to at least pay attention to this composition. And the Brazilians are really leaning onto it for good placements. So overall, I think they should be happy with the second and third. And remember, this is a 12-game, 2-day format, so just keep putting those scores up, and who knows what happens, maybe they can catch up.
Not just a win for Brazil, but for Americas as a whole. Top 4 entirely.
True. North and South America. Yeah.
Aeromax, Connor here as well. A little sandwich in the middle with Brazil.
Yeah.
And again, Ego, I think, is the one player that really needed it the most. He had a very, very bad start. I believe it was 2 8s in a row, actually, his first and second games on this day 1. We saw him in Game 4, had a very good comeback, now as well with a 3rd place. So if he can keep this up, especially for tomorrow throughout all those 6 remaining games, he's definitely not out of contention just yet.
Okay, to be fair, look at the rest of the lobby. Toma and Alto, we have Latin as well, so we had a really good chance
don't
of top
mention
4.
it.
And Tomorrow's OC, which is like NA Light. But yeah, we'll take, America's on top. Woohoo!
Wait, Zyko was so lost in this lobby. He's like, wait, why am I here?
That's right. CMB just waiting for his fate, basically, at this point. Nothing can really stop him. No positioning tricks, nothing, because 9 Demacia just has too much resistances, too much power. And this should be the last fight. No Mordekaiser 2, no problem. Connor is me, putting himself back in contention for that top 8, showing that he's not just a dark horse, he could potentially be a contender.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. And again, like you said, 2nd place with that Ionia comp. That's my favorite version of that comp as well, when you have the set 3 that can do a lot of frontline stuns. You've got the Ashe 3 providing all that extra utility, tons of damage, and then the Xayah to really kill those single targets. So it feels like a whole comp. I think the only thing that caps it out even higher is if you can get a Vanquisher emblem on the Karma. Then you've got that backline AoE damage, and it kind of feels like the whole package if you can put it together. So again, kind of surprised we haven't seen more of it today, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of it is for people's second priority. They want to go for that crazy, powerful, like, you know, big Demacia or like the good Bruiser setups that we've been seeing have a lot of success, and then they're willing to play Ionia Vanquishers, but maybe we should see more people prio that. You even mentioned Karma. We haven't seen much of it. People know about it. They were playing about it in the scrims and the in-houses. They surely do know about it. So we're going to find out what ends up happening. We're 5 games in, 1 left to go, the beginning to the end, right after we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Stay tuned.
Kind of feels like a bit of a misplay.
Feels very confident. Does he maybe know
lost.
the rules better than Portak? I'm not
I'm
sure.
looking at Wasion's cam. It looks like he doesn't exactly know.
Dan, every fight we've seen from Wasion late game, he has his hands on his head. This is
Okay. For Dark Hydra to make big ground, and Chingro can't go 8th. He's in the lead of the standings, and taking 8th here is an utter disaster, and that is a cutscene.
To the very top of the standings. Maybe in Game 6 can find himself among those top 4.
Yep.
We're gonna take it to the...
Welcome back to our analyst desk. My name is Mix, and I'm here with Casanova, Counterfeit, and Pi-Hat, and we have cooked up some analysis for you guys because players were cooking up some extra emblems, woohoo, in that Serpentine River. 8 players going for Earth, except for 2, all of them going for branching out. You knew we're going to be headed into the way of emblems, but I don't want to hone in on that too much, Peter. Talk to me about Fiora.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw in the last game, sometimes the my De Kaiser is in fact your De Kaiser. So you need something else.
Get out.
Should I just leave?
Yeah.
I peeked. I can accept that.
Oh, Lord.
I was saving that pun for a whole desk before this point. But yeah, sometimes you say, Mordekaiser, he's not going to do enough for me. So maybe you need instead of Fiora. For Dark Hydra for Piva, I think we saw a little bit of what was possible with more focus towards the Fiora. The Slayer emblem as well. She was absolutely kicking ass.
And I do want to point out about Piva especially, because Piva started losing during the first few stages, ended up actually gaining a lot of momentum due to the Fiora and a lot of the Slayers. Also having the Shoplifter, he was able to actually ramp up and finally ended up being level 9.
And that's a storyline we can actually put to the bigger picture as well. Piva coming into this tournament was one of the players that we were really looking forward to. Had crazy results in the SEA circle, and SEA as a region is still so new that it's always hard to predict what that really means on an international scope. First couple of games not really working out, but Piva truly showing us what he is capable of in that game, similar to another name that we are really looking forward to, and that's Wasian.
Yeah, Wasian has been very good at playing this Zon line. He was able to get both of those emblems online due to the branching out in the Serpentine River, making a lot of emblems in that game and even finding, +1.
Okay, you are allowed to talk about that.
I'm going to have to because that's the only way I can even make the point about it. But he actually found some very good Zon mods in the Robotic Arm for Jinx and the Hextech Exoskeleton, which he put on Sejuani. He also had Virulent for the Silco when he went to 6 Zon early, which was making, finding him a lot of wins, but it was actually Wasian realizing that he could pivot to play around the Jinx, which was his strongest unit by far, by actually dropping 2 of those on, going to 6 Gunner instead, actually made his board tankier because of the Gunblade as well.
The most important part that I see about this game is that it wasn't just about anything normal like the Demacia that we were talking about, or Nox or Shurima. There were players that were starting to cook up. The Sun Emblem, as you said, we were talking about it at the start of the shows, and like some of those niche lines that players should probably look at. But as you can see, Wasian has been doing so well so far.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at our standings here. There is one more game for today. Keep in mind, points do carry over, and I'm very unhappy to see our EMEA players scooch their way into those lower half standings. Of course, at the very top, we are going to be seeing China come out. Beta leading the lobby, Kun Sung Young right behind him, and Shingro also up there, title with that win that we just saw, also solidifying his place. Followed by NA. They're up there. They're fighting for their title, and I love it.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto Tokyo being my dark horse, I was very, very excited about this player coming in, and he's showing that the practice he put in immediately after regionals to try and shore up some of the weakness is paying off quite a bit, especially in the heavy Earth lobbies. That's what his practice was focused on. He said he felt like he was not good in the oversaturated Earth lobbies, and now I think it's the most saturated it's ever been, and Toronto Tokyo is popping off.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me looking at that table, which we just saw there, as we've heard from our admin, Omni Toaster, you really want to be like late 20s, early 30s by the end of the day. A lot of our players have already managed to do that. Hopefully in this next lobby, we'll get to see some of those players who are striving to hit that point and keep their average up.
Big point here is everyone can still make it, right? Of course, it's good if you hit those late 20s, high 30s. Then you just need to keep that same pace. But if you're under it or over it, stuff could still change. There's always that day 1 to day 2 kind of roll around where players review what they did, what everyone else did. There's a lot of thinking and ratting going on once day 1 has commenced, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of those high highs fall off and some of those low lows maybe come around. But to see how that very last game of today plays out, we are going to be going over to our wonderful casters for one more game of day 1 of the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Thank you very much, Makes and team. Welcome back to the commentary desk for game number 6. We're almost at the end of day number 1, but that only will be halftime because we're playing 12 games before we cut to our top 8 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Gentlemen, let's talk about what's coming up here in game number 6 and what, honestly, can we go into from our lessons that we take away so far, Panda?
I think one first thing to note is the mental aspect of this game. The results in a game 6, when you go to sleep and you think about what happened throughout the day, the recency bias on this game is going to be so relevant for so many of our players who need to claw back in the standings. So I think for players like T-Lights from NA, for players like even Jungler and Volta who are in this lobby as well, they need to find a way to finish in the top 4.
China has also really dispelled a lot of the doubts. The rumors of their death have been greatly exaggerated. 5 CN players in the top 16. 2 of them featured Beta and Ace, excuse me. Let's go ahead and check in at game number 6 on what portals we have. No love for Hearthstone, Mortog?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised actually, but everyone doesn't want that extra, prismatic item. So we end up with Cardinal Arcology here, which is going to be silver gold prismatic. And again, we talk about the Earth players now. That likely means they're going to be looking at branching out again. But then we also talk about the prismatics, right? 4-2, do you plan around things like level up? Do you plan around maybe trying to pop a double tome? Things like that. So, I don't know. I think in this portal, trying to be the win streaker is really important here.
I think one very important thing to mention in terms of your long-term game plan is the fact that for the Earth players, you're getting a spatula at 4-2. If you're able to find a spatula, if you're able to have a way to get that Fawn guaranteed at 4-2, it's going to be so relevant for your game plan from stage 3 onwards.
Yeah, and it has to do a lot with the craftable items. Because remember, your spatula, you have to still commit another component to it. If you get an uncraftable like Demacia, it's really hard to take that spatula and use it because things like Slayer Emblem has now moved to be an uncraftable emblem. More on that later. In the meantime, who actually is of these Earth players going to commit? We have 7 Earth players and a Poro. Huey has switched to Poro.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the Poro pick here. We've seen it do okay today, not too bad overall. And again, knowing that you've got that silver start, there are a lot of good silver augments on 2-1. Things like Blood Money, things like AFK. So we'll have to see what that choice leads to. But again, the tempo ends up pretty slow at the start and then spikes real hard on 4-2.
Also has an early Quinn, so if we're able to somehow get the goods, we'll see potentially a player like Panda to pop off who needs that help. 14 points over 5 games. That is not really good. That's slightly worse than 5th place every single game.
We saw in the last game that was also at silver start, 6 players ended up picking branching out, which could be seen as kind of a riskier option. We'll see that'll be the case here as well for all of our different Earth players. Anything that jumps to mind here, Jordan, with any of the options we're seeing?
I mean, I'm looking at Huey. Oh, T-Lights actually immediately rolls and gets that stationary support, which is good. It's nerfed, but it's still really good. And we also have a different commit. We have, Gunners in the bottom left for Volta? We have Leighton Forge. We're playing Ornn now? What's going on?
We have Blood Money as well for Jungler, which could be huge coming to stage 3.
Fascinating. So only a handful of players actually going for that branching out strategy, which is honestly quite refreshing.
Yeah, so I really like this play here for Bobe. We have the Blood Money. Bebe was talking about this pretty much all morning about how Bobe likes to do that lost streak, get really, really strong here. Sorry, risky moves. And so being able to have all that extra gold as we go into 4-2 and then get the prismatic augment, if you get something like level up, can be a massive swing.
Yeah, that's right. And he has that extra floating sword, which he doesn't have to commit. Play into Ionian with that spatula with Earth's grab bag. And it's interesting because Bobe is actually a notorious lose streaker, as you mentioned. However, he will play win streak if he feels like his start is good enough. These are one of the boards where he feels like it's really good. And Jin 2, Irelia 2 with the Bruiser setup. That sounds pretty good. Does he actually end up getting the win because he's going up against an equally strong board? And Jin can sometimes control these fights, depending on how he ends up lining up. Oh, this lineup actually might be really good.
Not gonna quite be enough. It looks like Samira should probably win, but the flat AD from Jin might be enough, and it is.
Oh my god.
A huge win.
Huge.
This Jin upgrade could be seen similar to the Caitlyn from set 6, where even if you do lose, you do get those guaranteed kills when that Jin fire does come through. So you're able to at least preserve a lot of HP.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Jin, like you said, preserves a lot of HP, which is great for risky moves here. You're going to get that ton of gold later in the game here. I also like the Guard Breaker Slam here. Again, keeps options very open here. Switching over to this board, though, we've got Piltover going on here, which is awesome.
2-2 Piltover, but he's also at 100 HP, and looks like he's win streaking with it, so he's playing drip feed economy Piltover, which is not the standard way you play it, but I kind of like it. What do you think, Mort?
I'm a big fan of this if you have the start for it, right? You've got the Orianna, you've got the Cho'Gath, and getting an extra gold a turn can make a pretty big difference, and it doesn't lock you in, right? So you can pivot to whatever your heart, is looking for in the end game here. And so, just an extra 7 gold throughout the game, nothing to sneeze at here.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about drip economy from other sets. People compare it to Astral or Yordle or Lagoon from other sets where you just get a little bit of return. It adds up over time, and able to win streak with Piltover, yeah, you can totally sell it whenever you need to.
And we saw Ace there with the Juggernaut emblem. He's a player that was trying to almost look like hard force the MF strategist comp that does have that Juggernaut frontline. Could be trying to go for that same route, but...
Did you guys see what I saw? He actually leveled. He pre-leveled to 5 at 2-3. That's really interesting. Such a rare play. He couldn't make 10 gold, so he chose instead to sell his entire bench, double level before 2-3.
Yeah, that is an interesting play here. He knows he's win streaking here, and if he can find an early 4 cost to maybe establish his direction, maybe something like a Xayah, anything like that, or a Shen, or anything else. I mean, they've got a bunch of different options here, but I think having that extra level and that extra tempo is just going to cause a lot of damage to the lobby. And again, we know the spike is coming at 4-2, right? We know that Prismatic is coming, so trying to do as much damage as you can now to put people out of their comfort zone, make them spend that gold, I think is the correct play here.
I mean, his name is Beta, but that felt pretty alpha to me, as he's going to put a lot of pressure onto the lobby. Beta, a player that won the 9.0, the base set championship that qualified. A lot of questions, because people who do well at that point, do they have the motivation to grind the 9.5 mid set of Horizon Unbound, right? Because a lot of times you look at players that did well in that mid set, they take a lot of time off. Looks like Beta hasn't skipped a beat. 32 points, our top points leader right now.
And Bobe right away goes for that Darius, maybe looking to have a bit of a Juggernaut frontline. One more player we haven't talked about just yet is Panda, who did go for branching out, found the Shurima emblem, so we could finally be seeing a vertical Shurima, which we haven't seen in so many games now on the main broadcast. Most of these vertical emblems are no longer Demacia and Slayer for this game. It will be instead the Gunner and the Shurima.
So, okay, yeah, I was going to say, I saw a Deathblade on there, but since it's just the Radiant Deathblade, yeah, this is a very good Shurima start here. Had me a little worried there. I was like, Shurima with Deathblade, that's not going to work. But overall, these actually look like pretty solid Azir items. I think the Ginsus in particular is something that's fallen out of favor. It's not nearly as popular as like Nashor's on Azir now. But I think for now, using it to tempo off the Demacia before you get to that endpoint, I think is a great call here. And this Kayle, if you level to 6 pretty quick, will actually do some okay damage.
Yeah, the reason why a lot of people don't like Rageblade and Shurima is because you get a lot of attack speed already, and you actually are lacking the raw ability power to actually make Azir Sand Soldiers deal damage, which is why people end up going for ramping in the form of AP. Usually you end up seeing like Nashor's Tooth, a Shiv, and an Archangel Staff. In this case, maybe we're probably going to go for something like AP as our third item for Azir.
The two win streak players currently facing off, not quite the last fight of stage 2, but nearly there. In the end, it looks like it will be going in favor of Panda. As you mentioned more, maybe the Ginsu slam with the Shiv already slammed as well could be the relevant factor on that win for Panda.
Yeah, I think absolutely it was. And I think, again, these stage 2 fights often go to that 20-25 second mark, and it gives that Ginsu's time to really crank the damage, combined with the Shiv. The other thing to note here, Shiv is flat damage. Even though it's only like 25 or 30 damage, in the early game, that matters a lot. Shiv late game is mostly about the magic resist, but in this early game, that's going to make a big difference here. And I really like this build here. It is a tempo play. Now, the one thing to note here is that he does only have 14 points in the tournament. I'm not sure tempo is what you need to be doing at this point in the tournament. I think you need to be coming out with big plays. And, you need those best-in-slot items. You need those first places. This doesn't feel like that.
Well, he is one of the few people that did take branching out, and he can play for the Spatula on 4-2 off the Prismatic that's guaranteed from Cardinal Arcology. 9 Shurima is a potential way to win. It's not the strongest deep Prismatic vertical in the game compared to 9 Demacia, for example, but if you're the only person that's hitting a 9, maybe that's the way you can get in.
And in this lobby, there aren't really any Boogeyman players going for 9 Demacia, but oh god, gets the loss at the very end there. And this is all about tempo, as you mentioned. Frodown, if he really wants to make it to 9 Shurima, he needs to have the gold to make it to level 9.
And he just hit the Renekton too, which is a big deal to ascend. And honestly, there's maybe a justification of maybe over-reliance on the Demacia aspect of things. Having that extra Deathblade versus 4 Shurima could have potentially been a bigger deal.
Volta sitting on 5 Alawi's, but he's going for the Gunner vertical for now. Only 4
Alawi
Gunner
Gunners?
and nothing left.
What? What is this guy cooking?
I mean, we've seen if you can hit it really early that it can do okay, and I imagine he's going to sell it pretty quick here. I would be absolutely shocked if this turns into an Alawi 3, but does get the full lose streak, has plenty of gold here. So it's just a question of what's he going to do. Does level right away, so yeah, we're not going to see the Alawi by any means.
Nobody on a streak, by the way. Beta also lost a streak despite leveling the 5-member. Oh, that Jinx 2 is big. Volta did play a line like this in his regionals campaign, which let him win, as Volta was able to actually snowball it, get to that 6 gunner, and was able to carry that to a top finish.
So looking at the Zon mod we got here, we got the Shimmer Injector here, and this one gives a little bit of attack speed and a little bit of healing. If you can get to 4 Zon, that becomes a full heal. I think this one is a little bit worse than Robotic Arm at this point in the game, but if you hit the 3-star Jinx, can actually be really good, providing like just ton of extra healing and attack speed.
Yep. And right now I think our limitations are front line, right? But as long as we can keep that Jinx alive, we're going to deal a lot of damage. And right now we just have Alawi 2 with no other items. Going against Beta, who now is committing to itemizing things like that Orianna. We saw some of this a little bit in North America Regionals. Connor was actually one of the few players in North America that was doing an Orianna item holder situation that carried him through the early mid game. So we'll see how much Beta chooses to play into that.
We see what Jungler go to 6 at 3-1, so I'm curious to see what he's cooking up this turn. He's not really defending a win streak, so very early level 6 from him. We'll see what the augments offer for our players as well, and if they can find that next little bit of power spike. Things like dedication, for example, if it's for the right player, could be absolutely massive, and it is an insta pickup, it looked like there.
Yeah, that was instantly slammed. That was a good call out. Of all the 8 views, you slammed right to it. Bobe also has a dedication, picks that up here. So again, we're definitely seeing those verticals being really preferred right now. A couple other players still really trying to figure out what they're looking for here. We've got things like Support Cache, Portable Forge. T-Lades takes Shoplifting, so that can help him get to 9 if he wants to get there. We still got Bruiser Crest on the screen. Could you hit that? Yep, sure enough, goes with the Bruiser Crest. So again, it seems like a lot of people got a lot of what they were looking for.
Very good spot for what Jungler here looks like. If he's able to hit the 6 Bruiser early, if he's able to defend this win streak until he does, that could be absolutely massive. Maybe a level 7, 3-5 roll down if he feels it's necessary. Again, this is a player that is middle of the pack, needs to find a way to actually finish 2nd or 1st in this game 6.
Going against Beta, who did take long distance pals, connecting that Orianna to that Cho'Gath. Still at level 5, by the way, for Beta. Indicating either a slow 6 or he's going to reroll. His position does not look very good for reroll. Doesn't have items for Cho'Gath. Doesn't have like a crazy amount of Orianna 3s, and even then I recommend against Orianna.
So does Mordog.
I mean, Orianna 3 can sometimes do it, but not in this spot. I think you're very far behind. So Beta going for a slow 6, which is not actually something you usually see. What an interesting game for Beta. A fast 5 on 2-3, a no level to 6 on 3-2. What do you make of it, Mort?
I think it's just a recognition of your board state, right? It's like the fact that you haven't hit a lot of key pairs, you're in a rough spot, and so you're just really trying to maximize your gold. And we've seen this a lot of China in past sets, right? They're willing to play for that maximum economy, go to 8, and then play around a specific carry. And so this feels like that sort of traditional play, and I kind of like it. He's got the health. If he wants to lose streak the entirety of stage 3, he's got that option.
Yeah, China's gone through multiple identities, being a over-level, over-aggressive, roll to 0 every turn, and then as they started winning championships, realized how to greed and be like way too aggressive in terms of economy, right? Like they were trying to like lose so much HP, and it feels a little bit of the new and the old fusion there with Beta.
And as well, still level 5, so very interesting lobby here when it comes to the tempo in this stage 3. Bobe also picked up dedication, so he was playing Ionia. I'm curious to see where he goes with the 6 Ionia or the 6 Vanquisher. I assume Ionia will be the decision there.
Yeah, Bobe actually did not get the situation that he wanted to, which is, remember how he leveled at 2-1 with that Gen 2 Irelia 2? He wanted to play Streak, and then he win-loss most of stage 2. His HP is low, his economy is probably not doing great either. I don't think he can go for a 3-5 roll down, especially if there's really strong people like Wet Junglers who are streaking right now in the lobby.
20 on the carousel could be absolutely massive for the German player. Not going to be here.
I think the big thing is going to be if that risky moves comes in, he'll have that extra gold. Hopefully should get him in a spot that can get him where he can level up here. But being this low on health, you're not looking at one of those really, really high cap boards.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tricky for Bobe to make that comeback because it doesn't look like he will be able to get that Ionia. Actually, he does get the Ionia right now. I realize he has 4 in the dedication, so it looks like he didn't even get dedication immediately. And now he has options. So he's going to go for the 7 or he's going to go for the crazy Ash 3. We're about to find out right now.
See the setup as he slots it in. He's going to go 7 right now, decide to roll it down, try and find some extra amount of stability. A 4 loss streak for now. Huey also on the bottom end of the standings. Did find a 0 on the carousel, so has a way to maybe stabilize off of that with 4 Shurima for now, maybe leaning into that Bruiser line a little bit more in stage 4.
He's so poor. He's kind of thinking about whether or not he wants to even hold into the Nasus pair, but if he hits Nasus too, how does it squeeze in? Because he's already playing things like the Darius for the Vanquisher. This is also awkward.
Yeah.
Bobe trying to go for a 6th loss on stage 3. This is too conservative even for my taste in terms of like whether or not you actually want to roll deep or not.
Yeah, the big thing that surprised me is how little gold he had after the risky moves, right? Like, that's a big influx of gold here, and the fact that he wasn't able to get much economy here, rolled down, hit basically nothing. This is the point in the game where a Jin 2 just does not do much, kills maybe 1 unit, takes 6 damage here, and 39 at this point. If we lose one more time, we're going to be at like 25. And that's going to be really rough heading into stage 4.
So we want to see Bobe's 4-1 roll down. We'll revisit him in the meantime, checking up on Ace, the regionals winner for TOC, not to be confused with JOC. TOC is their PC regional qualifier, which he won, which is what most people consider to be China regionals when they're talking about colloquially. And then JOC is the mobile version. We'll see whether or not Ace can continue that as we take a look at Wet Jungler and see if he can finish out stage 3 with a streak. Both the EMEA players, Volta and Wet Jungler, on fire.
And did not actually roll for Sejuani, hoping to just win it out with this board right now and trying to preserve that gold for that stage 4 roll down. We'll see if he can do it. It's going to be so massive in terms of his momentum going to stage 4. And he's facing against Bobe, who did not get that strong after that roll down.
Oh, good time to play him. Bobe is actually still like conserving some of his gold. He did roll a little bit. Looks like he picked up Karma too. So Bobe is doing a mid roll. He's actually rolling a little bit across a couple of turns.
Huge heal.
And he wants to lose by 1 or 2 units. The best exchange is that Wet Jungler wins by 1 unit. Bobe actually does not want to win this. And it might come down to the last cast. Perfect outcome for both these players, potentially.
Oh! Okay, that was
Oh no, you can see Wet Jungler's reaction. He cannot believe the Jin actually survived to cast.
Jin, why? That was like literally the opposite of what was supposed to happen.
Every time I play Jin on my board, he always dies a millisecond before he casts her, but the opposite occurs.
Oh my
God. That
so much
was
gold lost.
So rough for both those players. Definitely not what they wanted here. Unfortunately, you look at Wet Jungler's setup here. He's got a great Azir setup if he can get it going. These items are going to be really good. You've got that Bruiser emblem. It's just a question of can you find the Azir? Can you find the Sejuani? And again, this 4-1 roll down for a lot of players right now. If you look at the gold on the right side, there's just so much gold. This is going to be key for everybody.
And the problem, Huey already has an Azir trying to go into that Azir Bruiser line as well. We have Panda who's trying to play vertical Azir, so it's going to be very, very hard to find this Azir on the roll down. Find the Kaisa though. That might be good enough for stage 4.
Yeah, Kaisa plus maybe 1 challenger, and it does end up tucking in that Nafiri links with the Shurima, so we can stop here for sure. Meanwhile, who else is rolling down here? Volta is still streaking. I want to see if Bobe can pull him out. He is the most hyped prospect out of the field of 32. And he has improved his board. He has a Shen2, but what is more important, he's not rolling. He's at 50 gold.
Yeah, that's the part that, again, Bebe did talk about this at that playstyle. And I will say, by the way, we know it's a prismatic. So holding that much gold might be a big play here, right? If you can get something, again, like Level Up, or even, the Infernal Contract, those can give you a lot of choices where you've got just a lot of gold to work with here. But again, this Jin is just not cutting it right now.
Do you think he's going to go for the Vanquisher +1? I think he is with the Spatula. It ends up losing by 3 units, which is not what he wants, but he's most certainly going to pick Final Grab Bag here as we've hit the prismatic option. Chewy, by the way, gets offered What the Forge, rolls it immediately. I am very curious.
Panda also picks Final Grab Bag, trying to potentially make a Shurima emblem to slot onto his board. And as we mentioned very early into the game, try and go for that 9 Shurima angle.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how many people are taking
Infernal Contract, bottom left for Volta. He's going to go for a big roll down.
A high APM player from EMEA trying his best to roll down all of his gold on 4-2. And you can see it here, the absolute speed does find Sejuani. We're going to start holding some Sejuanis as well, potentially angling towards a win condition. And Volta's a player that really is so good at identifying win conditions and playing for them in the mid game.
Yeah, he's very methodical. It's a little bit ironic. He has a reputation of being the grandpa of the French scene because he really takes his time. He does have 5 Sejuanis. Now, that being said, there's 2 Bruiser players, and so I think the more likely outcome is just that he's just making it difficult for other people to hit Sejuani. He ends up selling it, which I think is a wise call. He's not hitting Sejuani during this game.
Yeah, right now he's 1 Jinx away from this Jinx 3. That can be really strong here. We've seen it do well before. It's a question of what mod and things like that. But being capped at level 7 here is a little bit of a burden here. You're not going to be able to level up. But the fact that he got the Heimerdinger already, that also gives him the thing. I wish we'd maybe seen Self-Repair just to give that extra front line. You've got plenty of damage. You've already got the shred and things like that. But otherwise, if we can hit that Jinx 3, that's going to make a massive difference.
Bobe on 6. Shen's at the moment.
I mean, someone else has Shen 2, but he also has a duplicator. Might he actually sneak out a random Shen 3 that people are not paying attention to?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, no one's really scouting for three-star forecasts at this point in the game.
With the duplicator, it makes it much more likely.
Phase 3 is
in.
huge for Volta. Jinx 3 is even bigger.
But he has no items, which is the real big problem. This is a really good setup for sure, but he just needs items, which will come over time.
The nice thing is he's got the augment, though, that's going to give him that extra power on those gunners. So overall, this is a good spot. Has a bow as well. So I don't know. I'm looking at this position, and I'm feeling really good about at least a top 3, which is kind of all you can ask from this. So overall, really good here. Get some tank items on the Sejuani, get one more item on the Jinx, and you should be good to go.
I'm trying to find win condition. We talked about the 3-star forecast. Sejuani not going to be ideal with so many bruiser players, but Aphelios potentially over time is able to hold his win streak, but he isn't. The Jinx taken down. And the stream board from Panda is just a little bit too strong at this point in stage 4.
Yeah, his win condition for Volta, for him to do better than top 3, as Mort was saying, is whether or not he's able to get the 6 gunner, but on 7, you're just going to be not likely to hit that gangplank. Unless you're able to spike that 1% across all the rolls, which, to be fair, you have so much time, and maybe pick it off Carousel, that could be a way for Volta to sneak into that top 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's really realistic here. I think it is just focus on getting the items, round out your Jinx, round out your Sejuani, use that Heimer utility, and just, like I said, hopefully squeeze into about a top 3. You're just not looking at like the cream of the crop from this position, unfortunately.
Saw a sign on the carousel. What Jungler would have loved to pick that one up, but won a little bit too many rounds in stage 5. Double duplicator on the bench there we saw for Panda, and when Jungler will see, he looks stable. He's won the last 2 fights as well. He's on 6 bruiser finally. Does have a sign of his own, not counting the one from the carousel.
Yeah, the issue that Wet Jungler is going to run into soon, probably not.
That's Shen 3.
Oh,
that's a Shen 3!
Goodness,
How did he hit Shen 3?
He had 1 duplicator, so found 2 more natural copies on that roll down.
Oh my god.
Sigh of relief.
And he has double adaptive, so that's going to be helpful to generate the mana. And look at the other side for what looks like to be T-Lane's board, who only has Fiora 1 and a Kai'Sa 2. I'm not sure he's going to be able to take down the Shen 3.
Now, Shen 3 is not necessarily one of the biggest 3-star forecasts. It does have massive shields, but things.
Oh no!
For example, like if you look at this
Oh,
Kai'Sa,
actually,
this is
hold
what I'm
on.
talking about, right?
Wait.
Anything
Bobe,
that can
believe it.
skip the front line can do a lot of work here. He's probably going to lose this fight with this next cast, but in overtime, this Kai'Sa could kill here. That's it. Oh!
Oh! Just barely. Bobe is not looking so confident anymore.
All right, we need some support. You can't just rely on Shen 3.
Yeah, that's the weakness of Shen 3, right? If you can skip that Shen, delete the backline with things like Quinn, things like Kai'Sa, then the Shen falls apart. If you can't, if you're a front-to-back comp, GG, you're going to lose.
Yeah, fair enough. And there's a lot of front-to-back comps. You look at those, those bruisers, for example. Or actually, I guess Wet Jungler does have that Kai'Sa that might make him reevaluate whether he wants to sell that Kai'Sa in a matchup like this.
Yeah, Mordekaiser is actually a great example. Mordekaiser really struggles to get through this Shen. It's just going to be stuck on it for days.
Azir as well.
Too true. Speaking of that bruiser with that Kai'Sa, let's see if Wet Jungler can find a way to stall long enough with his Archangels on this Kai'Sa. This is actually a good setup for potentially Wet Jungler to steal a fight over Bobe.
Oh, what the Karma? The Karma stays alive. She's able to dish out continuous damage. No. Only the Kai'Sa left. Wet Jungler takes a bit of a hit. Panda continues to streak, though, currently first in the standings. Can he actually make it to 9 Shurimas? The big question. He has both emblems already.
That is true. Currently, it looks like he's at level 7, though. So, still pretty far away. But he is on a 5 streak, so his economy is in a good spot. Taking a look at inventory here, HP account has 2 clusters. You have the people in the bottom 4 that are all pretty condensed based on 1 fight, and then you have the top 4 all kind of close. But the people towards the bottom are kind of strong. Actually, well, specifically Bobe and Wet Jungler are decently strong. I'm surprised that Ace is on a 6 loss, as well as Huey, though. Huey on that portal, we haven't been able to check in much. Does not look like he's sitting well this game.
Yeah, Huey and Ace right now are the 2 people to be concerned about. They're in that bot 4, 6 loss streak, 3 loss streak, pretty rough here. Panda, on the other hand, 5 win streak, so definitely looking really strong here. You've got to be kind of frustrated if you're Ace right now. It's like, where are my Shens? Where are they?
Yeah, I mean, and even more so, is this 6 Vanquisher enough, right? He does find the Shen, one of the few remaining. and is now going for the opportunity to go for 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia. On a different patch, a few patches ago, this was the Exodia. This was the setup that people were looking for. Now, it's hard to say. I actually don't know how good it is when you have Shen 1 and you're going up against Shen 3.
It's not going to look good here. We'll see what the Shen can do. All about this backline survive, but now the Xayah has items as well. You have the duo carry set up with both the Karma and the Xayah, so even if some Kaiser damage comes through, kills off one carry, the other can stay alive and close the fight. And Shen directly onto the backline. I don't think anything can be done here for Ace, and Bobai, a sigh of relief coming out from the Korean player, knowing that he's found a way to claw his way back into the top 4, maybe even a first place.
Yeah, I mean,
possible.
You know, the Shen 3 we can talk about, but one of the other key components here that's going to make it really hard to deal with is that Gunblade on the Xayah. The Xayah pumps out so much damage, that's going to heal the Shen. So even if you think you have a bit of hope, unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough, I don't think.
Level 8 finally coming through for Hugh. I think he's feeling the pressure, and I mean, I'm not surprised. 12 HP, 1 last life to work with. Sona 2, that upgrade is not really going to do enough for this board. Sells off both. Is there anything further that you can look for or ask for to try and stay alive here?
I mean, this is the problem with Rageblade, is that I don't think the Azir actually does damage. Not to mention he doesn't have magic resistance reduction, and he also doesn't have anti-heal. So he's actually not well equipped for this lobby whatsoever. This is an 8th from what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, you need like the AP from Strategist, or you want the attack speed from Shurima so that you can then put AP items on.
Yeah.
But this build in particular, Ginsu's and Nashor's as well, is just kind of overkill. You're just going to be attacking a lot and hitting for about 80 damage.
Yeah.
And that's just not going to be enough.
I mean, assuming your front line is good enough, right? This is strong enough to compete on stage 4, but it really wasn't. He's that far behind in tempo. He's that far behind HP, and that is an 8th place for Huey, who's looking so good 2 games ago to now get back-to-back bottom finishes.
And T-Lides, the North American player, now is win streaking. I'm not surprised. He has a triple carry setup. Belveth, Kai'Sa, and Fiora. Belveth with the Challenger emblem as well. And the Night Harvester, that I think is an item that's not built very often, cannot fit on most champions, but I think Belveth is one of those carriers that can actually make it work, especially with Gunblade.
He's also probably in the Aatrox winning room. A lot of people have figured out that Aatrox is the best holder of Challenger Emblem currently, so he's using a good substitute, and he's in a decent enough spot economically and HP-wise. If he's able to win 2 more, maybe even 3 more, he can get to 9 2-star Legendary, and that's how he can win, potentially even beat things like this Shen 3. But here's a rematch where it was so close. Can he find a way to up-throw Bebe here?
Belveth, true damage. Is that going to be relevant enough? The Xayah and the Karma still very much alive, but Fiora is sneaking into that left side. The Karma is almost down. Now she is, but Fiora gets onto the Shen instead, and they can't do enough. The Karma is dead, but the Xayah does clean up here. Shen tanking for so long, as he should. We're once again back into the same 1v1, but surely Shen has got these, right?
I think so this time. I mean, unless this overtime cheese
overtime.
timed perfectly.
Both times, so close.
So here's actually the interesting thing about T-Lides is that he's actually playing an anti-meta challengers because he doesn't have combat augments. A lot of times people say that challengers are so good, you get so much attack speed. The way you amplify it is know your enemy, long distance PAL, tons of stats, so on and so forth. He has none of that. He took final grab bag. He took, obviously, his first stationary support, and he took shoplifting. So actually, he's completely 0 combat augments. If he did, maybe that's the way he can swing it, but without these high econ resource augments, maybe he doesn't hit the board.
I mean, we're also talking about, like, you know, he's not winning some fights here, but so far he's lost to Shen 3, and that's about it. So to make the 6th challenger work and get to this point in the game, overall is pretty impressive. Like you said, he just needs to get to 6-1, try to get to 9. If he can find that Aatrox, that'll be big.
Yeah.
Could even settle for a Belveth too. Obviously, Aatrox being the big thing here.
Oh! Uh-oh, I mentioned Volta being so good at finding win conditions. He doesn't buy Azir, but he does buy the Sejuani 3.
How?
The Fury of the North is here onto his front line. I'm looking forward to the battle between Shen 3 and Sejuani 3.
It's very difficult. An unstoppable force meets immovable objects. And here we go, the Clash of Titans with Shen 3 versus Sejuani 3.
That's a 3 for Panda.
Everyone is powering up. This lobby is insane.
And the rest of the players looking around saying, where is my 3-star? Sejuani does finally survive. The Shen is taken down. The Jinx is onto the Xayah and the Karma. Huge win for Volta. Huge loss for Wet Jungler and Ace. Down in 6th and 7th place.
Okay, so Panda has Nasus 3, Bobe has Shen 3, Volta just his Sejuani 3. It's the fact that everyone's thinning the forecast pool for himself.
And now Aphelios is next on the line for Volta here.
No item. Phelios 3?
I just want to call out that if you were participating in the pick'ems, one of the things was how many 3-star 4 costs will we see?
Uh-oh.
I believe 12 or higher was the highest one.
Who did vote 12 or higher? That's what I wanted.
I mean, we got 3 this game, this lobby
Maybe
alone.
even 4.
So, you know, if you didn't pick 12 or plus, look out.
And this would explain it here, as Beta is currently playing challengers as well. And now he's going up against Volta, who now has that Sejuani 3. Many pegs HP as the best frontliner because of that true damage is insane. Look at these units delete one by one. That is not good enough. The name of the game is HP Preservation. Down. And that's a bot 4 for Beta.
And T-Lide's looking around and saying, what am I doing in this top 4? Everyone else has a 3-star 4 cost. Takes yet another hit here. Is T-Lide's going to go forth? I have to expect he will. I'm not sure what Panda's board looks like, though. He's able to actually make it to 9 Shurima.
It's HP, though. Maybe favors him. Bobey's at 13.
He did find the Belveth 2 here, so that's definitely a big upgrade.
2 damage, yeah.
But so here's the million-dollar question. Put you guys on the line. Who's going to win with the 3-star 4 cost
So
here?
if I win, I win $1 million?
I mean, I don't know about that, but you'll get to cast tomorrow.
Do I get to spin one more dog wheel? I'm going to go with Sejuani 3. I think Sejuani 3 is actually really, really good. China helped open my eyes. They felt like Sejuani 3 is the best 3-star 4 cost. If you look at the data, it suggests that Xayah 3 is the best. I think it's close enough to make me feel like
Aphelios,
it's the other
6
way.
copies, 3 more to go. You have an Anvil as well to start, maybe slightly itemizing so you can do some extra damage and help swing that favor. Azir, 6 copies now found for Panda. As you mentioned, Frodan, because so many of these 4 costs are out of the pool. Oh, every single pick'ems is completely ruined by just a single game on day 1.
What's going to happen here is this looks like the Draven meta, where everyone just goes for reroll 4 costs at this point.
And T-Lides is just not happy.
I mean, at this point, he's just hoping that he can bleed to a 3rd place based on HP Preservation. Going up, Panda versus Volta. What's going to happen here in this fight?
Azir trying his best. The Rage Blade could actually be relevant with how long this fight might go for if the Jinx can't start building out this front line right away. But Nasus already chipped down to half. Sejuani even lower.
Oh my
taken
God.
down. Jinx left alone. Volta taking a massive hit in this fight, down to 20. Bobe stays alive. T-Lide's down to 7.
Yeah, T-Lides has to be 4th at this point. You know, you are not qualified to fight amongst the gods of tier 4 3 costs.
2 more to go.
And at this point, by the way,
one more.
Volta hits Aphelios 3. Does he just win the game?
I don't think so. I think one of the things I wanted to talk about was Nasus. Nasus is a champion that is a 3-star. As you're getting more 3-stars, you're stealing the stats from that. So you're getting stronger. And you saw that Nasus versus Sejuani fight. When Nasus cast, he got a lot of health. That health bar went nutty. True. So my money's on the Nasus this lobby.
Okay, are you going to ever do something as crazy as, like, reforge the Nasus so you can get item on Aphelios 3? Maybe. We'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. As we take a look at the head-to-head fight, Bobe trying to fight for his opportunity to live, but he's going up against Nasus 3. And that Sash Shen is not going to hold for much longer at this rate. Can Bobe survive? He does! Nasus is down! And that is going to be a Bobe victory. Does Panda survive? Is he going to take out fellow South Korean? He lives by the hair of his chinny chin chin.
And Volta wins as well. Sejuani cannot be taken down. The Aatrox trapped in the corner. The Aphelios slowly chipping away. Aatrox actually almost breaks through, but Aphelios cleans up at the very end there. What a crazy end to this game 6.
I mean, this is absolutely bananas. One thing I do want to call out, though, is that that Nasus doesn't have real items. He has Thieves' Gloves.
True.
And so it could actually end up
rolls,
being really bad if you're just not actually able to apply it.
I think it is relevant to his ability as well. Stealing stats, Thieves' Gloves on him. No, it makes perfect sense to me.
I mean, this is the final game of day 1. Do you not want anything else? Are you not entertained? This is potentially a double kill. If Voltarius is able to kill Bebe, or Bobe, excuse me, Bebe's
alive in the back room.
Oh, Shen on the back here. I like this positioning.
Oh, interesting. Let's see if that ends up working out here. But in the meantime, paying attention to whether or not Voltarius can claim this out. Trying to see if he can get that Sejuani 3 to get past the front line. He does. Meanwhile, on the left side, Panda able to get that win as well, which means, I believe, Bobe is dead. And that's going to mean 2 players remain to fight for this 8-point victory.
All right, so the last time they fought, because we saw the Shen was beating the Sejuani, but the Shen is out now. We saw the Nasus beat the Sejuani, but again, that also determined on those Thieves' Gloves rolls, right? So look at the Thieves' Gloves on the Nasus here. Although that's not... Okay, we got Deathblade, actually.
Yeah.
More rolls. Can find the Aphelios 3. Did pick up a Bramble, so it doesn't actually find an item that could slot into this 3-star, but doesn't find it in the end. So it's going to be the same fight played out here. So Sejuani 3 versus the Nasus 3. As you mentioned, Mort, the stats
he reforges!
so relevant.
Oh, Thieves Gloves.
Big, but
We take those. And Runins on Jace?
if you sell the Scion here to roll once more and see if that has any, I don't think it's the case. There's nothing else you can really change on your board.
He has 20 HP. He could survive a narrow loss. Let's see what ends up happening here, what could be the last fight. The Nasus actually has some items, not really, as he's trying to move over. This is Mordekaiser can flank. Oh my god, the God of Death ascends. Is he going to take out the Jace 3? He does. Sejuani is about to go down, and that's the victory for Panda. How many units is this? 5 units is more than
one HP for each player.
No,
I thought it was a battle. And the last few rolls do come through. Volta now in his last life. Does he try and find it? He does!
That's an Aphelios
3 has found the TG. Will roll once he hits the upgrade. Oh, he hits Giant Slayer and Runons. Does he have lucky gloves? What's going on here?
That has to be the most perfect Thieves Gloves I've seen going against 3-star units.
Positioning, though, is going to be so relevant, Mordekaiser, with the Mordekaiser. If he can flank once again.
I think positioning matters, but I will say Aphelios is not the best at single target damage, so this could still go the Nasus way. It wouldn't
Really?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Let's find out. Let's see whether or not this Aphelios can work onto the left side of the field. He's going to go for a left-hand
It's
slap.
happening again.
And
the
a Soul
same
Eater.
exact thing.
Mordekaiser's flanking. The Scion intercepts, able to charge in. Jace ends up going down, but now we're focusing on Nasus 3. And if Nasus 3 falls, our front line falls. Oh my goodness, this is Aphelios 3 trying to get it done.
Aphelios, please.
One more Chakram is going to be able to do it. And just like that, Volteric is able to take the craziest lobby we've seen in the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The amount of different things that happen one by one. Shen 3-star in stage 4, completely throwing this lobby for a spin. We saw all the next 3-stars with all the different forecasts. The Sejuani into the Aphelios, the perfect TG roll as well. Could we ask for a better ending to this day?
I don't think so. Can you imagine getting Shen 3 on 4-5 and going 3rd?
Oh, no.
Like, that is a lobby, you know, and again, that Aphelios, that last roll, even having to sell a few things and move around to get that, but that made the difference, right? We saw without that, I think he goes 2nd, and so if later he makes it to day 3 by 1 point, we can look back at that game in that moment and go, holy crap, that was it.
And it was also the Thieves Gloves that roll. That was perfect for him. Volta played to his outs. He also played for that Reforge. We're talking about, do you ever Reforge items to go onto that Aphelios? Yeah. He chose the correct thing, and it all paid off with a 1st place in the final game. That was a lot. We're going to take a few. When we come back, we're going to close out day number 1 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
Of the North is here onto his front line.
He's able to take the craziest lobby we've seen in the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The amount
welcome to our final analyst desk of today. And let me start this off by saying if you don't know who Volta is, you should know by now. This man is the reincarnation of a boar, so it is fitting to the most that he will top a game here with a Sejuani 3 coming through on Bristle. Felios in the mix as well. This game was craziness, Casanova.
Yeah, I love that he went for the Infernal Contract and then just tried to 3-star everything. It started out just playing for the top 4, 3-star the Jace, 3-star the Jinx. But then when Bobe hit the Shen 3, it kind of opened the door to start to go for those other units. And because of that, you know, Volta identifies the win condition, goes for the Sedge, goes for the Aphelios, ends up hitting both and finds the win.
That's something that's very Volta as well. His key kind of philosophy to playing TFT is always play like you're going to hit everything. And sometimes you just do, and we see those crazy 4-cost boards. That's where he feels most comfortable as well. And he wasn't the only player in this lobby that was able to do that, baby.
I mean, I love Bobe's like an angle that he looked for risky moves with a really strong start, and he snowballed that comment to Shen 3. But I didn't like his finisher when he didn't deny other 4-costs, because when he found his 4-cost 3, it was really early mid into stage 4, meaning that a lot of players had a lot of money to work into other 4-costs, and that was his only loss condition at that point. So I'm slightly sad, but still a really good save from bad roll down from Bobe's side.
Absolutely. I did like from when, you know, you're saying we weren't came for the end game. I think for Bobe, I was really fascinated by the approach, bringing the Karma early on with a Vanquisher emblem. I think it made a lot of sense. You know, that's what he had at hand at that point, and he made the most of it.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk about Micro a little bit with our other player who hit a 4-cost 3-star with Panda on the Nasus, and then having the optimization when he got to heads up to get the Quicksilver onto the Nasus to deny the chilled effect so the Nasus wouldn't take the true damage. If it hadn't been for Volta hitting that Aphelios 3, and then actually the role of the Thieves' Gloves items was important, I think Panda would have taken that lobby.
Same. I thought the NASA 3 looked so strong if it hadn't been for all of the other stuff that was going on. I think it was truly fitting for a Game 6 of a World Championship. I think no one had this on their bingo card, so sorry for your pick'ems, I guess, but I am happy at least we got to see this game, no?
I mean, it was a really good interaction. We have a Nasus 3 with Quicksilvers to counter the Sejuani CC so it doesn't take the true damage to get one-shotted. But then Volta did manage to get a Aphelios 3 type just enough damage, but I felt like selling Jinx for the item guarantee was a bit more safer, but I guess he knew that he would get Giant Slayers to guarantee the victory.
I mean, we're operating in a really rarefied atmosphere here. You know, the players are not going to be in this precise situation, you know, more than a couple of times in their TFT career. It's very high stakes, so decisions have to be made in very short order.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to T-Lads on that one in the top 4.
Yeah.
His board probably would have won like almost any other lobby. We see him almost beating some of these 3-star 4-costs with just the Challenger Belveth too.
Yeah, I also saw T-Lights up there, and it's like 3-star 4-cost, 3-star 4-cost, 3-star 4-cost, T-Lights. Oh.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad, but something that we feel good about are our standings. I hope. I haven't seen them yet, but we're going to check them out right now and see if there is points for celebration for us. At the bottom of day 1 is going to be Kessen with 12 points. Is not out of contention yet, but it is going to be over day 2.
It's not out of contention yet.
Mathematically, it's still possible.
I think Omni told us that 12 was the lowest he could go and still
That's what I meant.
have a chance.
Mathematically, he can still do it. I'm just saying, it's not copium, it's math.
Matthew.
Looking over to this one, though, NA clawing out 2 of the top 3 spots, but China clawing out 4 of the top 6 spots.
Wait, 5 China's on the same page.
Wow.
That is wild. We thought maybe the raid of China was over, but this is an incredible showing from them.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Okay, I'm just gonna say, wow, I see Bobe. As I said, he's lost streaking so that he can keep winning. He's gonna snowball it. Next game's getting 5-cost 3 tomorrow, of course, guys. Lot to expect.
All right. We're hearing some bold predictions. I'm not sure if they will all come through, but one thing is for sure, the fact that China is on top in a fashion like this should put all rumors to sleep, right? There was a lot of commotion around this. I just want to get it out now with like all players that play on the mobile version. This just goes to show how strong they really are as a nation.
I mean, I think it was reasonable because so many of these players don't have that kind of level of Worlds experience. But the fact was that ultimately, particularly the PC players, they did play against the experienced Chinese players, and ultimately they beat them for these spots. So we may be witnessing a new rising generation of Chinese superstars coming out.
What we're also witnessing is NA trying to defend their title, and their champion is up there in that higher echelon, and we have him here with us, Wasianiverson. There's been so much commotion around you. We're so happy to have you here.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Now, you didn't have much time at all from everything I've gathered. Not only did you play regionals last weekend on a previous patch, but you also had 3 midterms in between. How are you handling all of that?
Oh, honestly, I'm like exhausted every day, but just trying to get through it and just doing my best.
I mean, you obviously are, right? The fact that you are up there in those top 3 goes to show that you have figured out something that is absolutely working. So I'm really happy to see that. I've been looking over your comms. I've been seeing a lot of gunners come out of that. Is that something that you were planning to go into the tournament?
No, not really, but when you hit like a 2-1 Piltover, you kind of have to play it, so.
Fair. I'll take that. I was asking chat earlier if they had any questions for a pro when we do an interview. And one of the questions that came up is, how do you actually prepare for this outside of like watching VODs, preparing comms and like plans? Is there anything that you do IRL that you would recommend doing or that you want to share?
Oh, in real life? I think one thing that really helps me is like because I'm not full-time TFT, like I'm also like in school and working towards multiple different things at once. I think just not like having all of that pressure on myself of having to perform, because like even if I don't do well, I know that I have like other things that I can fall back on. So just like having other things going on and just taking that pressure off of like really needing to perform in TFT events just makes me like a lot more confident and perform better, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's really showing. So we've been very impressed with you all throughout today and also all throughout set 9. But is there anything you guys want to ask?
Yeah, look, Wasian, we've talked a lot over this last week or so. So first off, I just got to say, let's go. Good job. Good work, buddy. But I mean, secondly, I just wanted to kind of dig in a little bit. We had a question at regionals. We were talking to you about scrim results. You had really poor showings going into regionals, and then you said you learned a lot from them. Coming into the championship, it felt like scrims were going kind of mediocre. Did you feel like you still learned a ton from these and continued to level up your earth lines, especially into these very contested lobbies?
Oh yeah, I think so for sure. Like I think just from the lessons I learned from like scrims and regionals, like playing to learn instead of play to win, I think I approached like world scrims with the same attitude. And that would mean that like in scrims, I would be like very willing to take like risky lines or like lines I hadn't tried before and see if they work out, and just focus on gaining experience rather than just like getting some like stats that don't really matter in the end.
Yeah, it seems to have worked out and paid dividends. Keep it up, buddy. I'm just happy to see you there.
I think we all are absolutely happy to see you there. Of course, unless... No?
I actually have a good
Okay.
point to talk about Wasian. I want everyone that's watching to know that this guy nailed it today. He not only did he play the like a meta composition, he knew exactly when not to pick Earth. He played over Zons, he played Bilgewater, he played Strategist, he played the Nautilus, Rysec. This guy knows so many strategies at once, and he's nailing every single one in this tournament. Man, am I a fan. This guy's good. Like, I love this.
Question attacked.
Oh yeah, and do you know that your hair is perfect?
Thank you so much, baby. Thank you. I'm a big fan as well.
My gift is not to ask a question.
I play so well, dude.
Baby, I understand it. I have been fangirling players before, so I'll let you have that moment. But Wasian, before we send you on your way to prep some more, I'm sure, is there anyone you want to shout out that maybe is watching or generally people you've prepped with?
Yeah, so first off, have to shout out my parents. They're watching today, I think, and they're very supportive of like my TFT career and just me playing. So that's like super awesome and makes it really easy for me. Also, just have to shout out like everyone I like play and practice with. Specifically, like coming into this event, it was a lot of like practicing with like Toronto Tokyo, who's also at the top of the standings, And some players who didn't make Worlds were like Boss's Skills, Darth Nub, Philip,
Yeah.
Jack. And like, yeah, we all prepared like super hard for regionals together. So yeah, that was like a really big help for me. And I think a lot of my prep from regionals has carried over into this event. So it's really nice.
And we can see it. It's so, so good. Shout out to your parents if they're watching. We now also love you. So you have that, all of Twitch chat. We hope to see you out there tomorrow, Wasian. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Right,
and we'll be watching.
I love him.
He's so good. TFT players are so wholesome. I say this every time, but talking to them, it just makes you feel like a better person just by being close. That's amazing.
I think you know, Bebe's reaction to Wasian. I don't think he's the only one who's feeling that way right now.
Yes, for sure.
I was only looking at Smile and nothing else.
Okay, baby. Let's come back to TFT though. Looking at day one of the World Championship, was it what we expected going into the day? I think we were talking about the legends going in. That definitely rang through with only 6 players not opting to play the Earth. But in terms of compositions, any surprises for you guys?
I mean, off the bat, not huge surprises, right? Because Mordekaiser ended up being that big beast that we were seeing a lot of. I think some higher performances out of Ionia than I maybe expected. It seems like that line is still performing really well in the stats. And then I think the amount of misfortune we saw and the kind of successes and fails of it were very interesting to see. I don't know if surprising is the right word, but I definitely was intrigued by, you know, what misfortune can do and what she'll continue to do.
I feel like the biggest thing to talk about is actually about the regions. A lot of people did expect China to perform really awkwardly because they mostly had like mobile players, but they have been performing ridiculously well regardless. So China is definitely not a region to look down upon, even if they are mobile players. They are very strong.
I guess for me, I think the big thing which I kind of took away from that day was just to see our players, you know, obviously Earth is where you want to be, but for those moments where the players find a different way to go for the game, you know, they know they're going to be contested obviously every single game. For me, on day 2, I'm looking for more players to act that kind of way, see those opportunities and grab them.
Yeah, me too. Just adding on to your point, baby, I might even go out on a limb and say they're not good despite being mobile players. They're good because they're mobile players.
Oh.
It takes a whole new level of execution to play on a tiny screen. If you ever played TFT Mobile, you know that. So I think that's something we need to look out for and maybe be a little bit threatened by going forward in the next couple of days. Speaking of that, next couple of days, make sure you tune in again tomorrow because we are starting again at 2 p.m. CET. And let me read this off, 6 a.m. Pacific.
Wow, 6 a.m. Pacific.
Don't know the time zones, all of them?
You know, I was trying to put more here, so it seems like I know at least some of them, but I think those 2 will have to do for now. Check out the social media. Of course, all of the casters are linked in a chat command, !casters, and check out TFT on other platforms as well. We changed our name on Instagram. You thought I wouldn't notice, right? But it's Teamfight Tactics on Instagram now, and it is Play TFT on YouTube, as well, here it's Teamfight Tactics and TFT on Twitter, so we're everywhere. You cannot escape us, for better or for worse. And we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been our absolute pleasure. Keep the copy pastas coming, because we love seeing them. Cheer on your favorite players. Make sure you tune in again the next day. Thank you so much.
Win,